RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The set and the pitch. And that ball drilled to deep left field. Churio going back, looking up. It's gone! The first grand slam for the Rangers this season is clubbed to left by Michael Helman. Runs us for everybody. 4-0 Texas.
Matt Hicks with the call. That is the way we open up the live edition of the Tolo Tuesday. Sean and RJ on your home for Rangers baseball, 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Metroplex. A brisk, awesome feeling Tuesday morning.
Very brisk this morning. Yeah, it was a little chill in the area yesterday morning too. But I'll tell you that it still does not change that in the afternoon it is hotter than the devil's you know what. My gosh, sitting there at middle school football yesterday, late afternoon, early evening, they have the great idea of putting the bleachers directly in the sun. Not in the shade part of town, not with the sun behind you, with the sun in your face. On those metal bleachers, drenched.
Jerry built that Little League park.
He built the park. Drenched.
Do you also have the track that runs along? Yeah, that only makes it worse.
I know, it's like and you know the only way to cool off is to literally get up, stand on the grass where it's not on the metal, right? The metal's just radiating heat. But it's a gorgeous morning.
Rangers were getting no hit in this game against the best team in baseball, and then another one of the others, as Shaq would say, Michael Helman, the A&M Aggie, hits that grand slam, drives in another, is responsible for all 5 Ranger runs with Jacob Latz going 5 2/3, and they blank the Brewers 5-0. What a win and start to the series.
They took advantage of literally both their scoring opportunities. Like they had absolutely nothing going until that grand
busting, wasn't he?
And they take advantage of it. And then later on in the game with the double, they take advantage of it. And Heim running, didn't think he had it in him. So to score from first there, didn't think he had it in him. But they took advantage. And I just have to say, that is the most unwatchable best team in the sport I have ever seen. Holy crap. Oh, just sign me up right now. And this is going to be a worse take at some point. Sign me up for a division series exit from them.
Ooh.
They can't. There isn't a single player in that lineup outside of Yelich, and he's about a 6 of 10 who scares you.
Yeah, can you
Nobody
come close to naming their top 2 players in WAR, the best team in baseball?
Sal Frelick?
He's 4th.
Churio.
Cereal?
Yeah, cereal.
Who?
Churio, yeah.
No. He's like 6. Pepe?
Durbin?
Contreras
is second with
You're just making up names.
Contreras is second.
Someone's got to be Contreras out there, right?
Gather the foreigners. Contreras is second with a 3.9 WAR, and then Bryce Terang, the second baseman with a 5.4. The most no name.
Oh,
you got Kristen Yelich, and that's all I recognize.
Yeah, is Robin Yount in this lineup? Greg Vaughn? Greg Vaughn going to come on out here? Paul Molitor?
I recognize Rhys Hoskins.
There you go.
And then Freddie Peralta leads the way in ERA.
So they got a good
They
staff.
only got one guy, though, one starter with a sub-3 ERA.
Yeah, they all have like 15 wins. You know, they got a ton of wins. Their ERAs are not great.
Well, I shouldn't actually say that. I'd have to go back and look at the guys who qualify for starts, but anyway.
But, I mean, it's just the most anonymous, great team. It's refreshing, but sign me up, man. Like, there's not a single player in that lineup that scares you other than Yelich.
Never a doubt with these Texas Rangers is what I always say. That's how I've taken my approach with them. Jacob Latz, I'm starting to wonder, like, where is he on the second half MVP list? And that dude, like, we're stretching him out to be a starter moving forward?
That's where I thought you were going.
The dude's been, like, he's been money. Anytime they've had him come in for a spot start, were initially supposed to be like these little relief starts where he's supposed to come in and give you 3 innings, and he keeps giving you like 5 or 5 2/3, and he's allowing a run or 2 runs. Like, he's higher on the list, I think, of guys that you can start talking about, like, difference, impact, like X factor players that they've had in the second half.
I'm with you. I would totally sign up for him to be a back end of the rotation guy for next year, even though he's pitched more like a mid to front. Doesn't have to be back end, but if you want to just make him, if you have to make him a bullpen guy, he's shown that he can do that. I think you run the risk of having a Scott Feldman situation where you get him starter, reliever, and they never really kind of get into a groove, and that's how you get hurt too.
You want the good or bad news?
Yeah, I like my dessert early.
The good news is, for the first time in forever, we can give the AL West standings with actual purpose and not just as a throw-in. They are 3.5 back of the Astros. 3.5 games back of the armpit. The bad news is everyone above you in the wild card has a winning streak. Yankees, I believe, were idle, but they've still won 2 in a row. They're 7-3 in their last 10 since the Yankee fans called for Aaron Boone's job for the 70th time this year. But
what did you think of that? Did you know why?
Which time?
Did you know why the latest one was?
No.
Because he showed up to Belichick's opening game.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Because there's kids on the staff?
Yeah, at least he goes there. I don't know if he's on. Is he on the staff? I know he goes there. But they're called. Why are you? They had an off day. I guess they were going to Houston. Why are you there?
Yeah.
Why are you there? And
Study tape.
Yeah, and these idiots are like, if they had lost the next game, they would have killed them. But like, oh, so we lost.
Yeah.
But yeah, but the big problem was that he had his sweatshirt wrapped around his waist. That was the big problem.
He was going on behalf of the Patriots. They needed somebody to get in there. Yeah.
There you go.
Aaron or the son had the sweatshirt?
Aaron had the sweatshirt wrapped around the waist like we did back in.
I mean, I never did that. I'm a guy.
8 years old.
I was gonna say,
I'm
I've
a
only
man.
known girls that did that.
I've never done that.
That's what you see when I was still getting dressed when I was like 20. My mom would still dress me. Mm-hmm. But even at like 8, this is what she would do. She would send me to school, and she would wrap the hoodie around my waist or the sweatshirt.
Stephen A. does that. He goes out. The way he walks, the way he literally walks, and the way he dresses out in public. Just stay in a suit the entire time. But yeah, Brandon Boone, student assistant on the UNC football staff.
Yeah, so he was going there to see his kid. Probably that's a problem for New Yorkers.
Aside from that, the Red Sox are on a winning streak. They've won 2 in a row. They won yesterday. Seattle won. The top 5 teams in the AL wildcard race are all on winning streaks. So that's kind of the bad news, as they're a game and a half back there.
But, I mean, game and a half is nothing. That is nothing to make up in still a month to play, almost. Not quite, but
they played 145 games.
Yeah, you still got 18 games left. 17. That's still plenty. It's still plenty of time to make up a game and a half. Ironically, though, of all the teams in the American League with their playoff chances, their percent chances, Toronto 99.9, Yankees 99.8, Boston 96.6, Detroit 99.8, Houston 87.4, Seattle 83.1, and the Rangers are the next highest at 16.9. So it goes from Seattle at 83% to us at 17.
You mentioned Boston playing well, and we've been talking a lot about addition by subtraction in this market recently.
Get over it, Bobby.
This is 2 weeks ago. I did, so I'm sure it's changed now, but as of 2 weeks ago, since the Devers trade, the Red Sox had the 3rd best record in baseball, and the Giants had the worst.
The worst record
in baseball. They were tied with, or they were actually one game worse, half a game worse than the Colorado Rockies during that stretch.
His numbers, just let me see for S's and giggles: 249, 16 home runs, 42 runs batted in, a 1.7 WAR.
For Devers?
Yeah.
That's not worth $30 million.
Nope.
No, his numbers have they've all dropped from Boston, which people felt like he was kind of playing down before that.
Maybe you weren't paying attention to the baseball because the opener on Monday night.
McCarthy out of the shotgun, milking a 3-point lead. It is a run-pass option. McCarthy takes off to the right, to the 10. Stutter steps at the 5. Touchdown! He's J.J. McCarthy, and he runs for a Vikings touchdown.
Paul Allen, Vikings radio, with an all-time great call of Adrian Peterson's touchdowns. He is loose. That's not going to work for me. That's not going to work. That JJ. No,
that's not going to work.
This was a fun back and forth. It looked like the Chicago Bears were going to handle the Minnesota Vikings in the debut for J.J. McCarthy, the debut for Ben Johnson. Minnesota storms back and stuns the Bears in Chicago 27-24.
It was so fast. Like, you watch it, like, if you just look down the drive list for the Vikings, this is what they did leading into the fourth quarter yesterday. punt, punt, field goal, punt, punt, field goal, interception, punt, punt. Pick six, by the way, by Cowboys legend Deshaun Wright. And then in the fourth quarter, touchdown, 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 and they just, in a flash, take over. And those drives were 2 minutes and 42 seconds, 51 seconds, and 4 minutes. Just quick, moving down the field. It was completely tale of two halves for those quarterbacks, because Caleb at the beginning of that game looked like a stud. And then by the end of the second half, you're like, there's that J.J. McCarthy moxie that they all love. Yep. And then that whole, like, oh, he's just a winner. He's a competitor. Like, that's what you saw.
When my kids are grown, I will tell them that I saw J.J. McCarthy.
Uh-oh.
That's how it's going to work.
New favorite?
I like it. Listen.
Got the hair, got the eye black, got the swag.
Pretty sure Colin Cowherd's going to say that you can't be a quarterback with that eye black. Pretty sure it's going to be his take. So I don't love the eye black, but I do love the eye black at the same time. Like, that's one of the things, like, if your kid wears that eye black, you think it's cool. And if another kid wears it, you're like, what a douche. That's exactly what you would say. I know what I would say, because I have said that. But that, he made some good throws. He made the right reads. He's tough. He can run.
The throw to Jefferson, the first touchdown, that was a great throw. The biggest thing about him coming out of college was, because I remember watching him as sophomore year and thinking, that guy's never played in the NFL. That's not a quarterback. Yeah. And then you watched him, and he kept progressing. By the time he got to his last year at Michigan, he had more, like, classic NFL throws in the middle of the field than anybody else on tape that year, including Caleb. But it was a factor of, like, you had to project out a little bit, and we know how dangerous it can be projecting out Michigan players.
He's such a Harbaugh guy, too.
Yeah.
You can tell he's like, Herbert's the total opposite of what J.J. McCarthy seems like. But
he really is what you're hoping for when you draft a quarterback. Like, you want that, you want the lottery ticket, and maybe he hits. If he hits the way he played last night in the second half, they're going to be fine.
So he starts off the game just like seemingly getting total control from Kevin O'Connell of changing things up. That's where I was first impressed with him. First two plays, I'm like, he's checking here. He's got the power to change things up here at the line of scrimmage. And then Aikman kept talking about what happens as a quarterback when you throw a pick six and you're going to the line and you're like, don't worry, high five. And they're looking at you like, get the F out of my face. Get out of my airspace. Get out of here. But McCarthy was doing that, pumping him up and down the sideline. He's got better arm strength than I thought. He can obviously move. He did not fold up. Caleb Williams started 10 of 10, and then Brian Flores got in his bag, reminding everyone who he is. And Caleb just had some awful throws. I mean, some of his misses were just like, what happened? He ended up on the ground, but it was well after he got the pass off. No excuse for some of the bad misses, including, they ended up scoring a late touchdown, but he had DJ Moore wide open, upper left of your television screen. Missed him. I mean, just some wildly bad, inaccurate throws from Caleb, and they just fell apart.
Yeah, there were also a couple throws that were really impressive, but that's kind of the Caleb Williams experience, where he'll do some stuff that makes you gasp, where it's like, oh my gosh, that's Mahomes-like. Like, you just saw Mahomes running to the sideline and falling down and zipping a ball 30 yards down the field. And then there are other times where you're like, oh, that's Joe Milton. Joe Milton is the quarterback for the Chicago Bears now. Like, and either way, I did hear Maggie and Perloff were talking about it when we were coming in.
Why do you keep listening?
Just because I'm just turning on our station. I'm showing loyalty. I'm waiting for those snacks. I want to hear myself back. But 210, which means even at a 17-game pace, he is not on pace to be the first 4,000-yard passer for the Bears after one game in the Ben Johnson era.
So the Minnesota Vikings stun the Chicago Bears. Ben Johnson will have to wait as Kevin O'Connell and J.J. McCarthy get the win on the road. That was your Monday night in the sports world. This is the Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ. We're changing things up the rest of football season with PP in the morning at 6:40. You usually get the payload on Thursdays. PP usually at 8:20. It's not happening at 8:20 today. It's at 6:40 because it's the debut of the Jerry Jones Show live at 8:30 after Ask Reddit and a PBR ticket giveaway in the 7 o'clock Expressway. There were whispers that the Giants were making an early quarterback change, who the Cowboys are officially facing on Sunday. Is it the QB you would have picked on the other side? Inside the Star with Sean and RJ next.
After we get you over to Zerez, get that carpet professionally.
forget something else? Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out.
kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first 214-0817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Can anybody remember a non-injury quarterback change after week 1 of the NFL season?
I can't think of one.
Not off the top of my head.
Only the New York media could stir this up and suggest that Brian Daboll left it open-ended for week 2 against the Cowboys after Russell Wilson's performance in the opening loss against the Commanders. Daboll, give us the starter for Dallas.
After a game, it's an emotional game. It's a tough game. Didn't play particularly well, I would say, collectively, but in terms of making any of those decisions, really at any position or schematic changes, I'd like to do it with a clear head and watch the tape. And again, like I said yesterday, that game just doesn't fall on Russell Wilson. We got to do a better job collectively, coaching, playing, but Russ will be the starter.
Russ will be the starter after 17 of 37 for 168. He was the Giants' leading rusher with 44 yards on 8 carries. So I'm going to pose to you just for fun what I asked Nick Eatman yesterday at 9:20. Between the three, put them in order of what you would have wanted the Cowboys to get between Russ, Jameis, and Jackson Dart, who was not allowed to speak with the media afterwards.
Oh, I give me Russ. If I'm the Cowboys, give me Russ all day. Give me Russ all day.
Okay.
Like that. I know what I'm getting. You have that is the most, I think you can make the most set estimate, conservative estimate on what you're going to get and what you're going to see. Jameis, he might throw you 5 picks. He might throw you 5 touchdowns and 485 yards. You have no idea. No thank you. And then obviously the same thing with Jackson Dart. I don't know. He could be J.J. McCarthy last night and then, really be poised and he could be terrible. So give me the known.
Yeah, for the Cowboys, Russell Wilson is the clear runaway dude. That's the dude you want starting. Because it's those other factors. It goes Russ, then there's a significant drop to Jackson Dart, and then there's another drop to me to Jameis. Because Jameis is, he's all over the map. He is an unpredictable player. It's like going up against Ryan Fitzpatrick, where it's like Fitzpatrick may be the most prolific passer on one day, and then he may be a mess the other day. You just have no idea. But I don't want to even take the chance of that. I know that Russell Wilson is going to be the most predictably average at best quarterback play that they could put out there. Jackson Dart, you can't game plan for him. You've never seen any tape on him, anything else. Who knows how they use him, how they work him in there. So to me, Russell Wilson's the easy one you want to play.
Game plan for Jackson Dart right now is like being Coach Dykes at TCU getting ready to play Colorado 2 years ago. Nobody had any idea what Colorado was. You had never seen Shador or Hunter at that level. You had no idea. The coordinators were all just like a mismatch. You had 70 new players. You had literally nothing to go on. So, that is no thank you. I don't want any part of that.
I agree. I'll take Russ. And I don't want to be part of the Jackson Dart party. I wouldn't be able to take watching him and Scattaboo headbutt each other.
Dude, did you see Scattaboo?
That was impressive.
Dude, come on.
Bobby, that was impressive.
That was
it's
impressive.
Like he got the star in Mario.
He's the Mike Alstott of 25.
Mike Alstott.
Slow down there. It was an impressive play, but that's the thing. I got that play sent to me 15 times from people, and it's like, you were wrong about Scattaboo. And it's like, did you guys see he finished with 2 carries for -3 yards?
Shut up, Bobby. That doesn't matter.
He was the exact guy that everybody thought. Yeah, it was fun to watch him pinball off against. It was fun to watch Deuce Vaughn cut in the open field in a preseason game too. It's nice, but I don't think it's
-3 yards was negated by the 3 guys he took out with a bowling ball. That is Cam Scattaboo. But I would prefer Russ over the other 2. That's what the Cowboys are going to get. Orlovsky was doing some film tape on Russ. He said the most concerning thing about the Giants offense, Russ, first thing he does consistently versus any form of pressure, drops his eyes, looks at the rush, That to me screams time to move on. So Orlovsky's already making that quarterback change in New York. I don't like defending Brian Daboll, but the media is making a big deal of this. The Giants may get fined or punished by the league. They didn't let Jackson Dart speak after the Commanders game. Now, why would Jackson Dart speak? There was a package of plays put in for him. So Daboll didn't allow him to talk. The league rules mandate that every player speaks after a game. So this has already become a story. We'll see what happens. But I agree with the Giants. Don't let them talk. Incur the fine. That can only cause problems. That can only cause trouble. There's no reason to speak to Jackson Dart after game 1 when he's number 3 on the depth chart. So I'll actually support Brian Daboll there.
I don't think the Cowboys would let us talk to Joe Milton. I think if Dak had a really bad performance after the first game and everybody crowded around Joe Milton's locker, I think somebody would probably go, screw it, we'll take the fine. Y'all are not talking to him. That's not happening.
I totally agree. Like, there's no point.
I think Dart's worse. Like Joe's...
Yes, because everybody knows what the future is, right?
Yeah.
Joe Milton's not taking over for Dak unless something catastrophic happens. Like, we know... Russ knows what the future looks like for him. It's Jackson Dart.
Some bookkeeping for the Cowboys. Perrion Winfrey with the back has been placed on injured reserve. He will miss at least the next 4 games. Earliest return date, October 6th. And Israel Mukuamu to the Panthers.
Yep, and then we also had the question that'll be hanging out there this week is going to be in relation to Malik Hooker, who was not at practice yesterday with a toe issue. So don't know how bad that is yet or if that's going to linger for them. But if they were without Malik Hooker, that wouldn't be good. That's somebody that Brian Schottenheimer gave a lot of props to. But Perrion Winfrey, that was a guy that a lot of people were big fans of. He was one of the last guys to make it onto the 53. And he's also the biggest example of, okay, what's going on with Mozzie then? Because if Perrion Winfrey's back is bad and Perrion Winfrey can't play and you already don't have defensive tackles, why was he inactive? Like, that just says there's not a lot of confidence in him right now.
Yeah, the 3 Cowboys that people want answers on when it comes to playing time is Mozzie. Mozzie probably number 3. No, he's definitely number 3 on the list, and he's the highest round pick. The other 2 are Maris Leofau and Jaden Blue. Schottenheimer on Leofau and the limited opportunities and his performance on special teams. Quote, Marist is earning those rights to play more. And then when it comes to Jaden Blue, Schottenheimer was asked yesterday at his presser, why was the Longhorn inactive?
He's extremely talented. I mean, he really is talented, but there's a way you have to perform, especially with a mantra of compete every day. I mean, you know, if you're not putting it out there and you're not doing right every day, and if you take a step back on a Thursday, maybe he did great on Wednesday and on Thursday, I'm not saying he did, but that's going to get noticed. And this was an incredibly talented roster, and you have to earn your chance to get out there. It's not because I was the first overall pick of the draft or whatever it is. Like, there's got to be consistency, and I will speak to a guy like Tyler Booker. He's not been perfect. He didn't play perfect, but Tyler Booker has been very, very consistent. You know each and every day what you're going to get from Tyler Booker, and I think some of the young guys that were inactive, we've had those hard conversations with them. They understand where they need to go, and I have no question that they will respond to that. Will that be this week? I don't know. We'll see. But the cool thing for them is they can determine that.
Whoa, 2 guys that deserve some apologies. They got killed around here and throughout the city are Kevin Pillar and the Cowboys source of Glenn Stretch Smith, FAF. I'm the one. Bobby's unable to give credit where credit is due, but Glenn Stretch Smith, is that his name? Glenn Stretch. Yeah, I'll just call him Stretch. I remember that. He was the one who put it out there that he was here and Jaden Blue was borderline lazy. Pillar was right about lack of energy, enthusiasm, issues in the Rangers clubhouse. I know for a fact that he was right about the lack of energy. And when you hear Brian Schottenheimer say, especially when the mantra is compete every day, that's not good, Bob.
No,
that's not good in your rookie season. Our mantra, you got to compete every day. That's part of the reason Jaden Blue is not active.
Not just that. Not just it's compete every day, but like, guys, let me give you an example of somebody who does it the right way to contrast against Jaden Blue.
Yeah.
That's not a good sign for Jaden Blue. That speaks to they feel like he needs to become more of a pro, or a lot of the Monday through Saturday habits need to be better. Because Tim, it's clear, like what Schottenheimer's saying, is it's not just about game day. It's going to be about what they do during the practice week and the consistency level and what they can expect from you. And that's something that, there was one of the things I saw was somebody had said when he was named inactive, they're like, the fact that this team has Jaden Blue inactive tells me how unserious this organization still is. And I'm like,
saw that one.
Guys, he's a 5th rounder who couldn't take the job at Texas.
It's also hilarious, people's Miles Sanders reaction. Were you calling for Jaden Blue to play when Miles Sanders had the 50-yard run? No. You thought it was brilliant. And then Miles fumbles, and then it was, why wasn't Jaden Blue there? Totally forgot about the 50-yard run.
I did see some Jaden wouldn't have gotten caught.
Yeah.
That was about it. But okay, I mean, does anybody expect Miles to have breakaway speed at this point?
I'm going to tweet the play. I'm going to go on NFL Pro. I'm going to go find the 50-yard run.
Yeah, because that was a veteran run.
I'm going to show you. That's a 2-yard run for Jaden Blue. He's fast. That's fine. Miles Sanders, that was a savvy, veteran. That's a good runner who ran with patience and all right, let me follow my blockers, get to the hole, and now I'm going to hit it, and I'm going to take off down the field. Jaden Blue doesn't do that.
The Eagles are making running back moves, Jacksonville is sending Tank Bigsby to the Eagles in exchange for 2026 5th and 6th round picks. So Howie has now gotten a running back. He got Zadarius Smith, so he is adding 1 week into the season. And then yesterday is supposed to be discipline day in the league. No news came across for Jalen Carter. So the thought is that Jalen Carter is not going to be suspended for the Dak spitting incident. Stephen Jones was asked by KNC whether he should have been.
Yeah, I'm not going to comment on that. We have people who make those decisions and have a lot of confidence in the guys who, who get involved in that. I obviously don't have my finger in the middle of whether a player's suspended or not. We've got a great group of guys who know what we expect, and when it comes to sportsmanship, when it comes to these type of things, and I know they'll make the right call, and I'll be supportive of it.
Stephen Jones replay brought to you by our friends at Window Nation.
It's very clear. Stephen talked about it in another answer yesterday that it's a big underline of, hey, we want sportsmanship. We don't want those things in our game. In fact, he said specifically, it's an emotional game out there. Sometimes you do things you want back. I'm sure he wants that back. He's like, but these are things we can't have in our game. And Steven talked for an extended period about this is the emphasis now. And you're already seeing it in week 1. We're not going to stand for the taunting. We're not going to stand for that sort of issue or that sort of back and forth. We want a gentleman's game here, basically.
Dogs voting. Don't fall for the astronaut scam. And this football fan has been banned maybe for life. Was it deserved after the Sunday Night Thriller? It's the debut of the 640 edition of PP in the Morning. Now Tuesdays, next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, so Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
If you're on the market, upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations, 2023 and 2024.
Well, congrats to Peyton Manning. He has found himself on the most toxic show on The Fan, and there's no number two.
He put together the single worst 30 minutes in live radio history.
That is right. It is Tuesday at 6:40. Sean, you're telling me I got bumped for Jerry Jones. Normally this is 8:20 segment. I think Jerry should be part of the PP in the morning.
I mean, you're lucky that you're even getting it moved. But you reminded me, you're like, what are we going to do with my segment? I was like,
come on. You can't leave it off Tuesdays.
Yeah,
That's the kind of foresight Peyton brings to the table. I was looking at contradictions in the schedule and different things like that.
Look, I mean, we were in the meeting all yesterday. I thought I was slowly getting pushed. I thought we were slowly pushing me off. Pushing me off the show. I heard former employees were coming back, taking my job, and Jacob was going to take my job
over my dead body. If one comes back, I'll be out of here.
Guess the answer on the Franklin 1G Attorney fan text 877-881-1053. But guys, of course, we have to continue PP in the morning every Tuesday.
It's not the usual snake traders. It's someone else.
Have we ever been
still
scammed?
Kind of a snake, but not a trader.
Have we ever been scammed for money? Anyone? Have you ever fallen for the trap?
Not me. My grandparents, my mom's parents. They this is back like in the 80s, maybe 70s. They bought swampland in Florida.
I haven't been scammed out of money. I've had my debit card. Basically, somebody stole my card and bought a bunch of stuff, but no, never scammed.
More detail on that?
Honestly, I don't know anything more. I laughed. I was like, I was a kid. I found out about this in my teenage years. My dad was like, yeah, your grandmother, she bought swampland, and I was like, oh, okay.
Didn't
that's cool.
Sarah fall for a shoe thing last year or something?
We were gonna buy something online. We saw it. I had someone file taxes in my name, but that didn't cost me any money.
That's how Jane lost her Twitter account. When she got it hacked, was that she had replied to some promotional offer that wasn't real or something. That's Trista Crick, same thing. She had gotten locked out doing the same thing.
Oh
yeah, I fell in college. I was low on money. Bank account was low as a freshman. I was like, how do I make more money here without obviously getting a full-time job? I couldn't. I was going to school full-time. I fell for the Forex exchange, the foreign exchange money.
Forest exchange.
Forex. Yeah, Forex. Where you buy the U.S. to Canadian exchange, and then it goes up and down rapidly, and depend on if you want to go up or down, you make money or lose money off of that. And I made $50 in the first day. I was like, this is genius. 50 times 30, whatever that adds up to. And the guy that told me about it was like, yeah, it's $200 a month for this program. And I was like, okay, well, in 4 days, I'll make that money back if I make $50 a day. And I instantly lost money the next day and the next day after that. And it was within 7 days, if you pulled out of this pyramid scheme, you can get your $200 back. So I did, and I blocked the guy and saved myself $200.
I would watch a television. Peyton is a human character in The Office. He's a real life Office cast member. I would watch a show as Peyton being someone's financial advisor for a year.
Oh God!
You couldn't even write Peyton. You couldn't even write the guy.
Yeah.
By the way, one person on the fan text has correctly guessed the name. I won't say who was correct, but one person has guessed the name correct.
I wonder who it is. But guys, the story here is about the space scam. Yes, you heard that right. It's very unfortunate when people get scammed and it's very unfortunate for this 80-year-old woman who lost her life savings, or at least a part of it, due to being scammed from none other than an astronaut. An 80-year-old woman in Japan first met the astronaut on social media, and some say it was getting pretty romantic between the two. The two were falling in love. The astronaut told the girl he was currently in outer space in a spaceship and that he was under attack and in need of oxygen. And when someone says they need oxygen in outer space, what do? You give them 1 million yen, which is equivalent to $6,800 in the United States, so he can go to the oxygen gas station, of course, in outer space. And I bet inflation for the oxygen in space is pretty damn high. So that's what you do.
It's
you
at
give
a
them
premium,
money.
right?
Yeah.
You're stuck.
Is that per tank out there? What's the
Is it like a
equivalent
Tesla station where you stop and you get the oxygen charge?
Yeah, one of the charges that those are becoming
super
like
fast.
I just drove by this racetrack this morning. They are installing like 8 EV pumps. Like they've like got the whole half the gas station marked off so they can install all these like pumps.
Just keep those spots at the back of the lot.
For Teslas?
Yeah. So they got the little charging stations. They're putting up a bunch of them.
The average age to get internet scam, though, right, has to be 65 and above?
Yeah,
has
I would
to
think
be.
so.
Mm-hmm.
Or do you think it could
might
be
be
like 15 to like 20?
Look, I think under 15, I think is obviously easy because you're on there and you just don't, like, my kids constantly are like asking me about things, falling for things. And then my mom and Aunt's Surrection. I mean, it's every week. Every week.
They're donating.
What?
They're donating.
They're donating. No. Every week I signed up for this. You know, they're going to give me money because I'm a senior citizen. And I'm like, no, they're not. It's life insurance. They're trying to scam you. Just put the computer away.
I would be more
get offline.
I would be more surprised at my children falling for a money scam than I would like, I don't know, Broadus or something like by that age range.
Yeah, I'll raise my hand right here. I'm 28, and I fell for the because you buy a new house and you get all this mail sent to you about call this number immediately. We got to talk, and I was like, okay, like it was made out to my mortgage company and everything, and it was the life insurance. I was signing up for life insurance. I got to the point where they're like, okay, just need your signature here and you're good to go. And I said, well, hold on. I had given them my bank information, everything. I had signed up for it, basically. I was on the phone, me and Mackenzie, for over an hour with these people. And I was like, well, they told me I really need to do it. And her dad just shook her head at me like, are you kidding me? You fell for that crap.
We have then the Forex trading, the life insurance scam, and the Snapchat story now. Hey, this is 3 times you've been duped really bad.
Very gullible guy here. I trust people.
Does your wife handle the finances, I hope?
No, she handles the internet. Her internet is because she
what? What does that mean?
She handles the internet to cut him off from making these payments.
No.
What's her link?
Puts a firewall on you.
She handles the internet.
Like the internet goes
She's
to her
Rick
bank
Lou.
account. Everything else, all the utilities, gas, electric, all that stuff. That's for me to take care of. But when she signed up for internet, she was in charge of that stuff. But yeah, all right. It is PP in the morning every Tuesday at this time. The police did have to remind her if random people request money on the internet, you should be suspicious. So she lost some of her life savings, but there's that. So, all right, guys, we got to talk about the Bills fan. We talked about it yesterday. We have justice. Justice has been served with this guy. He has been banned. The Bills fan who shoved DeAndre Hopkins' helmet who then got shoved by Lamar Jackson has been banned from Bills games and any NFL stadium indefinitely. Do we agree with the decision here? You see it up on the FanCam Twitch and YouTube. Aiden has it up for you. Do you agree with the shove was enough? I think personally, if Lamar doesn't shove him back as aggressively as he did, then maybe nothing's made up. He was probably ejected regardless for touching a player. But do we agree or disagree with the decision?
I didn't see how this is a discussion, right? Like, fine, ban him. I don't care. Like, he put his hand on a player
forcefully.
And you're right. If Lamar doesn't shove him, he's not getting banned.
Yeah.
I love that it's indefinite as well. I think that's perfect.
That's perfect because he can, with time already served, good behavior. He gets his it was parole. He gets his fan parole.
His Jalen Carter.
Yeah, look, I'm totally fine with it. Kristen had a bad take on this yesterday. She sent me the story. She's like, "Did you see this?" And I was like, "Yeah, it's the guy totally had it coming." And she was like, well, the first guy got pushed and he didn't react. He didn't have a problem. Why did the other guy react? And so her whole thing was just more like, be like DeAndre Hopkins. Don't react. Laugh it off.
You know what? The next time you go to Billy Bob's, hold up that video to Kristen as she's acting like Bill Lambier in the paint with people trying to take her spot that everyone's supposed to stand back. because that's Kristen's spot as she goes to the restroom and bathroom. I don't want to hear Kristen talk about self-control in terms of getting hype with people.
I don't disagree. That was yesterday. I was like, we should just probably drop this issue because it'll probably turn into a fight, much like this one with Lamar Jackson.
Lamar said, I lost, I got to be better controlled than that. I lost a little bit of the temper, and it does not sound like Lamar will get punished with a small fine. Would that be all right?
I wouldn't. I mean, look, it was a reaction because he's on the field. He's not expecting somebody to push him from the stands.
And you got to send a message, I think, if you're the commissioner in the league, that don't touch players. You'll be gone for a long, long time. And then we got your back players. We're not going to let fans put their hands on you. We don't want you shoving them like that, but I'm fine with everything.
Think about how aggressive, like when you see it from Lamar, he's getting like, doesn't see it coming. He's basically like just pushed over, almost gets his head pushed aside, and then he's just instantly reacting to like, who the hell's pushing me? He has no idea how aggressive that guy is or if he's coming at him or what.
And that fan also looked like he was probably in his late 20s or something, but now he's no longer allowed at any NFL stadium. So there's that. All right, guys, last story here on PP in the Morning every Tuesday at this time. We talk a little politics here. Just a little bit in this last story, but not a lot. It involves a dog who was registered to vote. Yes, you heard that right. That's right. A California mom is facing felony charges for illegally registering her dog to vote. And she actually was able to cast not one, but 2 votes under the dog's name. These votes were in the 2021 recall election there for state governor, and then also the 2022 primary. So the 2021 vote counted, but the primary vote was rejected. And the main reason she got caught for this was because she posted a picture of her dog on social media with the I voted sticker.
I voted.
And so the investigation started. But who votes for who when he posts the I voted sticker? We talked about this.
Yeah, the sticker.
That was a Gavin Newsom vote.
Oh, yeah.
And California is where the story is.
It's California.
Don't let Trump get a hold of this story. We're taking away enough different ways to vote. He'll be like, you see?
It's the only way Newsom could have won, okay? He needed a dog.
They're voting the dogs. They're counting the dogs.
A beautiful dog had to vote, okay?
But yeah, the social media post was the reason that caused the investigation. And she later did turn herself in for the crime. She knew it was wrong. She turned herself in. She faces 5 felony charges. This leads to a maximum of 6 years in prison if convicted on all counts. But it was sadly reported that the dog passed away last year in October. But the dog did receive her mail-in ballot since she was registered to vote. So she did get that in the mail. So that would be.
So is there like a paw on each of the boxes, like
like a little like stamping?
Yeah, I was wondering, did she take the dog to the voting center, like to walk in, to like is she that crazy? These pet people are that crazy. Some are. But got the mail in, so then just stamp it, stamp it.
Paw stamp, because I'm positive who they voted for.
I was trying to think of one.
Yeah.
No, that's not bad. I don't have anything.
I got to workshop it.
But yeah, only 1 vote counted, unfortunately. But every vote counts, RJ. Every vote counts, RJ.
Vote early, vote often. Count all the votes, even the fake ones. That's what I always say.
Got to do it. But there it is. So.
The fake ones, yeah.
The debut of PP in the Morning, now every Tuesday at 6:40, because Jerry Jones live at 8:30 on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Around the rest of the NFL, we didn't get to it yesterday. Brian Schottenheimer is a fan of Red Zone, and the San Francisco 49ers look like they're in a lot of trouble early on. Around the rest of the NFL, a PBR ticket giveaway and Ask Reddit on the way here with Sean and RJ.
Here's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Helman swings the first pitch. That one hit up the alley, right center field. Perkins going after, can't get it, one hopping off the wall. Heim running as fast as he's ever run around third to the plate. The relay, the slide, the tag, he's safe! Just beating it out!
Jared Sandler with the call here on your home for Rangers baseball. We got you covered for the Rangers stretch run and the start of the Cowboys season with Sean and RJ, along with Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. The roof was open for the impressive 5-0 victory. Jacob Latz and Michael Helman are the stars as the Rangers blank the best team in baseball.
Yes, they did, and they took advantage of the limited scoring opportunities they had. I mean, anytime they basically got somebody on base, it seemed like they scored them in, and it was just those two times, or those two scoring opportunities with the grand slam and obviously the double by Helman. I don't know about you guys. I came away completely unimpressed with Milwaukee. Not like that they haven't had a great season. Just that there's nobody that really kind of scares me over there. They just seem like they're just sound. They tried to bunt in the second inning. That's all I needed to see. They had a guy who squared the bunt in the second inning. I think there was one out, which even is more preposterous. I don't know. They'll get in the playoffs because they're the best team in the sport. If I was a National League team, if I'm the Dodgers, I'm not scared of Milwaukee. I'm going to eat these words, by the way. But the Rangers had a huge win. When you get a start like that from Latz, you got to finish that.
So they're second in average in the sport. They have the second most runs scored, but RJ Choppy metric, where's your power? They're 20th in home runs. So you go.
That's going to be an issue. You're going to have to string together a lot of hits in the playoffs. Now,
pitching-wise, they have the second best ERA in the sport, behind the Texas Rangers.
So they're going to be winning games in the postseason based off the back of their pitching. Again, good batting average. How much that changes against better pitching? I have to go see their record. I don't know. I haven't seen much of this year. I came away from this game I am not impressed.
Jacob Latz, last 5 starts, his ERA is 2.39. His WHIP is 106. That's pretty good.
Wow. You had people yesterday on social media calling for him to have a shot at least at the starting rotation for next season. Maybe it's not even an undercover MVP anymore for your baseball squad. Bochy shared an injury update regarding Corey Seager and Adolis. They're about a week away from being cleared. I think Adolis was doing some on-field work yesterday before the game. Possibility that Garcia is available for the Astros series. Awesome. And Corey looking at the next homestand. I went and looked at the easiest remaining schedules, by the way, for the stretch run here. The top 5 teams in the AL wild card are all winning, unfortunately. The Rangers are a game and a half back. They're 3.5 back in the division. Easiest remaining schedules: Seattle and the Yankees, number 2 and 3. Seattle has the second easiest schedule remaining. The Yankees have the third. Toughest remaining schedules: Tampa has the 4th most difficult. The Massholes have the 5th. So the more you know.
Yeah, the more you know. It's quirky how it happens. Usually you'll see, at least you would like to see, you basically just play your division down the stretch, and that's not always going to be the case anymore, and it hasn't been for the last couple of years. Baseball's kind of changed that up a little bit. But yeah, it is quirky. The Rangers have hit a stretch of their schedule. They're in the midst now of a very difficult stretch.
J.J. McCarthy makes NFL history as a rookie.
1st and 10 from the 27 of the Bears. McCarthy out of the shotgun. Blitz is on. It's picked up. McCarthy loops it to Jones. Touchdown! He's showtime!
Okay, so we're changing the J.J. McCarthy touchdown call. We're not keeping it as one. The Vikings trail by 11 points in the 4th quarter, and J.J. McCarthy becomes the first rookie to have 3 touchdowns in the 4th quarter of his debut. And Minnesota scores 21 to stun the Bears in Chicago in Ben Johnson's opener. My early J.J. McCarthy hate is not looking great. I was cruising. I mean, he throws a pick 6 to Nashawn Wright. I'm looking fantastic and great. Then JJ and KOC turn it on, and the rest of the internet was ready to replace McCarthy.
Yeah, they were. I mean, I'm seeing, like, my timeline is flooded. Polymarket football. Here we go. The quarterback matters. Darnold led the Vikings to 14-3. JJ will be the reason they're 3-14. Joe Banner coming at him and saying JJ is not an NFL quarterback.
Former team president?
Yeah, NFL. He is
Former.
Not an NFL quarterback. Larry Foster, NFL. I don't know, NFL's awful. Vikings should have kept Darnold. I think Banner said they should go trade for Cousins. That's what he said.
Look, even I didn't start bragging early on yesterday. It's a rookie on the road. Good.
It's game one.
God, are you stupid? You could see the arm strength. You could see that he wasn't rattled. Like, he may have been rattled, but he wasn't shook. Like, he may have been confused, but he wasn't shook. He had the moxie on the sidelines. He had a couple balls on Justin Jefferson. Like, Justin Jefferson was to blame for, like, a couple of those drops yesterday. I was like, all right, this kid's got the arm strength, and they just waited. God, I love Kevin O'Connell. I fell for him in Netflix. He was just calm. He'd never freaking out. He just seems perfect. And the two of them gelled in order to take out Caleb and Ben.
Did you love or hate the 4th and 3 in the second quarter from Ben Johnson go for it, where they ended up turning the ball over?
I liked it early, but I give him more credit for the adjustment. The second time he got that same scenario, he kicked. But early on, you're coming from that Detroit program. Yeah. Early confidence in the offense. This is a franchise quarterback. This is number one. Caleb started off 10 of 10. Normally, I'm fine taking the points. I was totally fine with that, but I really like that he kicked the field goal to, I think, go up 7, because the offense, you got to judge it by what the offense is doing in the game, and the offense broke down.
Yeah, look, there was two things here. First off, there is nothing dumber than week one NFL fan or college football fan where you just overreact and that to what you see, and we're all guilty of it, but it's all you have to go on. So
it's fun too.
It's fun.
Yeah.
But that's how you get Reetma over here saying season's over.
Shots fired at Reetma.
Like it's just like this dumb NFL fan. No offense, you're just dumb. But the other thing.
All right, let me ask this: Is it dumb to say Mike McDaniel is finished? He's going to be fired at the end of the year or within the year?
The difference with that is that you've got it like a couple of years, and the team looks like it kind of quit already on him. But did you notice, and this is a Kevin O'Connell thing, when he told him to take it out of the end zone?
Oh.
Whoa. So
you didn't clean that up.
The Bears.
The kick return.
The Bears scores. 2:02
I love
to go.
that.
2:02 to go.
God, I love that.
And he's like, you see him, and he motions it. Come on, take it out, just to get on the other side of the 2-minute warning.
But the eyes of the returner.
Yeah,
the eyes of the returner, wide eye, looking at KOC, and he's saying, "Bring it out," to burn the extra timeout they would have gotten. I love that.
That's next level.
He's fantastic. I think Kevin O'Connell, if you gave me my pick of all NFL coaches right now, he would be way up the list of guys I would want.
Well, he's done it with different guys.
Yeah.
He's proven it with so-sos. I mean, Cousins was a good quarterback, but not heard from since. And then Sam Darnold, he rejuvenated his career, and now off to a nice start with JJ because of that fourth quarter. Let's go around the rest of the National Football League. San Fran, of course, the year we don't play them. They're hurt already. They got a lucky win against Seattle, or it was a lucky touchdown from Purdy. George Kittle is expected to be sidelined multiple weeks with a hamstring injury. Purdy has a left shoulder and a toe that make him uncertain for Sunday's game in New Orleans, according to Kyle Shanahan. Of course, they get the start of Seattle and then the Saints. Mac Jones,
who
is the backup in San Fran. So that's where we are with the 49ers. Already banged up.
No, you missed one 49er story, which is while he's banged up, George Kittle will be able to spend time on his new reality series that he and his wife are launching called The Kittle Things, which is going to follow them around.
I get it. I get it.
What channel?
DAZN.
I'll probably watch it.
I get it.
All right, we covered some of the big NFC games yesterday. Micah, Green Bay, Washington, the Giants. Russell Wilson is remaining the starter, of course, against the Cowboys on Sunday. Let's cover the rest of the games. Bijan Robinson started off making all the fantasy owners happy who took him number one. He had a 50-yarder off the jump, and then Michael Penix impressed the hell out of Bobby Belt before the Tampa Bay Buccaneers still end up with the W because Atlanta's kicker Koo absolutely sucks.
I didn't think there was any chance watching it live when Penix was running on that fourth down that he had scored. Like when you watch it live and he's stretching out and he gets like grabbed by the ankles, I was like, that is for sure Kevin Dyson. He is for sure short. There's no way he stretched the ball over before he got down. And then you see it in slow motion and that capping off, it was an 18-play, 91-yard, 9-minute drive to put them ahead in a division game. Like that to me was right there. It's just like, okay, that's franchise quarterback stuff right there. Like showing that and showing the toughness and everything else that goes with it. I thought he was really, really impressive in this game.
But let's talk about the receiver. I remember Nick Harris talking about this guy a lot in the draft preview show. Egbuka?
Emeka Egbuka.
2 touchdowns, ton of preseason fantasy hype, lived up to it. He connected with Baker with 52 seconds left. Tampa's kicker misses, so they're still up 3. Koo misses from 44.
Now, Emeka Egbuka, he is getting a little bit of the, like the Jokic, Giannis, like... Oh, do you love this so much? There were some people who didn't love what he said post-game. They were asking about his scores, and he said, yeah, it means a lot, but at the end of the day, my value, I don't place it in sports at all. Whether I had 2 touchdowns or I never scored in the NFL before, that's not really what I hang my hat on at the end of the day.
Mike McDaniel watch is on. Tyreek Hill already unhappy on the sidelines. Everyone has McDaniel fired, and Tyreek at some point traded back to the Kansas City Chiefs. The Indianapolis Colts destroy the Dolphins, and Daniel Jones leads the Colts to NFL history. I think, what was it? The first team to score on every single possession? It was some quirk was in there.
There was no kneel down. So, like, we've seen teams go through no punts, and they've scored every possession, but they had kneel downs.
Yeah.
So there was no kneel down, so that's why he got the that little reward.
The Colts were winless in their last 11 season openers. Yesterday marked exactly this.
2014. 2014 was the last time they won a season opener.
I really wish I would have seen this before my fantasy draft. Yesterday marked exactly 1 year since Tyreek's last reception of over 30 yards. Not 50, not 40, 30 came in week 1 last year on September 8th against Jacksonville, Miami, the absolute biggest loser of week 1.
Big time loser. And it's like, are they quitting already? You get your team to quit week 1? You haven't even gotten to the bye week yet.
I was so disappointed that the Bengals won. The Browns you think the Cowboys are cursed? The Browns are so cursed. I feel so bad for Cleveland fans. And I didn't want Zach Taylor. I've turned on Zach Taylor totally because of the last Netflix where I was like, Joe Burrow's coaching this team. Zach Taylor, he's a simp. Cincinnati, I wanted them to start off 0-1 again, but missed extra point and a chip shot field goal. I need to see how many kicks were missed, extra point field goals in week 1. It was a ton. But because of Cleveland, and a tipped interception to end it, Cincinnati escapes. I hated this.
Yeah, that was one where that felt like that was a game they were about to lose. And it falls in line with the way the Bengals start every year. Every year they're going to be 0-2. They're going to drop the first 2 games. Everybody's going to panic, and then they're going to clean it up. But, yeah, that kicker for Cleveland, what was it? I don't even know how you say his last name. There's literally no vowels in it. Szmyt. And I know they say, well, that's sometimes why. No, that's a cheat. You're trying to cheat and claim that's a vowel. Szmyt. But no, that was, if they get
we'll call her Vida.
We'll call her Vida. If they get just, a decent kicker in that game, they win that easily. They destroyed Cincinnati in the box score. 22 first downs to 11, 327 yards to 141. Cincinnati was bad in this game.
And they changed things up. They let Burrow play in the preseason. They wanted to change things up a little bit. Look, it worked. They got to win. But it didn't work.
Yeah, I mean, they may have blown out Cleveland if he didn't play. Yeah.
Around the NFL, here on your official home of the Cowboys, the debut of the Jerry Jones Show this season, live at 8:30. We have Ask Reddit. Brian brought us his favorite segment of the show at 7:40, a PBR ticket giveaway. And the number one question that I've had on the Cowboys, it actually went viral somehow. Do we need to believe in the Cowboys' first half or second half defense? Cowboys concern or confidence? Commercial free in the Expressway next.
Okay, now that is very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
And it's brought to you by the on-time experts in the HOV lane of the expressway. Is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
This is commercial-free Inside the Star on the expressway on your official home of the Dallas Cowboys and Texas Rangers. In case you did not know, I'm Sean Trafe alongside RJ Choppy, going 15 years strong. Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden, and we are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We got a PBR ticket giveaway for you. We have Ask Reddit at 7:40 and the Jerry Jones Show at 8:30. What?
The PBR giveaway. That's fun.
Pabst Blue Ribbon?
Not well, it's, I don't think it's the same. But,
I see a lot of people go, and everyone raves about it.
Raves. It's great. I went stock show. We try to go, and it's usually in January, but this is fun. The PBR is fun.
You know what? Let's just hook you up right now.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Right now, call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see professional bull riding on September 26th at Dickies Arena in Fort Worth. That's call number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Inside the Star on the home of the Cowboys. Which defense are you trusting more? First half or second half against the Eagles after Brian Schottenheimer explains the midnight rule?
Yeah, this is one that has been out there for... Marty Schottenheimer used to talk about this as kind of his cure for whatever, like for not getting too high, not getting too low, is that in the aftermath of a game, he had a midnight rule, which was at 12:01, you were done with whatever it was. You were done celebrating, or you were done, mourning it and
on
being
game
mopey
day.
about it. Yeah, so if they play a game at 3 o'clock, and then it's the midnight rule, then at 12:01, you're done with whatever however you feel about it, and you're on to the next thing. So
for this game, did this game end after?
Brian Schottenheimer said, they asked him, how long do you linger on it? He's like, well, my dad had the midnight rule. He's like, it was kind of difficult for us to employ the midnight rule because, of course, we were still playing the football game at midnight. And so we didn't get the opportunity to have that. But that's they all seem very much, Schottenheimer yesterday very much emphasizing the idea of, hey, I loved the toughness. I loved the physicality. He emphasized two things over and over again: discipline and physicality. He's like, if we play to that level, the amount of physicality we showed in the game, the amount of discipline we showed in the game, then I feel okay about our chances most weeks.
I thought Jason always did a really good job with this, the 24-hour rule, the Victory Monday, whatever. Like game day, you want to have your problems with him, whatever. But I always thought he did a really good job of keeping guys, allow them to celebrate, allow them to be pissed off, but then like literally within 24 hours of the game, we got to get over it.
Yeah, I mean, they have to maximize. If they obviously played on Thursday, but I mean, if they would have played on Sunday, yesterday being Monday, Schottenheimer walked into his press conference at 11:45. He's like, we just finished watching the tape. We're on lunch. When we get out of lunch, we're doing Giants prep. Like you don't have time. You go into work the next day. It's like you have to work. You have to focus on the next thing. I also think it's funny. They started Giants prep at noon, and then we get in the locker room and Tyler Guyton standing up there and he's getting hit with a lot of stuff like, what do the Giants do really well? And I'm just thinking to myself, like, guys, they just turned on the film an hour ago. I don't think he has any clue yet.
So my number one question from the Eagle game and concern and debate, but for the Giant game, by the way, Russell Wilson is going to be starting for the Giants. And Brian Schottenheimer explained yesterday why he was mad at dangerous.
Excited to see Russ. I'm actually mad. I got to reach out to him because Tad over here, my man Tad, he's got on more. So Russ has a shoe brand called Good Man. It's a clothing line, and Tad's got like 9 pair. Show them off, Tad. So Russ, if you see this, I'm losing to Tad. So please send some Good Man shoes. I'm happy to pay, but it'll be great to see him. Seriously, he has like 6 pairs. I'm getting pissed off. Seriously, Russ, I'm getting pissed off. Yeah, I am getting pissed off. And he brags about it he's like, hey, see, check him out.
It's so funny when Schottenheimer say this. He has that pause. And he goes, seriously, I'm pissed off. You can kind of tell like it did annoy him for a second. It was just like, you know what, I'm going to say so. Why are you sending Tad 9 pairs of shoes and I can't get it? And then Tad.
Oh, so he was jealous.
You couldn't hear it in there.
Not mad at Tad for wearing the opponent's brand.
No, it was because Tad even went like right after that. You can't hear it pick up on the mics, but he went in the room and he was like, go ahead, send some more, Russ. I'll take some. And so like Schottenheimer can't even get any shoes sent to him by the guy who let him cook for 3 years.
I will say Tad's style recently, like post-surgery, whoever is dressing him, I don't know whether it's his style. He's from Cleveland, so he probably doesn't have the style. But his wife or whoever is doing it, Tad's been looking sharp. He's been looking smooth
Very
out there.
fresh, clean. Yeah, he's
he looks like he smells great. Looks like a great smelling man. That's how I judge you.
So, as opposed to looking like you smell like
Bobby.
Yeah.
So the 33rd team
great,
put out this tweet, and I had one simple reply and comment to this. This got 1,200 likes for some reason. This blew up, and it wasn't even any hot take. But I need everyone's help in deciphering the Cowboys' pressure and what it was against the Eagles. Here's the stat. Defenses that generated pressure on 40% or more of their opponents' dropbacks in week 1. This did not count last night. This did not count Sunday night Bills-Ravens. Pittsburgh led the way. TJ. I don't even know if it's TJ. I'm just trolling RJ. Pittsburgh, 44%. The Cowboys were second at 42.4% in terms of generating pressure on Jalen Hurts. The Commanders were 42%. The Falcons were 40.5%. And the Denver Broncos, whose defense balled out week 1, at 40%. And all I wrote back to this did not feel like the Cowboys had this much. And this exploded on my Twitter and social media, and I don't know why. You got a lot of people like debating it, and then you had a ton of people agreeing with it. My gut, and Bobby, you did the film review post-Hut Clarity yesterday. My gut feeling, and a lot of people are like, well, why do you think Hurts had all the rushing yards? He was running for his life. That's not the way I remember the game. I remember the game as Hurts drops back. I give more credit to the Cowboys' coverage, or there was just gaping holes in room in front of him. He wasn't necessarily running for his life. Like Caleb Williams last night and those yards he picked up, I thought he was running from pressure more than Hurts was against the Cowboys defense. So when it comes to the second half adjustments and shutting down Saquon and like 6 straight runs for a yard and the Cowboys defense giving the offense a chance, and maybe I'm just being too pessimistic and I'm a scarred Cowboy follower, I'm remembering more the first half of the defensive performance, and I'm worried because of that. I'm remembering more Cowboys first half D versus adjustments. Props to Eberflus and the crew for fixing and adjusting, but I got to see more weeks of a Cowboys run defense being stout and solid before I believe. So help me out with that on the fan text, Franklin Injury Attorney text line, 877-881-1053. Makes sense of the pressure rate and whether we should be believing and thinking more of the Cowboys first half versus second half D.
Well, I mean, look, to me, the first half D, the second half, obviously a lot of the second half stuff comes after the delay. A lot of it does.
Yeah.
You know, you're talking about a quarter and a half.
Yeah.
You know, you get to make an hour's worth of adjustments. So I do think that actually kind of holds water because that's what you might more look like into the future, right? You get a little chance to adjust. You don't get it.
Well, I mean, you knew what the Eagles' offense was the entire offseason.
Sure.
So why didn't that happen in the first half?
Well, because I think you don't know what your defense is yet, especially without Micah. You know, my question is, you know, what to me is more concerning, the first half defense or the second half offense? The second half offense did nothing.
Yeah.
Like, did they?
Yeah.
After the Sanders,
but I'm blaming a lot of that on Lamb. Lamb killed 2 drives at least.
Yeah.
So my answer is I'm believing we have the Cowboys more so the Cowboys first half offense and first half defense. Those are my answers to that. But that's going to
be a fun year. That's going to be a fun year.
Yeah.
You know, scored 20 points and a half.
And that's what we thought going in.
Yeah.
That's what we thought going in, that they're going to have to win a lot of shootouts. I hope that it's first half offense, second half defense, but I'm not buying that the defense pressured Jalen Hurts into all his yardage on the ground. But it's the same exact question on the other side.
Yeah, I think the pressure rate, it can be a little squirrely how they define some of it. Like, I just sent Aiden a clip like just now, so I don't know how quickly he'll be able to throw it up on the fan game. But
he's Aiden lightning quick.
No, he is that. But like the example of the very first pressure of the game, they break through, but it looks like a designed rollout from Jalen Hurts. It doesn't look like he's very frazzled on it. And so some of the ways they count pressure as well can be a little bit, I think, technical and not necessarily like based in reality. But
like all I remember thinking was, oh my God, third quarter, finally they sacked Hurts. Finally they got close to Hurts with Nealon and Sam Williams. But there was a reason everyone throughout the first half was making their typical easy, low-hanging fruit Micah joke of, oh man, you really would need a fast edge rusher right now. It'd be awesome if you had someone to chase down the quarterback, because I don't feel like they were getting pressure.
Yeah, no, they in fact, their first registered pressure was in the second quarter. It was with 11 minutes left in the second quarter. So they clearly were not doing anything early on in this game. I think that a large reason for their pressure was because Eberflus decided to blitz. Like, to me, there's hope you can take in the way that the defense played in the second half. There you go. There's the pressure right there, Sean. That was the first one of the game right there on the fan cam. That's, as you'll see, like, it's not that big a deal. Like it was just, it was a designed rollout, basically. It was a boot, and you had the defender come around and he just circled around. It was, but that counted as a pressure. So some of those ones are going to be very technical. But I think that because schematically they were different in the second half, and it wasn't just, hey, they had the same game plan and it just broke through in the second half, and you know, they wore them down, or the game plan changed for Philadelphia. Like, Eberflus adjusted and said, all right, I need to do this to generate pressure. I need to do this. And it's one of the better offensive lines in football. So I don't know. I think that we'll have a better idea of what they are this week. But
so mix and match, play the game of the offenses and the defenses.
I don't think the defense can get home rushing force. So they have to scheme it up. That's what it looked like in this first game anyway. So I think the offense is who we saw in the first half. I think the defense is
a little better than the first half.
Yeah, like it's not quite in between the first and second half. It maybe tilts a little more to the second half. But like in terms of the pressure, like the ability to pressure the quarterback, overall, I think this defense is going to be a problem this year. I don't think they're going to be
a bad problem.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be very good.
Look, again, I could deal with I'd much rather the defense be bad and the offense be great, than the defense be great and the offense be bad. Then you're getting into just some unwatchable games.
Okay, put RJ Choppy's entertainment interest aside.
Well, I know what this is. I mean, sports is entertainment.
No, it's about winning. It's about winning first. Like, that's what we're covering and we're talking about here. The Dallas Cowboys winning, trying to win the division, trying to win the championship.
Yeah, that's the goal. That's the goal of the team. Yes, and as a fan, you want to win too.
Yeah.
You would. It's about like
a Dallas Cowboy fan right now wants to win first over entertainment.
Of course, you want to win first, but like sports is entertainment.
Yeah,
sports entertainment number one. Number one is entertainment. Like
why don't you want the Rangers? Like, you want the Rangers to pitch like they've been pitching, though, right? Like, you don't want them to just slug and be bad.
What do you mean?
Like you've enjoyed watching the Rangers pitch.
It's tough watching the offense.
It is tough watching the offense, but do you enjoy this team better now than you would if they were giving up 10 runs a game?
As we get to September and October, yes, and as we get to January football, right. But like when you got a long season ahead, like you want to be able to.
Yeah, all I'm saying is if you ran a poll question and people said you could have 11 wins averaging 20 points a game, or 8 wins averaging 30 points a game, everyone would pick the lower points and the higher wins.
I assume so. Yeah, I assume you're right. Yeah.
So mix and match the offenses and defenses
in terms of like
what you think they are after 1 week.
I think the offense is good.
All right, so first half offense you're taking versus second half offense,
right?
And then mix and match.
I think the defense is. I don't think it's as bad as it was in the first half. I don't think it's going to be that bad. It's probably, I don't want to say more in the middle. It's kind of going to be leaning more towards bad than really, really good. They're not going to shut teams out for an entire half, I don't believe. So I would say it's more towards the first half, but it's not as bad as the first half.
Pepe, which defense are the Tolos believing in?
801, that is. Cowboys are always a win-first team. If I want entertainment, I'll watch the other games. 214 says, they only had 150 yards passing, and half of Hurts' runs were created by previous holds or obvious holds. And then 314 says that taking a second extended halftime with the weather-related mess with both teams' offenses.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up. What else is on the confidence or concern Cowboy list, RJ?
Hang on a second. Let me pull this up real quick. So the Lamb drops. Okay. The running backs after Javonte Williams. Okay. After you get past Williams, how concerned are you about the Sanders speed, the Sanders fumble, whatever you want to talk about, and then the blue, and then the work ethic, that conversation that we had?
All right, so which one are we starting with?
Let's start with that one, with the running backs after Javonte.
I'm concerned. I'm as concerned with the running backs as I have been all offseason.
Yeah,
I don't think they're very good. If the Cowboys can block it up, if their offensive line can be really good, that obviously will help things a little bit. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even say that I'm confident in Javonte.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not throwing a Javonte parade that RB1 is solved.
It's not solved. I feel I was more impressed with him than I expected to be.
I think we all were
early on. It didn't end as well as we had hoped, but I was more impressed with them early on. So I would say that I'm obviously got more concern with them. But again, with Javonte himself, I'm not thrilled either.
I'm not saying I'm not thrilled. I don't think it's long-term solved.
Long-term solved.
So game 1 was a nice surprise, but I don't think they're set at running back.
Week 11 is the starting running back here?
Yeah. This is their group. I think this is their group.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. CD's drops.
No issue. Confidence.
None?
I mean, he might have another big one during the course of the year. He's going to drop some footballs, like he's a football player and a receiver. He's not going to have 0 drops the rest of the year, but I'm not worried about this scarring him or this being a mental thing. I have full, supreme, total confidence in CeeDee Lamb.
Yep, not going to linger. I think I think he has shown pretty consistently the times during his career when adversity hits for whatever reason, stuff that he does or stuff that he's in a bad position and it affects him. I think he's shown consistently he bounces back almost immediately.
Yeah, I don't buy into he has the most drops in the league. I mean, he's got top 5 targets in the league, top 3 targets in the league.
And Stephen Jones yesterday on KNC was asked if he was happy with CD's accountability after the drops.
I expect nothing less from CD. He's a class act. He does everything the right way. He busts his ass every day in practice. And I know one thing, he's going to make a whole lot more plays to win us games than he doesn't. So I have 100% confidence in what he stands for. Doesn't surprise me a bit. That he was back on his day off on a jugs machine. He's driven to be great, and that's why we love to have CD on our football team.
Steven replay brought to you by our friends at Window Nation.
This one kind of ties into what we talked about with the offense, but this is more specific. They did not get into Eagles territory after the Sanders fumble. Again,
what do you mean?
Like after the fumble, right?
Mm-hmm.
The next 3 drives, the remaining 3, they didn't get into Eagles territory, or far enough to be in, I should say, field goal range.
And past the 50?
It's basically field goal range, like so past like the 40, right? Is there any concern with that? That's basically your final 3 drives.
Little bit of concern, but we answered the first half versus second half offensive question earlier. And again, how many drops did Lamb have for first half versus second half? I feel like there was one going right to left where he had a drop that on a third down that killed a drive.
First half was 1. He had 1 drop, and then it was the last 2 drives. He had those 2 and a third he should have caught.
Yeah, so I'm not that concerned. I blame CD for that.
Yeah, the drops you have to consider. I'm not,
they did cross the 50 by the way.
Right. By like a yard or 2.
Yeah, I mean they got into Philly territory twice. It looks like.
Yeah, it's field goal range. So you're looking at inside the 40 basically, or around the 40. I guess with Aubrey,
not with Butter Aubrey.
Well, not with him. Not a lot of concern. I guess the question would be, this is crunch time, 2-minute drill, but then you have to factor in the drops. And that's it.
Cowboy concern or confidence here on 105.3 The Fan. Jerry Jones live at 8:30. It's Tuesday, commercial-free, Expressway. We ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number 1, how dare you?
That is right. It is Ask Reddit every Tuesday at this time. We take your answers on the Franklin Injury Attorneys fan text 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. You can also weigh in on the Twitch and the YouTube. This is where we ask the most viral questions from the Ask Reddit forum and kick them around the studio here. RJ Choppy.
All right.
Which ingredient will instantly make you go nope, no matter how tasty something looks?
Sour cream too much mayo, whipped cream, fluffernutter, white gravy.
What scarred you?
Ranch. Anything creamy and white.
What scarred you?
I don't know that I was ever scarred. I never had. My mom never cooked with sour cream. We never had it. I don't remember. Ranch. That's just generic. It's so generic. It's terrible dressing.
So
it just seems like universal creamy and white would be like there's something to that you're like, I reject all.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a block. I'm a texture eater, but I'm also like a color eater. I don't like kiwi. I don't like green.
My in-laws told me I needed to answer this last time we kind of talked about this question. It is tripe.
What?
Intestine.
Ew.
That's in menudo.
Tripe?
That is the famous Hispanic soup, the best hangover dish. I can't eat it. I can't look at it. I wanted to try to surprise and cook it for my in-laws once, see if I could do it, because I've done mole and I was pretty happy with it, but I can't handle it. I can't buy it, touch it, handle it. It looks like a flesh checkerboard. That's what it looks like.
It is the edible lining of a stomach.
Yep.
And that is disgusting.
Yep. There it is.
Ew.
And so my wife, when I'm making beef cheek or other things, she's like, no. Or my in-laws would be like, I don't know about that Indian food. I'm like, you're eating stomach lining. You're fine eating stomach lining. It looks like a white sponge. You're eating that. I can't do it. And
So when
say,
you're eating cheek, is this the inside of the cheek or the outside of the cheek?
I have no idea.
Or is it the butt cheek?
It's the face cheek.
It is.
Yep.
I don't know who thought of eating the
Barbacoa.
face cheek. Who thought of eating that?
I don't know. The ingredient that'll instantly make me go nope, cilantro. I hate it.
Really?
I
love it.
Hate it's so
I can see why.
It's so powerful.
Yeah.
No matter what it's in, it's it can be just the smallest bit, and if it's it can be this really complex recipe or whatever else. When I take a bite, I'm going, all I taste is the cilantro. That hits me first before anything else. It's just so aggressive and overpowering. Peyton, what ingredient makes you go nope?
Real quick, 469 says cottage cheese, 214 says ginger. Mine is, and I know, cue up the sounds about white draw, but it's beans for me. It always has been. Beans is just, it ruins the meal. Now, I've been able to eat it, I guess, technically, if my order gets screwed up, I'm not going to give the meal back to the waiter and throw it back to the chef or whatever and get a new one, but it's beans for me.
You do them all equally? So kidney beans, black beans, pinto beans, they're all the same.
They're all the same.
I love black beans.
Baked beans? No?
No, I've tried it with the bacon cut up. You put bacon in there, maybe a little bit. I'll pass on it.
I think baked beans are very fantastic. Black beans are great. I love them. All right, Peyton, ask right here on 105.3 The Fan. What was the first thing that made you sports cry?
The Mavs 2011 championship. I mean, that was the first championship. I know the Stars won in 99, so technically I was born then, but I didn't get to see it. But it was the Mavs winning. Finally seeing a team in my liking win a title.
I love the Bills growing up because they had the Warriors offense. I know the Bengals had it, but no one remembers Cincy with the no huddle. I think Jim Kelly, K-Gun, first book I read. So I think when they lost probably their third straight, it was probably the first, that Cowboys Super Bowl. When they lost their third straight, they lost to the Giants. I was too young to really get in. It was a close game. They got demolished by Washington. And then probably the destruction. I think I probably remember tearing up over that as the first sports cry.
I don't have one that comes to mind. I know,
you cry more as an adult sports cry than as a kid.
Absolutely.
You had the Masters getting canceled. That was your first one.
Well, yeah. So I don't think it's an on-field moment. Like when Manning retired his speech, I kind of teared up, right? So it's more I would tear up at moments of finality, not actually on the field, but my dad. I saw my dad start to tear up when Mickey Mantle died, and I saw my dad start to cry. So I had a little moment too. Myself, just me and my own thoughts, watching an old man cry. But yeah, I think when Manning retired and that speech he had with Denver.
We are getting a ton of answers here on the fan text. 214, 2016 Cubs World Series win. 469, Romo fumbling the field goal snap against the Seahawks. 214, Kobe dying.
This tells you the age
of
a lot of our audience, by the way.
972, Dirk crying on the court during his final game made me cry real tears. A lot of Dirk related answers here on this one.
I did tear up the last sports cry real quick, Bobby. Was the Luka when they showed him on the Jumbotron there when they had him first game back in Dallas. That one I teared up seeing him tear up.
That was pretty painful. All right, my answer is the same one that the 214 just put in here. When they traded Juan Gonzalez to the Detroit Tigers, I was I couldn't understand any team building philosophy at that time of just like, well, he may not sign here. You need to get prospects. It still was a dumb trade. You shouldn't have done it, even if Juan ended up not being said. But there was nobody better at the plate, it felt like, from like 96 to 99 than Juan Gonzalez. And when they just trade him out of nowhere, it's like, let's go get Justin Thompson, who's never going to pitch here, and Gabe Kapler, who's going to be here for about a year and do absolutely nothing for you. That one destroyed me. All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. All right, Sean, let's start with you on this one. What is the biggest food disappointment of your life?
Biggest food disappointment?
Yeah, so like a restaurant that didn't live up to what your expectations were. You were going to try a meal for the first time and you went, oh, this is not what everybody told me it was.
I was disappointed in Dave Portnoy's Boston pizza suggestion because I love watching the pizza reviews, and I went to his number one, which you've been to, John's of Bleecker. And I was
Very
like,
good.
This is amazing. This is incredible. So all of his suggestions, I'm just going to trust his food taste. There's a place in Garland who serves Connecticut-style pizza. I thought he scored it perfectly. But I went and tried this Boston one, and I was really, really disappointed in that. He did put a disclaimer that was kind of his childhood pizza, so he's probably throwing those memories on it a little bit, and that favored the points and the scoring. I also ordered something called the bacon rib. I put in all this time to find this thing. It is a pork rib with pork belly like on top of it that you get to taste like bacon, and you cook it as a rib. And I'm checking all these places and purveyors and researching it, and took like 7 to 10 days. I'm like, all right, this is a fatty rib. So I spent all this money, all this shipment, all this time, all this planning, and that was disappointing.
Boy, 214, this must be Broadus texting in when they said Salt Bay's restaurant.
Yes.
Ooh.
I think it closed.
Oh, it did?
I think it closed here. I didn't pay that bill, but second most ridiculously overpriced restaurant experience in DFW. The other is a 3-letter steakhouse that was mind-bogglingly a ripoff.
Have you ever
the Salt Bay one? I'm like, why are you going there if he's not there? I was there when he was there, fortunately. Why are you going if he's not there?
Have you ever seen
for Gold Flakes
when Salt Bay comes up around Broadus? It is the funniest thing to watch him get as angry as if like
what?
Yeah, his team just fumbled on 3 straight possessions. He just
why?
I don't know. I've never asked.
What does he say?
He just whatever that hack, that sodium hack,
sodium hack.
He can't. I don't know what it is. He does not like Salt Bay for some reason.
It's permanently closed.
Okay. The answer to this is and it makes sense because Whataburger is the king. Whataburger is the best. When In-N-Out came to Dallas, and there were all these lines, I was like, oh my gosh, I guess I got to try it. And I waited in line for an hour, and then I got the food, and I'm like, what is this? These fries taste like freezer-burned Pringles, and the burger is the most generic thing I've ever eaten in my life.
The burger does taste fresh. You can taste the freshness, but the fries are awful. And the burger's too small.
That's the most common answer we're getting on the fan text right now, by the way, is In-N-Out. Over and over again, In-N-Out. Chop, what's your answer here?
Chicago-style pizza came to mind. It tastes good, but it's just like, I mean, you had to wait an hour.
Yeah.
It takes forever to cook the damn thing.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, the first time I had like a real expensive beef rib, I was just like, man, this thing is just
really.
I just wasn't a fan. I was like, I don't know, just it sits with you. It's just it's too much.
Wow.
Just wasn't a fan. I was like, this is just burnt.
Wow.
Awful meat.
Ooh, I don't like Cordero's answer on the YouTube, and Cordero's a great commenter, but they said Babe's Chicken. I love Babe's.
Right.
Babe's still, I'm obsessed with that and the all you can eat sides. Over on the Twitch, Lasso says prime rib. Shoot Brown says In-N-Out. So we got a lot of answers there. Peyton, what's your answer?
So my answer for this one is Dubai chocolate. Now, don't get me wrong. I liked it. I liked it, but the hype around it, and it made it seem like this was a game changer here. And like I had it, and I was like, I could eat it here and there, but it's not like I'm still going to pick dark chocolate or like Reese's or whatever over it.
Yep.
But it's Dubai chocolate for me.
Yep, that's a great one.
All right, we're doing.
Thanks to the doctor who sent it to us.
We are doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. By the way, that still is the Dubai chocolate thing. We went into a candy store last week with the girls, and they had like signs up like, "So sorry, we'll be back with Dubai chocolate shortly." I don't get it. Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. RJ Choppy, who is the most famous person you've ever met?
I met W once. That ought to be it.
Where?
Over at Vaquero golf course on the driving range.
Shook his hand?
I went up. I didn't shake his hand. He had security. Yeah.
So you didn't meet him?
Well, I walked up. I went like basically right next to him and said, "Hey, what's up, Prez?"
And he acknowledged you?
Yeah,
saw
he
you?
said, "Yeah, I can't do a George. I can't do
No,
a George
please do.
impression.
Please finish that.
I can't do a George impression, but
does that count, or does it have to be like a definite one-on-one?
I think you need to at least like a handshake or like a hello, like words need to be exchanged, or a handshake, or like, can I get a picture? Like that'll count, but you can't just like kind of. I don't think you can just see them.
It.
Yeah,
hey.
Yeah, I can't be like that.
Like I didn't count Jerry Jones when I talk to him every week on this station.
Yeah.
You know, I don't count that as me meeting.
I was
him.
closer than I am to Peyton to him, and I just like said a few words like just back to him. Now I did shake his hand in 2000 because we went to all the both candidates came to Knoxville, and I was in like a political science class, so we all as a class decided to go. So we saw Gore and we saw W and put our hands out, and then George grabbed my hand. So I shook his hand there,
okay,
and then I met him. I don't know. That's two instances.
I don't know if I've met anyone one-on-one more famous than Jerry.
That's so high up there.
Like Michael's my bucket list. No Shaq, no actor. Could it be someone like a Super Bowl guest? Who's the biggest actor we've gotten at the Super Bowl?
Didn't you guys get Ryan Reynolds one year?
No, it wasn't us. Usually they go on the later shows, like Jesse Pinkman.
Yeah.
I think probably Jerry Jones.
I think
I think of a politician.
A lot of my answers would be politicians. So it's Bush, it's Cheney, it's stuff like that. But when I start thinking about like, all right, what about celebrities or big time? I don't know.
A musician or someone coming in studio?
Who's bigger to you, George Strait or Tyson?
Ooh.
Because they're very
probably
different.
Tyson.
I think Tyson's probably a bigger cultural impact. Here within Texas, I think
Texas,
people would say George Strait.
Yes.
So I don't know, it's one of them, George Strait or Tyson.
Yeah. What major comedians do we have? We had
Theo Vaughn. Like we had Theo Vaughn, and I don't know. We had him a couple of times.
Yeah.
He was awesome, incredible. And now he's a global rock star.
Yeah.
Superstar.
Yep. So.
But Theo Vaughn's not bigger than Jerry Jones.
I wouldn't think so.
Gosh, they need to let Theo interview Jerry. Can you imagine how great that interview would be?
His interview with the Amish kid is hilarious.
Ask Reddit every Tuesday at this time, commercial free with a PBR ticket giveaway today and the rest of the week here on Sean and RJ. Why Bill Belichick needs to quit and retire right now, and the ESPN personality that I think is about to be done and gone. That's next. Jerry at 8:30, all coming up here on The Fan. But we got...
105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here, Tolo Tuesday edition. Thanks for joining us on Sean and RJ with Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, 105.3 The Fan. The debut of the Jerry Jones Show 2025 edition at 8:30 on DFW Sports Station. You rubbing your hands together?
Yeah, we haven't talked to Jerry in a while. It'll be fun.
I hope it's a fun season. Yesterday,
hope it's not like October, 16th or whatever it was.
Yesterday, Steven with KNC. Did you listen to that?
Yeah, Steven. I don't know. Steven, the last probably 2 years. I mean, it may be longer than that, but I feel like definitely the last 2 years, he's definitely more just stoic when he does those interviews. Jerry, I will say after the game the other day,
he didn't want to talk about Micah at all yesterday.
He didn't. When the Micah question came up about trade capital, didn't want to talk about that. Didn't want to talk about the specifics in terms of Jalen Carter. And there's something else I think where he was like, Tyler Smith and his potential contract negotiations. Didn't want to get that, which totally cool, get it. But I mean, it's just he's going to be a lot more stoked. Jerry, after the game in Philly on Thursday, he was sad for Brian Schottenheimer, but he seemed, I think, generally upbeat about what he saw. So I think we're going to get good mood Jerry today.
Okay, we have an update on Bill Belichick. The story was that he banned Patriot personnel from attending UNC practices. It's like, yo, man, you trying to get your kids scouted? And Bill was asked, is this actually true after they got their first win of the season over Charlotte?
Yeah, well, no, it's clear that I'm not welcome there around their facility, and so they're not welcome in ours. Pretty simple.
That's it. Confirmed it. Mike Vrabel yesterday said, as far as I know, he's welcome. Like, he came to Brady's ceremony. Robert Kraft said he intends to build a statue of Bill when Bill is done coaching, and a source close to Bill, I guess, told ESPN, no, it's just a feeling. We get an unwelcome feeling. There's no strict ban, probably. You're not allowed on the grounds. We're not cool with you. Bill can't get over that documentary.
Yeah.
He cannot get over that documentary. Took a shot at Robert Kraft's kid even. In college, you don't have to deal with an owner or the owner's son. So this has gotten ugly, but it got worse yesterday.
Yeah, Albert Breer in his, Monday morning quarterbacky thing, talked about this, and he went into a little bit more detail. But, he was a little bit surprised that he would actually admit this. But he did say that the real damage here is to Bill's own players and the program he's trying to build, and it's not just the Patriots that it's touching. So there are, breaking news, exclusive, 32 NFL teams. Patriots are one of them. There are 31 others. Math. And according to staffers and other people around the National Football League, it is impacting the other 31 because those other 31 are only allowed at portions of the practices. And that's limited how much teams can gather on the players they're trying to evaluate as NFL prospects. An AFC scouting director texted him and told Albert, honestly, nobody's mad about UNC being a crappy visit. They don't have players. They're not talented. But the only people who are going to suffer are the seniors who might be late-round guys or undrafted free agents. When we don't have ample background and they're late-round UDFA guys, we just move on to another player with similar skills that we know more about.
Wow.
And that is going to destroy his any chance he has of rebuilding this program. That's a major hit.
Who is the college coach he's most frequently associated with and considered Saban? And when you talk to NFL scouts and just go like, okay, well, did Saban operate this way? Was he really difficult with teams? No. They would say Saban was the friendliest coach in all of college football to NFL teams that wanted to come in. In fact, I remember one time a scout told me they were saying at Alabama, if you wanted to bring a sleeping bag and sleep on the practice field overnight, Saban would let you do it.
Yeah.
Like he was that, like, just what do you need? What access do you want? Talk to the guys. So, because that also matters in recruiting. These guys want to go to the NFL.
That's how he got his players.
Bill's saying we are the 33rd team.
Every move Belichick makes is like
been a disaster.
I have no idea what he's doing.
It's been a disaster. It's going to end up being a disaster. If I'm in charge of North Carolina, if I'm the athletic heads up there, I'm full of regret.
Yeah, it's tough because, like, listen, if you're sitting here, and the quickest way for Bill to become a competitive football team is to get transfers.
Yep.
Right? Transfers. Go look at the people who have transferred. Like, like Carson Beck transferred to Miami. Why? He wants to help us draft, right? Cam Ward transferred to Miami. Why? Help us draft. All these guys transfer to get playing time. John Mateer transferred, help us draft, right? Go play for Oklahoma as opposed to Washington State. When you get these guys, why would they go transfer to you if you're going to basically
cut off their league access?
Cut off their access.
Blind, not allow eyes to be upon you. If I'm at North Carolina, I have to call him in and tell him everyone has access. You have to grant access to everyone. If they have that power, they may not have the power to tell them that.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing that if the way this whole thing has been set up, it sounds like every article that we get, they're more distressed at the influence Jordan Hudson has. They're more distressed at, okay, what exactly did we pay for here? That was a ton of money for that school to end up putting forward. Because I mean the amount of money that they put there. There was an article the day after the big loss to TCU from the News and Observer, like one of the main papers there around the area, and they just destroyed it. They said for its millions upon millions, North Carolina got sold a bill of goods. You like that pun, Choppy?
I do.
But they talked about how UNC coughed up millions. This was a ton of money that they had to be convinced to hand over, and they need something better than this because this was a massive risk, even thinking they were getting the Bill Belichick, and getting this is not acceptable.
So they got a win this weekend. They beat Charlotte 20-3. Charlotte, now you want to use the transient property or whatever. Charlotte lost to App State 34-11 the week before. And you squeak by them. 23 is not a squeak by, but it's also like, all right, that's not an impressive victory. You should be beating Charlotte as a Power 5 team by more than 17.
Did they have balloons at the press conference after for his victory?
I didn't notice that one. I didn't notice the balloons. But it's not good. It is not good.
Did Saban do something else yesterday to tick you off?
Saban does something to tick me off just about every day. Like, Nick Saban has now flipped the conversation. He is now trying to completely just change the meaning of words and change the way we discuss things. He went on with Pat McAfee, and he was talking about how NIL and different things have obviously evolved with the game of football and college football specifically. And when talking to Pat McAfee, he said, we always talk about that. I never think about it. I just look at the teams, but there's a rivalry between the Big Ten and the SEC. It can't be denied. And he said, I think that the SEC was the SEC because of the culture in the South. There wasn't professional football in the South for a long time. Nobody related to the colleges. Well, now that doesn't matter. And he says that in terms of the NIL, he says that geographic advantage that the Southeastern Conference may be changing a little bit now with the different culture, with the NIL and the money involved in decision-making. I think that's created a bit of an edge for the Big Ten. Dude, shut up. Like, you guys have been the cultish SEC for so long, and now you're just trying to go, like, money being allowed kind of gives the Iowa Hawkeyes a benefit when you think about it, when recruiting against Alabama or Georgia or Florida or Texas.
Wait, is that false?
Up, Nick. Yes, that's false.
It's not false.
Iowa gets no advantage.
Iowa,
that's the Big Ten. That's Big Ten as hell.
So the SEC, what has happened here, and I was talking to our boy Dave Bartu about this.
Feinbaum had an aneurysm reading this.
Is there's more money, alumni, Fortune 500, there's more money in the Big Ten than there is in the SEC. That's just...
The budgets are bigger in the SEC.
The budgets, yes, but I'm talking about from the NIL perspective.
The NIL money being spent is bigger in the SEC.
As a whole. Okay, as a whole.
Uh-huh.
But you're talking about, you got your Ohio States, Michigans, those are massive alumni bases with tons of cash. So they're both like Texas. All right, Alabama, Ole Miss, they don't have the funds to be able to keep up with it. The SEC is deeper. The Big Ten is top heavy. There's a difference. So the Big Ten, you should suspect, the SEC does not have a title contender this year right now after 2 weeks.
Speaking of college, Steve Sarkisian was asked if Arch was hurt, and he said, I don't film you inside your bathroom. What the hell does that mean? Plus Jerry Jones at 8:30, all next on The Fan. But first, let me go ahead and get you set up.
Of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and also brought to you by the personal and jewelers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first 214-0817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Jerry Jones coming up at 8:30 this morning. It'll be every Tuesday, the rest of the way Fridays with a KNC masterpiece. Rangers, Diamond Cavs at 9 on your radio home for both. Here with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt. Yesterday, Steve Sarkisian was asked about this grimacing face that Arch Manning has been making while throwing. I need some help translating this Sark response.
Arch Manning seemed to be having some throwing pains by the
According to
quarter.
who?
Arch.
Arch said that to you?
No.
Oh, according to who?
Stop.
It just...
All right. That reporter, bad job to start off. Arch, it's according to Arch. Arch told you
Arch
that?
said that to you? Yeah, the surprised look on Sark's face.
Yeah,
was
but
like,
the reporter wasn't...
accurate?
It wasn't accurate.
Yeah.
No, Arch didn't tell me. Who
Yeah.
told you? Arch.
Arch.
He told you that? No.
Yeah, it was clearly like he was trying to say like, well, Arch's face told us that, and it was a bad way to say it.
All right, let's hear the whole thing.
Arch Manning seemed to be having some throwing pains by the
According to
quarter.
who?
Arch.
Arch said that to you?
No.
Oh, according to who?
It just looked like he was...
He doesn't have any.
Is there an explanation to why it looked like that?
I don't know. I've never filmed any of you guys when you're using the bathroom, so I don't know what faces you make when you're doing that.
Is Arch pooping on the field?
I was going to say, is he saying that his facial expressions was because he's crapping his pants on like that's why he was making the face?
The Dion Depends setup on the sideline?
You never know, right?
This one took me a second.
Yeah, he's I guess he said, look, you guys are trying to squeeze it out there in the bathroom. So what kind of faces do you make? But
then Bro Bible did an article on Manning grimace face.
This was the biggest reach I've ever seen. Arch isn't in pain. He's just a Manning.
Yep.
And that's what it was. And they showed photos of Arch throwing with his face and then Eli throwing with the same squeeze face.
You know?
The difference is that the Eli and the Peyton photos are when their arm is like back, and the Arch photo is when he's completed his follow through.
Yep.
Like they're trying to get
it's the tennis grunt. Yes.
That's what they're trying to do, right? And then Arch is grimacing after he threw. That's the question.
Yes.
That's a concern. Oh, by the way, it didn't help that the very video that we saw, that ball traveled about 11 yards shorter than it should have. At the feet of a slant route, 10 yards down the field.
I don't care what Sark says. There's something wrong with him. Because, I mean, this is the same thing. They never would own up to Quinn being hurt. Quinn Ewers was hurt the last 2 years, and they would never. There were a couple different points where they'd say, all right, there was an injury here. Obviously, he missed games. But when he would come back, if he was bugged, Quinn was hurt all last year. All last year, he was in pain, and they didn't talk about it. No, Quinn's fine. Same thing the year before that. Or was it 2 years ago, where he hurt his shoulder against Alabama? And it was like the rest of the year he wasn't right, and he was hurt, and you could tell something was wrong. And they just the whole time were like, "What are you talking about?"
Arch said that to you?
Yeah, Arch said that to me. Sark is he's developed a reputation of, I'm going to lie about my quarterback's health consistently, and I would imagine this is the same thing.
Very unlikable response. You know, I want Arch to succeed for the hype factor, but just another reason to dislike Texas and their entire sports program and fan base. Paul Feinbaum, looking and sounding stupid, anointing Arch as the next Tim Tebow after week 1, was asked if he's still on board.
Okay, I'm in, and I know the critics are going to ridicule me, but I don't care anymore, guys. I am staying with Arch Manning. He has not been perfect, but the Heisman doesn't get voted on until December, so let's quit all this. He's out of the Heisman race after a bad loss. He can come back. I think yesterday was exactly what he needed, and keep your eye on him. Remember that name, Arch Manning.
So there he is. Feinbaum staying on board.
Dig it in.
We have to talk about the Syracuse running. Syracuse was running sprints on the field after a 27-20 overtime win over UConn. They were down 17-6 midway through the fourth and also allowed a game-tying field goal in the final seconds. And after pulling it out, their head coach has them running in front of the cameras, in front of the fans, back and forth on the field. Do we like this or roll our eyes?
This is the winners get washed. Fran Brown, the same Fran Brown who is paying for his son to go to school there, and so he gives a scholarship to somebody else. He's made a lot of good steps. I don't know. This is fans are going to love this. Like the Syracuse fans will love this, right? But the rest of us will roll our eyes at it. That's kind of how it is. I don't know. Like doing this, it's very Herb Brooks.
Yeah, people loved when Schottenheimer made them run at training camp. We love the movie character coach.
I think there's plenty of, I don't know. There's so many of the whole winners get washed thing from last year where he says, as a reminder, he doesn't shower after they lose because he's so depressed, so that he can't even sleep in the same bed as his wife because he refuses to reward himself with a shower. He's this Syracuse version of Joe Mazzulla, basically trying to I don't like this trend we're getting of all these Mazzulla-like coaches that are like, oh, I'm gonna make my mark here. But yeah, doing it in front of the cameras on the football field, that is very clearly look at me.
Yes. If I was a player, I'd be embarrassed over that.
You're embarrassed. You really are embarrassed. Now, that was the goal. The goal was to embarrass his players,
but also to show everyone this is how much I care.
I'd still play at Syracuse before I'd play at North Carolina, though.
Yeah. Yes.
I mean, Syracuse after about Thursday of this week is going to be uninhabitable for the next 6 months.
Yeah.
Belichick won't let you see his players. Fran Brown is letting you see his players all the time. After the game, on the field, running. Like, he's giving scouts a great look.
The Syracuse weather won't allow you to go ahead and fly in.
Can't get there.
Your previous favorite coach at Arizona State, this could have been the ending of the weekend against Mississippi State.
What an ending. What an ending. You had the walk-off, the essentially a complete broken and busted coverage.
Yes.
At the very end. And there was a completely preposterous situation for you to be in, and how you they did a blitz. They did an all-out blitz of that one play, and Blake Shapen out of nowhere. Mississippi State, this is a bad loss to the Big 12 because Mississippi State's not a very good team. At least that was the thought going in. But this also speaks to the road environments. The road environments are just that good in college athletics. It's so difficult to go on the road and win. And that's why they're trying to get more road teams. That's why neutral sites are so popular for week 1. Nobody wants to play on the road.
Little college football kegger here on Sean and RJ. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Back to the Rangers with Diamond Cavs at 9. Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com at 9:20. We'll finish up Ask Reddit with KNC and Crosstalk. But next, the 2025 debut of the Jerry Jones Show, running 15 years strong. Jerry joins us live on Sean and RJ next.
got to forget something else to remember the Uber Eats numbers.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady? What was it? Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens. I just said that.
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Show here on DFW Sports Station, 15 years strong on Sean and RJ. Now we got Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, and we have the main subject right here. Jerry Jones is brought to you by your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Jerry, good morning. Welcome back to another year.
Man, it's good to be on with you, and you're saying it just right. How about this? We've got another year coming up, and isn't it exciting? It really is. I don't know when I've enjoyed yesterday anymore. I don't know why. It just seemed like we had the time to look at all those games, and it seemed like every one of them were pertinent to a reflection on where we are, where the league is, and it was an exciting day yesterday to watch those games, and came in pretty enthusiastic off of the way we played in Philadelphia.
Brian Schottenheimer said he watches the red zone like I do. I'm absolutely obsessed with that football package. How do you take in all the games? Do you have a lair? Do you have a Jerry cave with 12 TVs? Do you watch the red zone, or you just have to focus on one game at a time?
No, I don't have a particular place that I watch it, but I often watch it at the same place I work, which is at a big kitchen table with a bunch of stuff spread out on it. And I've got that television where I can really watch it there. And, I use Red Zone. And then, like yesterday, we were particularly zeroed in on the Green Bay game. Sunday, particularly zeroed in on that game. And, of course, that game with the Giants in Washington. And so those I'll switch off that Red Zone a little bit and zero in on those games.
Jerry, how did you feel about your team's performance overall against the Eagles last Thursday?
I was pleased with how we played, and I thought that in particular, I thought that Dak had one of the best games that I've seen him play. Now, we all are aware that, and I don't know why I bother to say, we all know there's no consolation in a loss, and but I felt very strongly that we had a chance to win that game at Philadelphia's home, which would have been a triumph coming in off of their celebration of their Super Bowl. So I felt great about that. I felt really, really, really good about the way our offensive line played. I think that bodes well for as we start down this season. And I really like what we did moving those guys around. And I'm talking about how our offensive line was physical, and we had some holes there. For the running backs, shame we got that fumble, but that's part of it, I guess. And then I thought Dak had really good ball placement and gave us a chance to beat a really good team at home, at their home. And that's pretty good.
Jerry, what stood out to you from Brian Schottenheimer's debut?
Oh, I thought he had the team ready, prepared. We didn't see anything there that got us disjointed as a team. I thought he gave us a chance to the plan, the preparation gave us a chance to win that game. That's what we asked for. Be in it at the end and get a chance to win it at the end. I thought he did a great job, and of course he's calling the offensive plays too. I thought he handled that really well. No surprise that he handled it, but I thought the combination of the game plan, executing the game plan as well from the head coaching position, as well as calling the game offensively was an A.
Jerry, it was a tale of two halves. The first half defense, you didn't really get any stops. The second half offense didn't really do anything in terms of production of points on the scoreboard. Is there one that you walked away with a little bit more concerned with than the other?
No, I liked both of them had some improvement, of course, but both of them had some things that the positive overweighs the negatives. I thought we did a good job against a good team offensively, and had ourselves in a position to, like I said, win the game. We didn't make some plays at the end that we can expect to make, and that's where I get my solace right there. On defense, they're a solid team that uses that quarterback to run that ball, and really, I thought under the circumstances, we made our adjustments and played a good second half.
Jerry Jones joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Jerry, what did you make of CeeDee Lamb's struggles in the second half and then his response to it during the practice week so far?
Well, I just look at each play on its own rather than look at a group of plays, because nothing in his background or any place suggests that he can't catch the football. And so I just look at each one of them, and without getting any way here, they just haven't ever made a receiver that doesn't have a drop. But he just got 2 or 3 there at the wrong time and in succession there. So that doesn't concern me generally about whether CeeDee Lamb can catch the ball. It was unfortunate because at that particular juncture, we could have had some better offense in the second half had we made those plays late.
Jerry, I wanted to ask you about Spitgate, and this goes back to your days at Arkansas. I saw that they played their final game at War Memorial, where you played a bunch of games at in Little Rock. But do you remember anybody getting spit on when you were playing? Was it like a common thing back then?
No, but spitting was very common. As a matter of fact, one of the things I remember about football was early days of football of a year, you didn't get water, and so you had to remember lemons that you stuck in the webbing of your helmet. And they didn't give you water at practice, or just that was the vogue thing, and that was the thing that people thought was the way to get in shape. But I can remember all sorts of things going on with sucking lemons and all the kinds of things that go on. But let's get right to what we're talking about. We're talking about a gesture of disdain, or a gesture that it's meant to incite. That's what we're talking about here, not the actual spitting, in my mind. And so obviously there's no place for that, and they paid a heck of a price. That is their best defensive player. They got to sit that game out. That's as strong as it gets on deterring that kind of behavior.
Jerry, did you have an opinion on whether there should be further punishment, on whether Carter deserved more suspension time?
I don't. There's a big emphasis this year that we specifically focus and address anything that looks like behavior that we don't want associated with the field. That's one of them, of course. And so it wouldn't surprise me either way because it paid a pretty high price for not having him in the ballgame.
Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones joining us here on Sean and RJ on 105 through the Fan. Jerry, how did you feel about the performance of the pass rushers that you guys are expecting to step up in the wake of Micah Parsons' departure?
Well, overall, we got a pressure out there of about 42.5%. That was one of our strongest games in a long time on the pressure that we had against Philadelphia. That's good. That's real good. If we can continue that up and continue in our play style, our scheme of those linebackers do a good job of filling those gaps. I really like the way we played on the interior. We've got a really exciting look inside that I'm excited about with our big ends, Keeneland and Sam Williams. Thought they really did a good job in the pressure area. And then, of course, Kenny Clark played lights out. He actually, him and Dak made the highest grades on the team as far as how they graded out. And he deserved that kind of grade. And then we've got Jay Toya, who I'm real excited about, from UCLA. And, of course, Osa and Solomon, all those guys played well in there. And you can look forward to them playing well in the scheme that I think we're going to have real improvement in our pressure.
Jerry Jones.
Real improvement in our run stop. I think we're going to have improvement across the line here.
Jerry Jones with us for the first time this 2025 season here on Sean and RJ, the official home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. What did you think of Micah's Green Bay debut, and were you surprised how he was able to move around out there with the back issue?
Well, again, we're all interested in that game and how Micah played. Not one thing unexpected for me as to how he played. And he's gotten on a good team up there in Green Bay. We're going to get to have him right here, and we'll get a first-hand look at the entire team, not just Micah. So from what I saw of him, I thought he was able to get in there and play without having any influence from his back. And I say that with a straight face, I do. And having said that, wish him well.
Jerry, would you trade
the Cowboys?
Well, yeah, exactly. When you trade a player, any player really, especially one as impactful as Mike or Herschel back in the day, like how long do you follow their production and what they do with their next team? Like how closely do you monitor what he's doing?
If a player has had quite a bit of time with the Cowboys, and he's in the game, I follow him really good, and it gives me a focal point if I'm watching that particular play against two teams that the Cowboys aren't involved in. So I do that quite often with most of our players. And obviously, since I've been involved with the Cowboys, I think it's not an exaggeration, but I think the number's approaching 4,000 players that we've had since I've been involved with the Cowboys, 4,000. And so with free agency and movement, you've had over the years a lot of those players playing on different teams. It's not a bad thing. So, when I see a player, I remember him usually very well and look for him. If I happen to have the information in front of me, I can anticipate by knowing that he's in the game. And we had several players make plays all over the league this past weekend that had been with the Cowboys.
Jerry, there was a reported offer over the weekend that Philadelphia had made in a trade for Micah. Was that a flat no, or was there a counter offer that would have been made?
No counter offer. And to the interest, the thought all along was to see where the interest level was, and that was very important. And from the get-go, that was an effort on our part to chum up interest, and that's a part of what was going on during those months that we were talking about Micah. And as it would happen, as it always happens, once that interest started really peaking, then you started having that phone ring, and that's exactly what the plan was, to see if that phone would ring and the proposition be there enough to for us to make the move. It was always a case of we understand what kind of player Micah is. He's an outstanding player, great player. He's a great player, but if the principle specifically is with our system the way we have it today, if we can get 4, 5, 6 players for one player, that's better for our opportunity to win the thing. And that's what it was about, and it didn't surprise me. We had others call. The closer we got to the time we traded Micah, the more the phone started ringing. And that's what we wanted.
Jerry Jones with us here on 105 Through the Fan. Jerry, a lot of fans were asking about Mozzie Smith and Jaden Blue being inactive on Thursday. What are your thoughts on not having them active for the game?
Well, Blue's kind of had off and on time with us because of injury. And his status may have him ready to go, but he still needs to crack that lineup, and we'll just see how we determine that as time goes along. And the other player was which one?
Jerry,
you said Blue and who?
Mozzie Smith.
And Mozzie, I suspect we got out of there pretty clean. My guess would be that it would look pretty similar to last weekend.
Jerry, you guys, obviously with the Micah deal or the Micah trade, you guys have talked about how you guys have some more flexibility now. You get the Deron Bland extension done before the season. Is your in-house focus now, in terms of extensions, is that focus now on Tyler Smith?
Well, I think it's fair to say we'd like to get Tyler signed, but I wouldn't necessarily say, and maybe I should use the word exclusively on Tyler, but in general, we're constantly looking at areas that we might do some work on the roster, extending those contracts. Now, that's a mouthful. The real world is that there's always work to be done relative to contracts in this day and time on a roster. So to answer that question, you're talking about an ongoing process that is continually talking to players, agents, considering whether we should extend or not. All of that, I can't emphasize enough, is a constant ongoing process. Labor itself, labor being the players, which is a kind of an arm's length way of saying it, but that is a process at the league level that goes on 365 days a year and literally has staffs with the players' union as well as the NFL staffs that would exceed possibly 70 to 100 people that are working every day on labor issues. Carry that right on down to the club, and every day when you're dealing with the number of players you've got, 53 on the roster, and you're dealing with in the teams now in the practice squad, it's a continual thing is working the players. There's hardly a week goes by we don't try out players. And so you don't have a specific day that you're necessarily working on your roster for now or in the future.
Jerry Jones explaining it all right here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Jerry, is it tougher to get a top-of-market deal done versus some of the depth guys? Is it a lot more difficult when you're talking about a Dak, a Lamb, a Micah, and a Tyler with how well he started?
They're rare. Those deals are rare when they're really got that kind of consideration coming and going. Whether it be the player that specifically you're talking about, let's just use Herschel Walker. That's rare air in terms of how those come down. And we were dealing in rare air with Micah. And so those are not hard to do, they're just rare to do. And recognizing because they have a chance to be so meaningful. Notice I say a chance. There's a lot of data on every end of this thing that show those work out and they don't work out. That fits us. It fit us. I'll assure you right now, we don't make that trade unless we think it's in our overall best interest to win and win now. So and again, I'm not trying to be defensive. I'm just trying to be factual. We for weeks and, if you will, months, really months and months, have had some of the result in our minds as we run the Cowboys.
Jerry, asking this for clarification because I don't think we've gotten a clear answer and nothing from the league, but a lot of people and former players have said, oh, it's a CBA violation the way Jerry is doing it. You have to have the agent involved. Can you, and we haven't had any response from the league or obviously any action, can you clarify for us what the rule is and why there is no violation?
There is no violation, period. I have all the authority in the world, and the player has all the authority in the world to negotiate directly with me. There is no equivocation there. Can I work through an agent or an attorney? An attorney can do the very same thing. Do it all the time. It usually ends up a little of both on a pretty high-profile player. But there is no violation. I have every right. The can you imagine if you didn't have the right when you're the one that decides whether to trade him or not? How could you not have the right? And so the point is that there's no equivocation here and been no rule violation. And certainly there's I'm trying to give a third-party affirmation here, but I will 100 times the fine or the penalty. I will 100 times it if I were ever assessed on anything I did with Michael relative to the communication or non-communication with an agent. I'll 100 times it and give it to the Salvation Army.
Wow.
Jerry, last one for you here. We were all really impressed with Trayvon Diggs coming back from the injury, playing well, we felt like, against Philadelphia. He was coming back in kind of a reserve role, though. Is he ready to return to full-time play this week against the Giants?
Well, I think he's ready, yes. And you're talking about Trayvon Diggs?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
Yes, sir.
Diggs.
Yes, he's ready to play.
Jerry, heck of a debut. I know it wasn't the outcome you wanted. Go and get it against the Giants. Thank you.
Well, we watched him play, and it's as it should be. These are tight games. All of them will be.
Jerry Jones, first Tuesday of the brand new season, brought to you by your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas here on Sean and RJ. Immediate instant reaction.
Look, for me, it was about the Philly offer that there was no counter, so it was just a flat no.
Yeah, off the table.
Off the table. So I would have, I would have thought they would have said, hey, you know what? You're Philadelphia, now give us 4 1s.
Right.
Just throw it out there, right? There's no reason not to throw it out there. Now, I guess if you're trading Josh Allen.
Well, the reason is I don't want to face him.
Well, yeah, like if I'm the Bills, I'm not trading Josh Allen in division, but or period. But like the point is, like if you can get double the return.
I can't tell if he was saying, because it was obviously in the context of a longer answer. I'll need to go back and listen to it. It sounded like he was saying Philly was one of the late calls, like that they got them later in the process, because he started talking about when you chum in the water, the phone rings a little bit as you get closer. Yeah. So that sounded to me like that was something that maybe Philly had suggested to them late in the process. But I need to go back and hear specifics. And also,
Glazer reported no AFC teams,
which is odd to me, because Baltimore was a team that kept getting talked about as somebody that teams thought, that's going to be a fit right there.
Think of him.
I don't know their money situations.
Yeah, right. But if you're the Bills, like just on the surface, like that's an over the top.
And I think the big thing that'll probably come out of this is how just definitive he is about, nope, there's nothing that violates the CBA in the way I talked to Micah Parsons.
Is Bruce Bochy working his magic again? The rest of baseball, some throughout the rest of baseball think so. We got Rangers Diamond Cavs on the home of the Rangers, final hour. Sean and RJ, Tolo Tuesday edition.
something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
That's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
A&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
To the set and the pitch. And that ball drilled to deep left field. Churio going back, looking up. It's gone! The first grand slam for the Rangers this season is clubbed to left by Michael Helman. Runs us for everybody. 4-0 Texas.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
I could not be romantic about a Bruce Bochy special. That's possibly what could be coming to a playoff game near you. Knock on Corian that they wind up sneaking in. But your Texas Rangers get the 5-zip shutout over the team with the best record in Major League Baseball, Latz. Another good night. Bobby's raved, but we've all raved about him, really. 5 2/3, 3 hits, 4 strikeouts, 84 pitches. Probably could have finished the inning. Probably could have gone maybe even another inning after that, depending on how many pitches it take to get that last guy out. But that is more than a quality start from a bullpen day.
Michael Helman, the offensive hero, all 5 runs, first Ranger grand slam of the season. And I'll tell you how unknown Michael Helman is. You just type his name in Google, the first 3 pictures, none of them have a Ranger hat. Seattle, St. Louis, and I got some other minor league team. I have no idea who it is. From Lincoln, Nebraska, and the Texas A&M Aggie. Offensively, you got Latz on the mound. Impressive first win against the Brew Crew. What did you think of the crowd yesterday? Because I know you were super impressed with the 35,000 that they announced on Sunday.
It's a weekday crowd. It was pretty disappointing for a Milwaukee team.
I'm just happy that the awareness was there from the Ranger fans to give Latz a very nice ovation when he was walking off. Because you were checking it out on Sunday when Josh Young got maybe the hit of the day. They didn't respond like a great baseball crowd should, but they gave Latz a nice ovation last night.
They did. So it's like,
good job.
There were 35,000 people there on Sunday, I guess, and Young had a big hit, and you see people clapping while sitting. You can't clap and sit. Clapping and sitting doesn't work. Not on a, you want to do that on regular routine ground ball. Clap and sit. This isn't Japan. In Japan, they clap and sit. Very, very, very respectful crowd. Not a lot of cheering. Here, you get a big double, you get a big hit, big game, big series. Get up. I was proud of them yesterday. School night, 20,000. I think we can expect this now the rest of the year. During the week, you're going to get your 20. You get 28,000. You're probably happy, and on the weekends, you hope for 30 to 35. And that's where we sit. But I mentioned earlier a Bruce Bochy special. And ESPN did an article on why each MLB contender can or cannot win the World Series. So you go through teams, and by the way, one thing that's on here, if you just put in 2023 or Rangers, you control F, you find it, right? The 2023 Rangers are littered throughout this. They are like a team that everybody is using to explain why somebody can or can't win the World Series. It's really funny, and I'll explain more of that in a second. But when it gets to the Rangers, they are in the potential spoiler category. So they are on the contender list, but they are in the spoiler category, and it says real or not. Real or not, with Nathan Eovaldi out for the year, the Rangers have no chance. That was the question.
No chance to win it?
No chance to win at all. Real or not?
Real.
Real?
Yeah, it's real.
Real.
Now, they say not real.
And who is this again?
ESPN. Let's see.
Then I know I'm right.
It was David Schoenfield, our guy, right? So he says he's not the only injured Ranger. Simeon's going to miss at least the rest of the regular season with a broken foot. Seager still out. Carter out. Adolis landed on the IL with a quad strain. Eovaldi's been one of the best starters in the bigs. We all know his numbers. 5-0 and 6 starts in the World Series run in 2023. Can you win without your ace? Well, it's happened before. Most recently, some team I like to refer to as the 2023 Texas Rangers. who won the World Series without their ace, DeGrom.
Okay.
Right? Factual.
I mean, yeah, he was gone the entire year. And Eovaldi was like the dude on that rotation.
Yes, he was. The Cardinals in 2011, we don't talk about that very often. Adam Wainwright missed the entire season. The Dodgers won last year without Shohei and without Glasnow, and Clayton Kershaw is basically unable to pitch. So it says not real. And the first line here, I love it. He goes, "This is starting to look like a Bruce Bochy special, isn't it?" The Rangers sneak in. He figures out his bullpen just in the right time. DeGrom and Merrill Kelly win their starts. Seager returns to earn yet another MVP award in the World Series. Never overlook a Bochy managed team in the postseason. The Rangers just have to get in.
Okay, I mean that they have been resilient. They have been scrappy. They've continued to defy. It's funny. They were so underwhelming earlier in the season when they were healthy. Like they were just not playing up to the standard that everybody had for them. And the more injured they get and the more expectations drop, the more they're starting to play up to where they were supposed to be. But I mean, yeah,
give me the playoff rotation for the Rangers if they get in. Give it to me.
DeGrom,
Latz, game 1.
So any 4, DeGrom, Kelly, Leiter, I would say, I guess Latz, right?
DeGrom, Kelly, Leiter, and yeah, maybe Latz.
So how are we feeling about that top 3 or 4 versus the American League? And what else they would throw out there?
Which version of DeGrom am I getting? Am I getting the guy who the last, 10 weeks has been like basically a 4 ERA guy?
His ERA is going to be a 3.2.
So Houston would have Hunter Brown, Fromber, Javier.
Would we say? I mean, is Corbin the 4th? Corbin's really the 4th, right?
Corbin's the 4th.
Corbin's the 4th. I honestly, I don't know. Do you want to throw him out there in a playoff game? Is he too contacty? I don't know. You know what I mean?
I mean, Latz, as good as he's been, and we've all been a fan of his, Latz has not been a big swing and miss guy either.
Well, let's just put the top 3. Let's just do DeGrom, Merrill Kelly, and Leiter. Stack that top 3 up because, well, again, with this freaking Ranger season, Corey Seager will come back and the offense would carry the staff in the postseason, given the way this year's going. But I'm still saying they're not a legitimate championship contender. This still feels like it's being held together by, Velcro and yarn. But I love it. It's awesome, but I can't say they're a championship contender. Even if they get in, you have to tell me that their pitching would overwhelm people like they've done in the regular season when healthy. You got to convince me of that.
Yeah, the Red Sox got a really good top of the rotation, right? And so do the Tigers. What's after Crochet?
Okay.
But
DeGrom, Kelly, Leiter, let's just even keep it in house. That is what? Fill in the blank. That playoff rotation top 3 is...
It's
good. It's not scary,
it's
is it? Stable. That's
stable.
Okay. Stable's not sexy enough for me to be convinced.
Stable's not sexy enough. You've got to look at what else is out there. Like the Red Sox again don't have a. Seattle's got really. You're gonna look pretty poorly against Seattle. The Yankees would have Fried and Rodon. I don't know who the third would be.
For me, like if you're gonna just keep it in house, the Rangers rotation is competitive. That's how I'd probably term them.
Competitive. I makes sense. So I mentioned
I had a dream last night. I slept awful. I stayed up way too late with that game. My son is grinding his teeth in his sleep. I can't take it. It's like chalk.
Dude,
I can't. I have to go in the other room.
I used to when they would grind their teeth in their sleep. My kids would do it at the front of their teeth, and I used to I used to have to put my fingernail between their teeth, just break it up.
Yeah.
Stop doing that.
Yeah, I'm hitting him, and then I'm I should wear headphones. And I had a dream that Bruce Bochy. I was sitting next to Sandler, and Bochy left this pinch hit decision to us, and it was between Juan Gonzalez and Brett Boone was in my dream.
Oh.
And we chose Juan Gonzalez, and Bochy cussed us out. And it was because I think it was old Juan Gonzalez, and we're still, we were still go with the old guy.
I'd let Igor hit now.
You know what I mean? So I had a Bruce Bochy dream, but that article is saying, just get him in.
Just get him in.
Push the buttons.
Now,
Bochy, by the way, he is the Tom Coughlin now of baseball, where it's oh, you're going to be super, regardless, you can't count them out. It doesn't matter if they've been 500. If they sneak in, they might make a run.
So, playing the Brewers right now, and one of the things we talked about is the Brewers not really hitting any home runs. And you had it, they were like 20-something, maybe 20th in home runs, you said earlier. The last 4 postseasons, this is the record for teams that out-homer their opponent in the postseason. 25-2, 22-6, 25-3, 23-8. It is that much of a big deal in the postseason to hit home runs. But I mentioned that the Rangers were littered throughout this. For example, with the Dodgers, they talk about the Dodgers bullpen. Is that going to be a problem? And they said maybe not. The Rangers in 2023 were 24th in bullpen ERA, and that bullpen got really hot for a month. Below, how strong is it to have a number 2? These are the pitchers who started the second playoff game for the past 8 champions, and they go back, right? Nathan Eovaldi, just dominant in that postseason. Talk about the Yankees. The Yankees need Judge to do what Corey Seager did in 2023 for the Rangers. Talking about recent World Series winners in lineup depth, the Rangers had 11 regulars that were above average. The road records, how the Rangers were the only team in recent memory to have a losing road record and still go on to win. And they're talking about that when it comes to Seattle's chances to win. So the 2023 Rangers just littered all over the place here on Diamond Cavs.
Isn't that that seems like a dangerous thing to do, though, is to bank on one of the most unique runs in history. Like, it's the same thing of anybody going like, well, NC State once made it all the way to the championship and won the tournament in the 80s. And the Giants were 9-7. There's always an outlier who every team tries to lean on, is like, that we can be them. We can do that too.
Phillies Karen Dad speaks, or Aroldis Chapman?
Chapman.
I'm
over the Philly family. They got a camping RV. They're going to the World Series. Whatever. They're good.
They are good. This is the most dominant athlete going right now. Of course, it's 1 inning at a time, right? At the max, 1 inning at a time, really. But is he the best at what he is doing right now? He has had 50 straight batters without allowing to hit. That's not quite perfect. I mean, there was a drop third strike, so that's not a perfect game. But he did get 4 strikeouts.
Yeah. It was the drop third strike, but then he ends up with a 4 strikeout inning because of it.
So just wild. He has not given up a run since before we left for Oxnard.
Aroldis Chapman?
Aroldis Chapman. His ERA is 0.98. Again, not allowed to run since July 23rd. Wow. This is an incredible run. 50 straight batters without allowing to hit. Nobody would have predicted this going into the season. People thought, he might be obviously on the downside of his career.
It's amazing. It's historic. It's incredible.
You mentioned
and I don't want to see any Rangers criticism over it not happening here, because you are, and I'm not being sarcastic. I can't tolerate anything negative about Mike Maddox.
No, I agree.
Period.
He's great.
Cole Reagans. Was Reagans here with Maddox?
Yeah, he would have been here.
I'll have to double check. Anyway.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, because he was here at the start of that year.
July 20th.
That might have been Mike's fault. No, I'm kidding.
July 23rd was the last time he allowed an earned run.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Before that, the last time he had allowed an earned run was May 27th. So since May 28th, he has allowed 1 earned run in 4 months, basically.
That's crazy.
It really is.
Is this the best year of his career ERA-wise? It has to be, right?
Yeah. I mean, I remember early on in his career, I think he had a 1-something, but yeah, this has got to be way up there.
This is stupid. This is one of the best, because, we had a year where Gagne never blew a save, right? He had 54 saves or whatever.
Only because the All-Star game and Hank Blaylock doesn't count.
Never run it. Yeah, never allowing a run. This seems like way more dominant.
163, 155, 151. Those are his top ERAs of his career. So this is 0.98 right now.
Diamond Cavs on the home of the Rangers with Sean, RJ, and Roberto here on DFW Sports Station. Game 2 of the Brewers series tonight, 6:30 pregame, first pitch 7 o'clock with Jack Leiter on the mound. We finish up Ask Reddit with KNC Crosstalk at 9:40, but let's see what he took from Jerry Jones on with us 1 hour ago, and what did Kenny Clark have to say about his Cowboy debut? Plus, the Giants are sticking with their quarterback. We talk about all of it with Tommy Yarch. DallasCowboys.com after...
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
your head. I'm not saying this is your team.
By the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-323-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
McCarthy out of the shotgun, milking a 3-point lead. It is a run-pass option. McCarthy takes off to the right, to the 10. Stutter steps at the 5. Touchdown! He's J.J. McCarthy, and he runs for a Vikings touchdown.
It was Caleb Williams early, and then Brian Flores, Kevin O'Connell, and J.J. McCarthy late as the Minnesota Vikings take down the Chicago Bears last night on Monday Night Football. Vikes Radio with the call. Sean, RJ, and Bobby joined by Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. I saw you tweet that the Bears really are a cursed franchise, so more cursed between Chicago or Cleveland?
Ooh, maybe both are the same level of cursed. I mean,
I guess the Cowboys belong in that too.
No, not as much as the Bears. I don't think, because at least the Cowboys have been to the playoffs recently. The Bears, I think the last time was. I don't even remember. Oh, it was the double doink, I think, was the last time they went to the playoffs. Or maybe it was the Saints game where they dropped like 8 passes. But, yeah, man, it seems like with them, every time something looks like it's going great. Like Caleb Williams goes, 10 for 10 to start the game, and they're slicing through a Brian Flores defense. You're like, oh, wow, this might be working out. And then, just utter collapse. And the officials didn't help them, and 12 penalties for like 130 yards is not going to win you football games. But, yeah, I think they're cursed.
Did you take anything from Jerry Jones an hour ago with us?
Yeah, I think one of the bigger things was that he's an NFL red zone guy. No, I'm kidding. No, I think that he expects Mozzie Smith to be inactive again this week. I thought that was interesting, especially with Perion Winfrey going to injured reserve. Granted, he was inactive too last week, so that doesn't really mix things up a lot, but you wonder, okay, do you still need another body at defensive tackle or not? But it seems like he's confident with the group they've got. They like what they saw from Kenny Clark. They're very high on Jake D'Elia, like Jerry said, and I thought Solomon Thomas had a really good game last week, so they're rocking with what they've got, and I think they had at least relative to what we saw last year, I think the defensive tackles played better than I expected them to.
Grade the Cowboys' pass rush from the Eagle game. I'm having difficulty with this.
I'd put it right at around a C+. I understand the point of, and Jerry's right that they were at a 42 or something like that % pressure rate. And
someone gave him that analytic. He referenced that too. He referenced what we did at 720.
Yeah, there you go. Maybe he's listening. So I understand that, and that's well and good, but clearly it didn't have much of an impact because when they got pressure, Jalen Hurts just escaped the pocket, turned upfield, and made him pay. Or, they only had 1 sack. So pressure's fine and well and good. Like, you want to be able to collapse the pocket, but when you're playing a quarterback like that can beat you with his legs and is so good in the run game, then if you're not bringing him down for a loss or if you're not bringing him down for a sack, it honestly doesn't really matter. So they didn't have a guy that could chase down Hurts and bring him down when he was on the run. I thought Sam Williams got close a couple of times, but just couldn't get over that hump. And then overall, instead of, you want to see, I think, more interior pressure. I think a lot of the pressure was coming from the outside and guys beating the tackles. I don't think it was one of Jordan Mailata's best games whatsoever. And then, of course, Dickerson going down changed things a little bit too late in the game. But you got to get home. Pressure is one thing, but you've got to bring the quarterback down. You've got to bring guys down behind the line of scrimmage.
Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com, every Tuesday and Thursday on the D&M Leasing Hotline. I saw your article on the website with a conversation with Kenny Clark. What did Kenny Clark have to say about his debut and settling in here?
Yeah, I think the thing that he said that will get Cowboys fans excited is, all this talk about, he's got to acclimate himself to the scheme and he's got to, learn Matt Eberflus's defense. And he does. That's a valid point. But at the same time, with his position, it's much easier to just put the ball down and say, all right, let me go. And I think that's more or less what he said. He was like, yeah, just line me. All I need to do is get lined up. I don't need much. Just put the ball down and let me get to work. He's been around the league for 10 years. The scheme is similar to what he was running for the last 10 years in Green Bay. So just put the ball down and let me go to work. And I think he did a really good job of that last week. And, the Cowboys are certainly hoping that he can continue to stack games like that. But, yeah, Kenny's a pro's pro, and they love that about him. He's all about football. He's all about his business. And he had a busted lip yesterday. I almost asked him, I was like, well, what about the other guy? But he's a violent player and kind of exactly what the Cowboys were looking for in terms of the interior defensive tackle position. And now you got to stack days and you got to stack games and get better.
Jerry Jones naming Dak and Kenny Clark as the 2 highest rated Cowboys against Philly with us in last hour here on 105 The Fan. So we know Mozzie why he is where he is. Yesterday, Brian Schottenheimer talked about Jaden Blue being inactive because you have to compete every day. The mystery that I need some help with, Tommy, is Maris Leofau and his snap count. What have you heard or found out as to why Maris was limited?
I don't know if there was necessarily a specific reason as to why. It's nothing like, it's not like Maris Leofau can't do what they're asking him to do. It might have just been sort of that specific game plan. They wanted a guy like Damone Clark who's a little bit stronger in there to bring down Saquon Barkley, and they weren't necessarily spying Hurts and trying to get out into the flat to get against him as much as you thought they would. Marist is a get up the field. You really saw him come on last year when he was blitzing, right? And Matt Eberflus just doesn't send the blitz a lot. I don't think he had one the entire first half.
Yeah.
And then he sent a couple of corner blitzes in the second half. But he's a guy that really relies on bringing pressure with his 4 down linemen. And that's how he's always done things. And for the most part, and obviously you have to send a blitz at some point, and he did. But Maris Leofau kind of fits more of that mold. And that's not to say he can't do normal linebacker things. I thought he had a really good preseason, and he's still a young player. He's still growing, but I don't think there was anything necessarily from that game where I'm starting to get concerned or thinking that there's an issue or anything like that. I think it's just a matter of, look, in the game plan that they had, maybe a Damone Clark or something like that was more what they were wanting in the middle against a couple of stockier backs and, A.J. Dillon, Saquon Barkley, of course, and that's what they rolled with.
Tommy Arsh from DallasCowboys.com joining us here on 105 The Fan. Okay, so yesterday, Tommy, Brian Dable put everything to rest, said, yes, it will be Russell Wilson that will go up against the Cowboys this weekend. We had kind of kicked around this question earlier. From your perspective, who would you prefer to face? How would you stack those quarterbacks? Jackson Dart, Russell Wilson, and Jameis Winston.
I would probably go Dart 1 because he's a rookie, hadn't played. Jameis 2 because it would be so much fun. No, but Jameis 2 because I think with how much you emphasize taking the ball away, you probably have a really good shot to take the ball away at least once against Jameis Winston. And then Wilson 3 just because he's kind of the more tenured veteran. Not that Jameis isn't a tenured veteran, but probably that's how I would stack it. Dart 1 because he's a rookie in his first game on the road. I think that always bodes well for you and your defense. You've got a better shot in that scenario just because Matt Eberflus can do a lot of different things to try and confuse him or throw him off and put him into bad situations. And then
you watched the Monday night game, right? Rookie on the road.
That's exactly it. And and then again, you can have instances like that too, where a young quarterback steps up and as the game goes along, settles in, but that's not always the case, right? It just kind of depends on who you are. And then Jameis, like I said, this is a guy you're probably good for at least 1 turnover a game, so your defense is looking at that positively. And then Russell, just because he's familiar with, obviously what shot he wants to do, and I think that the deep ball is still there for him. He's not what he once was, but I completely agree with Brian Schottenheimer's assessment. One of the better deep ball throwers that you see.
Does the unknown not scare you about Dart?
Not necessarily. I wasn't as huge of a fan as some other people were. Like the first round mock draft stuff on the draft show, I thought that was absurd. I don't think he stinks. Like, I don't think he's a horrible player, but I don't think he's a game changer either. And that's no offense to the guy. I mean, it's not that he can't be. I think when you look at Ole Miss's offense, it's so centric around the quarterback and throwing the ball around the yard, and they had really good playmakers there too. So I think he took advantage of that like any quarterback would. But I just don't think that that's going to translate that fast. Maybe it does. Maybe I'm wrong. Wouldn't be the first time, but I just am not as high on him as I am on some of the other younger quarterbacks around the league.
Do you think that just like how they needed Damone Clark, who's stronger, to take down Saquon Barkley, they'll need Damone Clark out there for Cam Skattebo this weekend?
Cam Skattebo might not make it past the line of scrimmage.
Oh, hell yeah, Tommy.
He was terrible. I didn't think he was all that great in week one.
See the highlight?
What highlight?
The one, just the one.
Was there one?
Yeah.
Aggressive manner.
Battering ram.
Two guys bounced off of him for a 4-yard gain that was short of the sticks, Tommy. It was pretty much like his entire Arizona State career. Exactly. It was his entire Arizona State career where he didn't really do anything, but everybody tried to pretend like it felt like it was so much more.
Yeah, well, the only difference is he's not, shaking off business and finance majors anymore, and these are NFL linebackers. So, yeah, I mean, power to him. His contact balance was great. That's another guy that I think is just a good college player, and it'll be interesting to see how it translates to the NFL.
Thank you, Tommy. We'll talk Thursday.
All right, fellas. Appreciate y'all.
Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly.
Is there a yardage that he has to hit, say, this week for you to be impressed, or is it just a feel of how much of a battering ram he is? Like, seriously,
that's exactly what I'm saying. Like, everybody tries to turn him into a feel guy.
It's a feel.
He's a feel guy, when in reality, he's not a very good guy, is the thing.
Let's finish up Ask Reddit with the KNC masterpiece. Crosstalk with the fellas is...
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
1st and 10 from the 27 of the Bears. McCarthy out of the shotgun. Blitz is on, is picked up. McCarthy loops it to Jones. Touchdown! He's showtime!
The pain of a Chicago Bears fan is being felt in studio from down the hall. You want to start, Kevin Hagelin?
No, it's just sometimes just the things you say hypnotize me.
Wow. You're so hip. Chicaline from La Grande, Chicago Bear fan, is walking around in severe emotional pain this morning. Take us through your fourth quarter or second half.
Man, it was heartbreaking.
Did you put another hole in your wall?
No, I did not. But you know what? My wife was worried because I have a tendency to put holes in walls.
Were you drinking during the game?
No. Actually, I did it during the Eagles game where the double doink. I put a hole in my wall.
Oh, yeah.
I put a hole in my wall. Hail Mary, Washington last year. You know what? I wasn't mad that we lost. It's just the way we lost. Right? I mean, I think that you can, I know it sounds crazy, but you can lose with dignity, right? You can lose and look good.
Yeah.
Right? And just say, hey, it wasn't our game. It wasn't our day, whatever.
Every day.
But yeah, but yesterday, like, man, that fourth quarter and McCarthy, so he's from LaGrange, Illinois. I actually have a connection to LaGrange, Illinois because my high school baseball coach was from LaGrange. It's a really small town.
All right.
And that part was cool, right? The fact that he was a Bear fan. But I just don't understand Caleb. I'm calling him one look Caleb because you just can never, he does not look through his progressions. He goes to his first progression and he stays there.
Did you see the story that came out yesterday that some in the organization think he's dyslexic?
I wouldn't doubt
This came out
it.
from the Ty Dunn guy who has had some of these pieces, but that the Bears organization knew it, didn't tell the rest of the staff that there were signs of dyslexia with Caleb, even though people have succeeded and been fine with dyslexia. I don't even know if this is true, but maybe this is his reads. I don't know.
Dude,
was Einstein dyslexic?
I think it was.
They say.
I think it was. Yeah. I mean, it's just you look at the tape.
And a
to
thief.
me, it looks.
And a thief.
What?
They say his wife did everything. His wife was the real genius.
He showed strong symptoms.
That sounds like a Disney remake of history, is what you're telling me there.
Listen, okay? I just read what I read. If it's on the internet, it's true.
Can you tell he's been divorced 5 times?
Does anyone know the first name of Einstein's wife? I've never heard her name one time.
Alberto.
Mrs. Einstein? I mean, I guess that's what they call it. But anyway, so is it just me, man?
Elsa.
Or like, do you guys...
Elsa.
Man, you guys are efficient here, dude. I
Yeah.
like this kind of efficiency on my show.
Well, we got 12 people in here.
Famous dyslexic people.
like
Albert
Gbag.
Einstein, Muhammad Ali, Steven Spielberg. Yeah, Caleb's got no excuse.
Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, but did you guys see what I'm talking about, right? Like that pass to, Moore in the corner of the end zone.
Yeah.
Like he was on that first look, and by the time he got to the second look, it was too late.
Yeah, he started off 10 of 10, but Aikman kept calling him out like there's stuff down the field. He's
That
not
he's just
seeing
not
it.
seeing it.
When he looks back at the film, he's going to see that this guy was open. He should have gone here and there. It
was hard.
More painful than the Cowboy loss.
So I'll be at the Cowboys-Bears game, and we'll see how that one goes. It'll be interesting. See how.
Well,
that
Bobby thinks you're better, but I think Bobby's wrong. So we'll see.
All right, well,
all right,
I
brother.
don't know, Bobby. I would have agreed until yesterday.
Chicaline from La Grande,
Just wait.
down the hall here on DFW Sports Station. Good morning.
What's up, man?
What's coming up on the show, Corey Majors?
Guys, at 11 o'clock around the NFC East, we travel around the entire NFC East. At noon today, why my Michael Helman rookie card might be as valuable as it is ever going to be. And
Do you have a shorter name for that segment?
Tuesday tailgate 120. Bring out the best is what it's called.
It's good.
Let's finish up Ask Reddit.
All right, we got some leftover Ask Reddit questions, and we'll start with the financial savant, Kevin Hagelin. Kevin Hagelin, what's a frugal habit you have that saves you more money than people would expect?
So the one thing that I would say is really lean into those free trials wherever you could get them. Don't be afraid to have multiple email addresses that you send those free trials through. Or
free trials of like what?
Well, I mean, it can be any number of different things. Like if you're listening to, not listening to, you should just listen to free radio. If you're thinking about switching
Paramount Plus
cable services or Paramount Plus, and like you can get that free with Walmart Plus if you're interested. But there's always different deals out there if you're willing to like see it through to the end. But also follow up, cancel that free trial.
This is I bet anything. Peyton will have no idea what I'm saying here, I'm sure. I bet you were a big 10 CDs for a penny.
BMG or whatever it is, Columbia.
I bet you were all over that. Yeah, you probably like had so many different personas and stacked up like 150 CDs.
Well, and people would complain about having to pay full price, and I was like, just do the breakdown. You're still getting a great deal. Also, if you ever want to make your money work for you, but it's not there just yet, don't be afraid to like take out that loan on your credit card.
Also, unethical life hack we did at one point, which really wasn't unethical, but on the free trial thing, if you forget to do it, they say when you're doing the free trial, sign up with a gift card, because then if the gift card's empty, like the gift card number, then it'll go to charge it and there's nothing there.
Very nice.
Choppy, what do you got?
Well, look, I only get my gas at like those big, like Costco or Sam's. Like I save. Oh, yeah. In the truck, it's like, I mean, I'm filling up 30 gallons. So it could be upwards of 30 to 60 cents cheaper. So we're looking at $10 to $20, $30.
Now, are you a member at both?
Mm-hmm.
Do you get extra gas discount then? I mean, I know their gas is cheap. Gas is cheap anyway, but do you get like an extra Costco membership discount?
It's just whatever. I think it's just whatever it is, or whatever I see on the thing. But it's generally.
But you're saying $20 or $30 per what?
Per fill up.
Per fill up?
I mean,
$20?
Well, I mean, when you're looking at like 60 cents, 50 cents, I'm filling up 30 gallons on the truck.
Wow.
And then if you have premium, if you have to get premium, I think the difference is even more. So you could save some cash.
Sean, you don't have any life-saving frugal tips?
How far I take my food and leftovers, I save so much money.
That is a good idea.
I'm saving a mini fortune.
He walks into like nightclubs and goes like, "Will you hold on to my leftovers?" And like puts it at the no joke. We'll put it at the front desk at like Concrete Cowboy or whatever,
really?
And have them hold it for him.
I appreciate that.
Yes, I when I sit down for a meal and I'm like, this is way too expensive. This is overpriced. I'm like, I always think of it as divide by 2.
Is it 2 meals? Yeah,
it's 2
meals.
meals.
You're like, okay, I can live with that.
Yes,
yeah, that makes
exactly.
sense.
The answer for me is marry a budget-conscious woman, because she will then know all the frugal things that I don't even think about. I bet if we tallied up over the course of our marriage how much money she's probably saved me with her shopping habits and the way that she looks for deals, it would probably make me vomit.
Your wife, she suggested something to my wife, and like it was about getting. I think she was like, let's just buy this piece of clothing and like we'll split it. Like
that
you
sounds like something she 100% would do.
You wear it this part of the year, and I'll wear it the other part of the year. And I was like, dang, that's a soldier right there.
Yeah, there's that East Dallas soldier right
That's
there.
a finance soldier.
All right, Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. Corey, you don't put holes in walls when you're watching games, do you?
No, it was a different thing that happened.
What's the most violent thing you've ever done?
He's about to tell us a great story.
But I know I did ask him the question that he was about to answer.
I did punch holes into a windshield, my own car windshield.
Wow,
back
those
in
are
my 20s.
Whoa,
those don't feel like they'd be easy to punch through.
Yeah, I had a ring on my hand, and I punched. It was like this though. It was like this kind of ring, so it wasn't really.
That hurts.
I'd had a little too much manic tequila one night, and then got in the car and was mad about something and punched it, and then was like, I should get out of the car and go lay down.
So what was more damage between your hand or the window?
The windshield. I had to replace it the next day. I was like, there were 5 spider areas that I was just like, oh no.
So you punch it a lot then.
Yeah. Whoa. And I don't think I've ever been that mad. Like I don't even remember what I was mad about at the time. I just remember being very furious.
That's interesting. When I'm thinking back at like the times where like I can remember being the most heated, frequently I don't remember why. I don't know if that's just like a
kind of lose sight of
rage thing or something.
Remember why?
Yeah, if I'm thinking of an individual instance of like just being like furious, and I'm like I can't remember why I was mad, but I was clearly mad about like I don't remember particulars.
I'm sure it was
of
something Adrian said.
Kevin, what is the most violent thing you've ever done? Yeah, he punched a window. We know you kicked one out at Blockbuster. What else?
Either that or tackling somebody in the parking lot of a Blockbuster.
Oh, again, you just were like going after
The
everybody.
only reason I caught that person.
Well, they didn't rewind. Rewind.
They were trying to steal things. No, the only reason I caught that person is it was raining, and they ran past me and then fell outside in the rain. So when they were getting up, I was like, bang!
That's pretty good.
said
Chop,
they will be
most
back.
violent thing you've done? You're a pacifist.
The most violent thing I've done, the way I vomit, is the most violent thing I've ever done. I never really had. I mean, I chased my neighbor around with a baseball bat.
What?
Oh.
I was like 9.
Oh.
You know?
That sounded like that happened like last year.
No. Yeah, there was an armadillo that we chased around with a baseball bat.
Do you think he has a lot of suppressed rage, or no? It's just how he is.
It would take a lot to let that suppressed rage out, but I think it's there.
I mean, he's been through a lot.
I think it's there.
It'd have popped by now, right?
Yeah.
That sounds like you're trying to convince yourself that you've held it down long enough. So I'm going to say there is rage under there, is what I'm going to say. Sean, tell us about Evan Trumpetory.
I have worse than Evan Trumpetory. We had a college fraternity belt fight where
It's what we had over text the other day.
we were
Is this like the elephant walk?
No, we were arguing with these kids or whatever, and then you just heard like a whoosh, and everyone like whips off their belts, and it carried over into the stairwell, and I had the upper.
You had higher ground.
I had higher ground.
There you go, baby.
And I had like a
like Obi-Wan.
I had like a boardwalk ring like Corey, and I was beating on this kid.
Damn.
Messed up the ring, so it was not.
What about the kid? Did you mess him up?
The kid?
Yeah.
Yeah, I messed up the kid.
Okay.
He's fine.
He was referring to someone buttered my car, and I like broke into his dorm room.
I would think if like
you embarrassed?
You know how they can say like
I was not.
words are violence. Sometimes people say that. I think if that's the case, then the most violent thing you've done was kick somebody out for not getting their car inspection done. He broke up with a woman and kicked her out for not getting her car inspection done. He talked about this on the air while you were out of town.
No,
he was out of town there.
He gave her a year.
I'll tell you off air.
You've told this story on air before.
But what was the reason?
That
was because she wasn't on top of things, like orderly.
That's an important thing, man.
Wait, okay.
Were you waiting for me to back down and be like,
registration?
So your wife is never late on things like her tax? Well,
but that's the thing. We're married now. That's a different deal than just dating somebody.
Yeah, being married and her being untimely would be worse.
No, I know, but it's too late.
Yeah, it's too late.
Now you can't do anything about it.
Is she always on time to places? No. And that doesn't drive you crazy?
Oh, it does. We had to have a conversation about it because, like, the first road trip we ever took to College Station, I said, we need to leave at 10 o'clock. So we left at 10:10, and she goes, see, we were on time. And we proceeded to spend the first 5 minutes of that drive talking about how that was not on
But
time.
the car inspection thing has nothing really to do with you. It's no consequences for you.
No, it was consequences to me because they were not going to be able to park their car anymore because they'd already gotten a notice, and it was just emblematic of a bigger issue.
What percentage of people
0
get that changed over on time?
Oh, that the registration.
Yeah.
Oh, I get a thrill of going a year past because then, like, if you can get past a year,
what Corey?
I do.
Sorry.
Mine was due in March.
What the hell?
I've just been like, I'm gonna roll the dice. See
I
how
heard
long
there was
it
a
can go.
rumor you don't have to. We're getting rid of that.
You're getting rid of the
emissions something.
test. Emissions.
Yeah.
You still have to get it. So I do mine on time only because I want to be able to do it online. If you do it late, you've got to go.
But how do you get the inspection done online?
Oh, you get the inspection done at the.
So you still have to go get the inspection
I have to get
done.
the inspection done.
Then
but
they'll mail
take it
you
to
the
a shop.
sticker.
They'll mail
We
you
haven't
the
gotten
sticker.
around that
If you do it
just yet.
late, then you got to go to the courthouse.
if
Or
you
just
go
get a new
if you
car.
go more than a year, if you get more than a year past it, then the cost to dismiss the ticket and pay for the new inspection is cheaper than doing the 2 inspections.
See, your previous girlfriend was a keeper. It's time for the K.
Frugal.
He can't respond because of the water in the mouth. We're back tomorrow. K&C is next.
It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where you got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors. And, of course, the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How we doing today?
I'm doing pretty good today, Kevin.
Is there more to that or no? All right. I'm trying to come up with 20 tickets to the Rangers game this weekend.
Well, actually, it's not one of those things.
Yeah.
It's one of those like we're in need.
Look, man,
we're in need of a donation. This is partially my fault.
Peace-a-thon. Sometimes one or two of the things have run into trouble in terms of getting fulfilled.
It happens sometimes.
Yes.
Man. We try the best we can to pull these things off. And honestly, Kevin, if we had control of all these things, it would go relatively
for
smooth.
sure. I agree with that.
But we're doing the best we can. If you have 20 tickets out there and would like to donate them to a cause.
To the Marlins game on the 21st.
That specific game.
All right. Yes. And I also need it to be that game. So if you're like, hey, I got tickets for another game.
Yeah.
All right. But thank you very much. We'll see if we can get that going. And of course, the Texas Rangers victorious over the Milwaukee Brewers in emphatic fashion last night. But what do you think was the first thing Corey said to me about that win?
What do you think it was, Alec?
Feels like we're still so far away.
Do you know how many games out of the wild card we are right now?
Is it still a game and a half?
1.5 games, even though we won yesterday. Which again,
okay, but if you would have lost, then you'd have been 2.5.
No, that's not necessarily the case. If we would have lost, I think the Mariners would have lost, and we would still be 1.5 games out. And you know what? If we were 2.5 out, that's fine. We could get through that real quick. It's just 1.5. We can't get over the hump. It's the hump, Kevin. You've had the hump before, all right? Everybody's had the hump. We know. We get to that point and we're just like, I cannot get past this. And it's going to take something special. Now, the division, on the other hand, I believe we are, 3.5 out of the division, or 3 games out of the division?
So doesn't that count as making up ground?
Not in the wild card. So the wild card 1.5 is the one that's really a struggle right now. And we are making up ground on the Astros, though. They'll continue to lose. But, hey, man, beating the Brewers is a big deal. That's a really awesome deal.
No, absolutely. I know we were having a little bit of fun with that.
That wasn't fun for me, man.
But the Milwaukee Brewers have the best record in baseball. And so people have talked about the difficulty of our schedule versus the Mariners. I think we'll dive into that a little bit more, probably in about 40 minutes or so.
Sounds good.
So to pick up the win right there is really impressive, especially on a Jacob Latz day, because you've had to scramble to put him out there, and it has not been problematic for you whatsoever. So shout out to him. Shout out to Helman. We will talk about them more later on in the program. Michael Helman.
Oh, not Hollywood?
If you want to shout out Hollywood David Helman, he has excellent football information and excellent insight on the Cowboys. In the meantime, I've got some questions for you guys that could potentially shape the NFL season. Now, I'll have some of my own questions and thoughts later in the show, but this is from The Ringer. All right, so I wanted to throw some of these out there, and perhaps you've already changed your mind about some things after just 1 week. Question number 1 about the NFL. Do you think Micah Parsons makes the Packers a Super Bowl contender, or did you already think they were a Super Bowl contender and this just strengthens?
I think that he makes them a Super Bowl contender because I thought they were a legitimate playoff team, even though it seems like that's a tough division.
Right.
However, it still looks like the Bears are just going to give up the booty at any chance they can. But I already thought that they were a playoff contender. When you add that piece to an already stout defense and your offense can score, I do have some concerns about their offense, but I'll learn more about that as it goes along. I think I have concerns about everybody's offense right now because it just seemed like it just wasn't, fluid yet. But again, hey, preseason matters, I guess. But I think that when you add a piece like that, you're like, we needed this kind of war daddy pass rusher. I don't think he's great in stopping the run, but I do know that he is one of those guys that applies pressure from the outside. So, yeah, I think that changed that because I thought they were already a very good team.
So this next question is twofold. Has this question already been answered? Will the 49ers stay healthy? So through one game, George Kittle, who I guess him and his wife are also launching a reality show, is going to be out 3 to 5 weeks, and then Brock Purdy is questionable for the next game. Now, I'm not saying that torpedoes their season or anything of that sort, but when the question is, will the 49ers stay healthy, that feels like not a great sign through one game.
No, they're an aged team. I know, like, you could probably say, oh, but they're only 29, 30, 28 years old. They're getting older as we go along, and they play a physical style. No, they won't, Kevin.
I know it's only been one game, but some of these you're going to have to make snap decisions. Is Deebo Samuel washed up or just what the Commanders need?
Ooh. Just what the Commanders need.
Okay.
But he is a guy that, because of his style of play, he's very physical, plays a physical style. Because of that, he will be missing some games because he'll have a shoulder injury or a thigh injury or something like that just is tough on his body. And Kevin, if you look at his body too, remember Shanahan sat down with him for a couple hours and was like, we need to talk about your health.
Right.
Because you're not taking good care of your body physically. He doesn't look like he's in any greater shape than he was when he was in San Francisco. He looks a little bit heavier. But that's what he plays with. That's what he's willing to play with. So I don't think he's washed. I think they'll use him all right.
Alec, this is strictly in a football context. Can Travis Hunter play both ways?
Oh, thank you for the context there.
I just didn't want an embarrassing incident to start the show.
That's great. Yeah, considering it's not even 10 minutes into the show yet, it's probably a safe bet. I don't know. It's hard to think after one game that's going to be consistent.
Yeah.
The snap counts that he got on both sides.
Because they used him for 6 plays on defense.
Yeah, which was like 10% of their snaps defensively. So, like, I think that number will probably go up because of need. You know, somebody's going to get banged up in the middle of a game, whether it's serious or not, and he might have to play a little bit more, and then the snap counts on either side even up a little bit per game. I do think he can. I do think he will. I think it's still just early. I think they're trying to get his feet wet and say, like, this is what the NFL looks and feels like, okay? It's a very different game. It's a very different system that we're running here. So I think just give it time, and it'll look a little bit more like we expected it to.
I know we'll talk about the coaching probably a little bit later, but can the Baltimore Ravens defense step up in the postseason? So I know people are focused on the fact that the Ravens lost that game against the Bills, and I certainly understand that, but not to be lost in the whole scenario. It was 41-40. Mm-hmm. All right, this was not a defensive game.
That's a good offense that they're playing against. Right?
Absolutely.
Like, we can all agree. Just like yesterday with Steven, we can all agree that spitting on somebody is gross.
Right.
That's a reality. But they're 32nd right now, Kevin, in all defensive rankings.
I mean, if you saw that game, or maybe if you just saw the fourth quarter, you probably thought they were even lower than that, even though there's only 32 teams.
It's interesting in points and yards. They were 9th, 10th last year, 1st and 6th, 3rd and 9th. They've been a good defense still,
sure,
but it hasn't felt like they haven't been an elite defense.
Yes,
over the last few years.
Absolutely, they're not an elite
good,
defense,
but not elite for whatever reason. And so that's the I don't think that their defense is going to be something that helps them get to a championship this year.
Okay, different defensive question for both of y'all. I know it's against Cleveland. Is there any chance the Cincinnati defense can give Joe Burrow a fighting chance this year?
Yes. Ooh. Yeah. And you just said that was against Cleveland, and that's a reality too. I mean, it was Joe Flacco. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Super Bowl champion. So much, though, that Colby had to shave Flacco into his chest hair. Because
I do remember that.
But I do think that he can give them an opportunity. Man, that Cleveland defense was good against Joe Burrow, but it's still 17 points enough for a win. I think that offense can do a lot more destruction, and all they need is a couple stops. They can keep teams in the 21 area, I think that's going to be a good team.
If that Cincinnati team can hold defense or teams to 21 points, then I think they have the potential for a phenomenal season. The first game notwithstanding. Alec, can Cincinnati's defense give the Fighting Joe Burrows a chance?
I think they can because they got Trey Hendrickson kind of figured out. They got him happy again. They got him playing, and his impact, even without practicing all throughout camp, was felt pretty much immediately. He looked really good in week 1, and it's only going to get better as he continues to get in better shape. So I do think that alone, honestly, gives me a little bit more hope. I was kind of going into the season expecting him to play elsewhere.
Right.
So that's why I was like, yeah, they will find out some sort of way to be 35th in the league in defense,
right,
even though it's not mathematically possible, but I think they have a chance now.
Will the Cowboys remain a reasonably penalized team throughout the season? Because if you look at that first game, they were not the team that ran into the issues with penalties.
What was the reasonably unpenalized?
Reasonably penalized team. Because for years now we've been like, oh, the Cowboys,
unreasonably, okay,
are
gotcha.
one of the worst penalized teams in the NFL.
Yeah, I like the question. I think it comes along with the edge that they were playing with and their commitment to being a different team. I really do think that I saw something different about this team, and it wasn't. Now, I am starting to see some people suggesting that Pickens didn't run great routes during this game, and that was a bit of a problem. So if that's a laziness thing or whatever it is, I don't know. But I saw an edge to this team that looked like they were committed to what you just pointed out, the fact that they're not going to have those stupid penalties. But I think they can be, man, if they keep this up. I really do.
I know. Well, actually, Alec, I want to get your take on that. Can the Cowboys be a reasonably penalized team throughout the year? It would be great if you had no penalties. That just does not feel very likely to happen.
Yeah, this feels like, we talked about it yesterday, a lot more disciplined of a group just early on. You saw it throughout training camp, and you heard the emphasis during the pressers, during the interviews here on this station from players and from coaches that, hey, we're trying to clean things up. We're trying to have these mottos and these rules that we follow day in and day out. And, whether it was if you throw a punch, you're not practicing the rest of the day, right, so on and so forth. Like, there's a lot of reasons to believe that they felt that was an issue going into this season, and they're working really hard to fix that. So I do think that's reasonable.
This does not have to necessarily be a super in-depth answer. Can the Dolphins toughen up?
No.
No,
they're done, dude. They're toast.
That's kind of what I thought you might say.
In this situation, sorry to cut this off. In this situation, Mike McDaniels is going to have to rely on that team wants to rally around him. Did he make the personal connections enough and gain the respect of them enough to rally around him for this final run? Because right now it looks like everybody in that organization is going separate ways.
And then I know you got one whole game to see to make this decision. Who's going to win the Super Bowl?
Cowboys, obviously.
Oh, my God. Alec.
Lose the first one, win the last one. That's how it works.
Yeah. No, I don't doubt they can win the last one to be 8-9.
Dude.
All right. Sorry. I'm just kidding, Alec. Actually, I feel a lot better after that first game. We'll get back around to that as well. Alec, who's going to win the Super Bowl besides the Cowboys? I'm going to take that option away from you.
Man, you took my favorite out. Man, I'm going to go with the Packers. I hate it. I really do.
Yeah, that would be pretty gross.
I didn't see enough out of these top AFC teams this week. I really didn't. Everybody that I expected to, come out guns a-blazing to start the season off, they didn't do that. So I'm going to go with an NFC team, and I think the Packers look the best.
The 8-1-7 Cowboys are one game back. That's such an insurmountable hill to climb. I appreciate this. I appreciate that.
At least they're not alone with the worst record in the NFL anymore, so we're making progress.
That's right.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
else to remember something? You have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, me, of course, it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, your name. No, I'm Chad. Your name is Chad. Right, but this is your hair. But that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair, okay?
Stop by our Mesquite showroom October 4th and grab your flag.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Just a reminder, the hero, one of the heroes for the Rangers, Jacob Latz, will be on the Gbag Nation today. 3:20 as part of their player show. Heck of a win last night by the Rangers. Right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. We bring you our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. You know, every day the Rangers win a game and I find out there's somebody new playing for, or somebody I didn't know playing for them.
Yeah,
I mean, unbelievable.
I think a lot of people have learned about the saga of whether it's Helman or Latz.
I thought it was David Helman.
Yes, absolutely. We made that reference as well. Hollywood David Helman. So we were just talking about this, and I know back in the day, Parcells would say, I don't coach penalties, but game one I thought was particularly encouraging in terms of not an overwhelming amount of penalties for the Cowboys. Do you think they can have a sustainable season where we're not lamenting about this week after week after week?
Yeah, only 4, right?
Yes.
And one of them, if I remember correctly, was on the opening kickoff, right?
Yes.
They got Leofau. Did anybody see that somebody pulled his helmet off before all that started?
Yeah, he was working the face mask of the opponent, but he was already missing his helmet by that point.
Yeah.
That was when they said 2 penalties on that play. I remember, all right, so they'll cancel out.
1 on each, right?
Yeah, but then they go both.
Both run the Cowboys.
I was like, what? I definitely yelled that out loud. So I'm with you on that one.
I asked Leofau, I said, did you say something to the official about, did he understand why your helmet was laying on the ground? And he goes, yeah, no, I didn't say anything. And I'm thinking to myself, well, you should have, because you're probably going to get fined for that.
Oh, right.
Oh, no.
Interesting. Okay, well.
I would have to appeal, I think,
deal.
right? Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a rookie deal. Those fines are big, man.
But you do see the possibility, whether it's more discipline, whether it's new regime, whatever, for fewer penalties.
Sometimes, I don't know if it has to do with preparation, or to me, if it's not false starts, things like that, a lot of times you're committing penalties because you're getting beat.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Okay, this guy's going to sack Dak. I'm holding, something, I'm beat. Or, when you get called for pass interference, well, you know what you're doing, but you're getting beat. So you're, trying to save a touchdown sometimes. So, yeah, I thought the encouraging thing is they didn't have those sloppy penalties, right? And it'd been easy,
except for the Pickens one, maybe.
That was bonehead, not sloppy.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know what got into him on that one. And that was
That's
weird,
Pickens.
right?
That's how Pickens do.
It was like he was roping a calf in some rodeo or something.
Or trying to open a bottle, because it looked like he was trying to twist that guy's head off.
Mm-hmm.
I saw the end of it live, right? And then when I went back and looked at it, I'm going, oh my goodness. That's a different way to block.
That is a fair reaction.
Got the guy on the ground, though, gosh darn it.
That's the spirit, Mickey. That's what I'm looking for.
This morning, Mickey, Jerry was asked about why Jaden Blue and Mozzie Smith weren't on the active roster, and he did not answer the question the way we wanted. He basically said it looks like next week it'll be the same thing. Do you have any more feeling on both of those guys, but Mozzie in particular?
Well, I think with the addition of Kenny Clark, and the way, Osa played, and, I guess maybe the surprising thing is they kept active Teoa, right?
Yeah.
Instead of Mozzie. But, I think they were just looking for another big body to play in the middle. And, I think you guys can answer that question, right? He didn't have the greatest of preseasons.
Yes.
And he got to play a lot. So,
yes.
You gotta produce. So, I just think he's got to get with it. As for Jaden Blue, he only had, a week and a half coming back after the injury that he suffered. So I don't know that, maybe they were worried about the physicality of it. Or, you needed somebody else at another position than to keep 3 running. And I'm not counting Lipke because he's just kind of the gadget guy, fullback, special teams, all that stuff. But to keep 3 running backs, and if he's not going to be a return guy, then what's that third running back going to do if you don't have him in the top 2? So I think as you go along, you're going to eventually see him they need his speed on the field, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So we'll see where that one goes.
Who's the fastest running back you've ever seen, on the Cowboys field? Is it
Tony Dorsett?
He was? Yeah. That was my dad.
You know what? No one appreciated his speed, and I got reminded of, it was a couple years ago. I was watching, somebody had like a reel of highlights of his, and it just kind of reminded me how he got to from 0 to 60 miles an hour in the snap of a finger. I don't know if it was his all-out speed or the fact that, boy, he just got going so fast. If you ever get a chance, go back and look at some of his runs. And it's somewhat startling, and it's sort of, Blue. I'm not comparing him, but his speed right from the start I think is amazing. I know you can say, okay, he runs a 4.28 or whatever it was, but he gets going so fast so soon. I think it surprises defenders, and it kind of reminded me of Dorsett's speed. Because once he took off, boy, he was gone. He was like shot out of a cannon.
I'm going to submit that to social media with the headline, Dallas Cowboys Insider compares Jaden Blue to Tony Dorsett.
I appreciate that.
Is that okay?
Which, by the way, this is kind of interesting. So we were talking to Javonte Williams yesterday, and somebody brought up his valedictorian thing or whatever, and in high school, and somebody said, well, what was your favorite subject? And he said history. And it's like, well, what kind of history? He says, well, I had an uncle that fought in World War II, and I like to collect stuff or look into the different things. So when I think everybody had walked away, and I said, so history, huh? I said, do you know the history behind number 33? And his eyes lit up, and he goes, yeah, I absolutely do. He goes, how old do you think he is now? And I said, well, he was drafted in 77, so that's, 48 years, and say he was 20-something coming out of college, I said, well, he's probably close to 70 right now. He goes, really? Yeah. He goes, yeah, I knew all about that. And I said, well, good for you, because most guys would have gone, yeah, I don't know, 33. I just got the number, So it was pretty interesting.
He's just some guy that played here, I guess.
Yeah, that would be disappointing. So I'm glad that you checked on that.
We quizzed him. Yeah. Actually, it came up on our podcast, and somebody said, well, I wonder if he knows what 33 is all about. And it's like, well, we'll find out. So since history came up, I said, okay, I'm asking.
Well, we'll find out might be the answer to this question as well, because it's just been one game. But based on what you saw in camp as well, what do you think about the prospects of Javonte Williams being the season-long lead back?
Yeah, I think absolutely so. I think you saw not only his quickness, but he'll run with some physicality too.
He moved a couple of those
he
piles.
Pushed the pile right quite a ways.
Yeah.
So it's not like, he's some scat back or anything like that. He's a running back. And, and I know both touchdowns were 1-yard runs, but he's got 2. Do you know how many rushing touchdowns the Cowboys had last year?
6.
Over 17 games.
It's going to be a depressing number, by the way you're setting this up. How many?
6.
That is super depressing.
And guess what? 3 of them were Zeke's.
Oh.
A 3-yard run, a 1-yard run, and a 1-yard run.
Do you kind of feel like we should have kept Zeke now?
No.
I'm just kidding.
I mean, that's all they had rushing touchdowns was 6.
It was brutal.
There's some teams that probably had 3 or 4 in the first game this week.
Yeah. If you can go up against the Baltimore defense, maybe you could get 6 in one game.
Anyway, that just, when I thought about it, and I said, well, let me go look and see how many they had last year. And it was 6.
Perrion Winfrey, somebody we talked a lot about throughout training camp.
Yeah.
He goes on the injured reserve with a back issue. Like, you never want any of your players to get hurt. This feels like a tough break, in particular for him.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if it's something that'll clear up at some point. Because remember, you can go on IR, and I believe you have the right to recall 8 guys off of IR as long as they spend 4 weeks. So, yeah, I don't know that it's got to be season ending, but if it is, yeah, that's unfortunate. You know, that was one of the things I think that haunted him a little bit, staying healthy, even in college. So, yeah, we'll see where that one goes. And, you know, I saw somebody remark something about, well, you know, now they can rely on Mozzie. I'm going, neither one of them were active in the game on Sunday. So he's got to have to hurdle somebody else to be able to get active, or they will feel the need to have more defensive tackles than what they went into the game with.
The other thing, I don't know if you've talked to him about it or anything, is Jake Ferguson okay? Like, that hit that he took was just a monster hit.
I was surprised he came back and played.
Yeah. I mean, we would have loved him to catch the ball. But that hit was that was tough.
Yeah, no, and it was head on, and you know, and I can't remember if the guy got up and was like, "What did I do?" And I'm going, "What did you do? Seriously?" Yeah, I think he got through it.
Okay.
Now we'll find out. I'm trying to remember if he was out there. I think he was out there yesterday because I didn't see anybody. You know, of significance missing. So, yeah, I think he kind of survived it somehow because that was pretty tough. And you can see, you know, his value on some of those routes down the seam. Mm-hmm. And that seam route's going to be really important for those tight ends to be able to catch the ball. Now, Dak was a little short on, I think, one of them at least. You know, he needed to get it over the defender's head, and he came up a little short, and it got broken up. But a little bit better pass and a little more loft. That would have been a big play in the game.
Thank you very much, good sir. We will catch up with you again tomorrow.
All right, I'll keep looking for guys I don't know on the Rangers roster.
Oh, they'll appear.
They'll do it.
Trust me.
They'll figure out how to
Thank you very much.
See you.
There you go, Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. If we can go ahead and play cut number 11, I was bummed that we didn't get to talk about this at all yesterday. I understand why, but there was another epic tennis showdown on Sunday.
Three sets to 1, 16, 3-6, 6-1.
In a sensationally bold and brawny performance, Carlos Alcaraz takes the 2025 U.S. Open.
Yeah, I know it's going to be hard to convince you.
That was amazing.
But McEnroe, Borg, Sampras, Agassi, Federer, Nadal. Could we get Sinner and Alcaraz into that category? These two are unquestionably the best two players in the world. I know I'm setting myself up for failure with this question, but Corey and Alec, is there any chance that you took any time out of your football watching schedule on Sunday to watch the U.S. Open final?
I don't know if there's ever been a pairing, Kevin, quite like Williams Poole. Those two, they spent 7 days in hell. And that one, that was the one that really, I couldn't believe it.
Fictitious people?
I don't know what you're talking about. It looked like a documentary to me.
Andy Samberg.
It was shot as a documentary, so I believed it as a documentary. Kevin.
That's actually based on a real match that happened. I believe it was at Wimbledon.
Indubitably, yes.
Oh my gosh.
That is correct. So,
all right, Alec, safe to say you also were probably not super locked in on the U.S. Open men's final.
No, I was kind of watching the highlights of it as they popped up on social media because I was intrigued for the final, but I couldn't take my eyes off the beautiful thing that is the National Football League.
I get it. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next.
You love tennis. I get it.
It's time for baseball nuggets. Is the Mariners' schedule really that easy? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next Gbag Nation.
North Texas, and you can always reach out to me directly. I'm also proud that 105.3 The Fan once again presents I'm Listening this Sunday morning from 6 to 7 a.m., spreading awareness about mental health and the message that talk saves lives. Remember, you are not alone, Tolos, and it's okay not to be okay. For more information, visit imlistening.org.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
The 1-2 was swing and a miss. Latz got him with a slider just a little bit off the outside corner. So Terang is out on strikes. And for Jacob Latz, that is his third strikeout here this evening.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Programming reminder, Jacob Latz will be on the Gbag Nation today, 3:20. Another kind of programming reminder, we'll be at Taco Bell. Nope. I'm going to just dump all of that because I'm an idiot. And it won't be me. And that's why I got flustered. Corey and Alec will be at Taco Bueno.
Yep.
I just got ejected from that gig on Friday in Arlington. And Corey is sporting the brand new Tolo hats that y'all will be giving away.
Yeah, these are the Tolo trucker hats, Alec.
Does Alec get one?
Well, are you a Tolo?
I am.
Look at that. He is. So we'll see how this thing works. This is one of them. I'm wearing it right now. If it's got the white panel on the front, it's got the mesh in the back, snap back as well, fits perfectly, and it says Tolo to let everybody know in DFW what you represent. And that is it's passion, sexiness.
Oh my goodness.
Fraternity type feel. You know, we're a family here at 105.3 The Fan.
Without the douchebaggery.
Exactly. So you're a Tolo, we're Tolos, and we'd love to give you a Tolo hat on Friday at Taco Bueno, where we're going to be in Arlington this week.
I'll be doing the show from Las Vegas.
Kevin's going to be in Las Vegas on Friday. Yeah, I know. Are you? So I'm still confused. What the hell are you doing in Vegas? Like, are you going to have some interviews prepared for us? What's your job?
Hey, that's a great question. I will work on that.
I need 2 interviews for Friday's show.
I'll see what I can do. I'm going to Vegas after the show for the Canelo Crawford fight, and I'll be on the show Friday, so I will try to get interviews in the meantime.
All right, so Kevin has promised we'll have Jerry Friday, we'll have Kyle Yeomans at 1, we'll have Mickey as well, but also Canelo and Terrence Crawford on Friday as well.
Oh, man.
That's what Kevin has said that he's going to pull off for us.
I'll see what I can do.
We'll have Tolo hats out at Taco Bueno.
Let me ask you this. If Canelo's walking by and it's 10:35 Central, and I tell you, Corey, I got Canelo, will you dump out of Jerry?
I think that Jerry would be like,
actually, talk to Canelo.
Let me have him on. I'd like to chat with him about having this fight in Arlington next time.
That is actually fair. And no, I'm not going to Vegas to teach gambling addicts about God and baseball. All right, that's a funny bit though. Right now, Brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It is time for the aforementioned baseball nuggets.
Bobby Belt also said he'll be out there as well. So
I'm telling you, we talked about it last week or the week before. He might embody all things Tolo. He's at everything. I love Bobby. Especially more than Sean. You'd agree with that, right?
Why would you say that out loud, though?
Just antagonizing.
That's like my kid was like, Dad, you're not supposed to tell us who your favorite child is, even though they all know it's Lucy.
Oh, all right. So the counting numbers will tell you that the Mariners have a particularly easy schedule down the stretch.
And a 1.5 game lead right now.
Yes, that is fair.
Like
the
Mount Fiji.
What? The win percentage, no, don't. The win percentage for the Mariners' opponents the rest of the way, 475. All right. And obviously, we've talked about it. The win percentage for Rangers' opponents the rest of the way, I believe it is 508. So tougher schedule for the Rangers. But the way some people describe the Mariners' schedule just doesn't square with me. They make it sound like they do nothing but play the Rockies the rest of the way. All right. So they're in the midst of playing the Cardinals right now. Cardinals are fine, and that's about it. Then they play the Angels. Obviously, the Angels have lost a ton of steam. And I understand that those are easier series than, for example, the Rangers, who are going head-to-head with the best team in baseball right now. But after that, they're at the Royals, which, I mean, the Royals are in a similar situation of trying to fight for their playoff lives. Then they're on the road against the Astros. Well, clearly the Astros are trying to hold off both the Mariners and the Rangers for the division title. Then they get the aforementioned Rockies, who are not good, but have been way better in the second half than they were in the first half. And then they close out against the Dodgers. And it really does look like the Dodgers are probably going to have something to fight for, maybe all the way.
They're one game up on the Padres.
Yes, exactly. And so they might have something to fight for all the way to the end of the season. So I'm not arguing that that's a harder schedule than what the Rangers have. I just don't think it's as cupcake as a lot of folks do. Especially 3 of those last 4 series, all of those teams might well have their postseason seeding and future on the line.
Yeah, the Rockies series.
I get that part.
I mean, obviously we've been tracking what the Rockies are doing.
They still suck. They suck less, but they're like the married Colorado.
But you're right.
Rockies.
It's the Royals, Astros, and Dodgers. Now, I'm interested to know how the Astros approach that series, because they want to defeat Seattle to keep Seattle from getting the division title. They also don't want the Rangers to get any stretch there too.
Right.
So that's a bad place to be for the Astros, and that you can't lose any ground to either one of those teams in that series. But I love the fact, Kevin, that I waved the flag too early. I did. Then again, all our star veterans are not on this team right now. So
I get it.
But it gives us 9 games at the end of the year that are not our games that matter to us. Or maybe 6. We'll say the Rockies don't matter. But it's given us 6 games in a series, and let's go ahead and add 9. Let's say the Royals, that we are interested in watching what's happening to Seattle just as much as we're interested in what's happening with us.
Yeah.
And I love that, because here 162, it just feels like eternity, right? It just feels like it's never going to end baseball. But then you get down to this last window and you're like, oh my gosh, look at how close it is for so many different teams in the wild card, let alone the division races. This is what it's all about, man. It's fun. It's like a round robin tournament at the end here.
And by the way, if you look at the Dodgers and you want to know how much they've heated up, for the second time in their last 3 games, they have had a late no-hitter broken up. This one in the 9th inning. So they did defeat the Rockies, but they have been on the brink of 2 no-hitters in the past 3 days, and unfortunately have gotten neither of them. All right, let's go to that angry Phillies lady. So, a couple of different things. First of all, the Savannah Bananas produced a parody video of it, and
is it funny?
It is funny. And but then again, I'm ready to laugh at that lady.
Yeah, I think we all are prepared to laugh at her expense. That's unfortunate for her.
Yeah, well, make better choices.
Yep.
But this could be a better choice and a good step down the right path. Blowout Cards has offered her $5,000 for the baseball if she signs it and inscribes "I'm sorry." Now, this is
so she has to sign her name also.
Yes,
I'm sorry,
and then write "I'm sorry." Though to be fair, I have not seen additional language if she can't write something after that. If she wanted to go Conor McGregor and put ... for absolutely nothing, I don't know if that would still give her the money. I feel like that goes against the spirit of the offer. But yeah, Blowout Cards is one of the major like online retailers, and I'm sure for a publicity they think we'll get way more than $5,000 out of this. They probably already have.
Yeah,
and she hasn't even signed.
I've never heard of Blowout Cards before until now,
and she has signed nothing. So if you're that lady, would you do this
for $5,000?
Yes, especially if you thought you did nothing wrong.
What can I negotiate a deal now?
It says the price is firm. So in the collectible world, a lot of times, like if you go to Dallas Card Show, Alec knows this. Hey, the price is the price, unless it's not. And so there's a lot of negotiating. They say the price is firm.
You know what I've decided? Now, somebody just said, no, she shouldn't be rewarded for this. All this is going to do is now encourage more people to do it. Now all it does, oh, hold on, she got $5,000 for that? I mean, yes, the rest of the world hates her. Or the U.S. or, I don't know, sports world.
Right.
Yes, that group hates her and thinks she's a ridiculous woman, but she has $5 extra in her pocket. And I think people will say, I'll take $5,000. Let me just go punch a little kid for a baseball.
Especially early.
I'm not going to.
I did not
punch a little kid for a baseball.
Man, I don't feel so bad about my Taco Bueno faux pas. We're the KNC Masterpiece. I got nothing after that. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's go across the NFC East. The best teams are the worst at penalties. Plus, do you remember Kelvin Edwards? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
The more time you get.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out.
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Club?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time to go across the NFC East. Always choose your own adventure. So do you want Eagles, Cowboys, Commanders, or Giants?
Who's first in the division right now, Kevin?
The Eagles and the Commanders.
As the Cowboys are tied for second place.
They are not.
In the NFL.
They are tied for 17.
That doesn't make any sense. There's only 2 records in the NFL right now.
But 16
1-0
of them
or 0-1.
But 16 are 1-0, so that means it's tied for 17.
877-881-1053.
Stop it.
Are the Cowboys tied for second or 17th place? You make the call.
So your answer is
remember
either
that
yes
on, was it
or
This Week
I
in
like
Baseball?
facts.
You make the call.
Yes.
I used to love that, and I was always right because the umpires were wrong. Kevin, let's go with the Philadelphia Eagles as they are currently in the first place.
All right. So a couple things about the Eagles, and you're going to see this with the Commanders as well. They committed 110 yards in penalties, nearly all of them on defense. Now, I know a lot of times you'll get dinged up with like the lengthy pass interference, and you saw that on Thursday night or heard it right here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's just one game. But if you're an elite team or a team that has aspirations of being elite once again, that kind of number feels like it's absolutely not going to cut it.
Yeah, no, and I wonder, is Jalen Carter missing a part of that?
Yeah, well, I think that stands to reason because one of the things we've talked about is penalties frequently happen when you get beat. Well, think about the symbiotic nature of the defense. If Jalen Carter's not there disrupting the line of scrimmage, it feels less likely that you get pressure on the quarterback and more time to maybe throw the ball.
So do you think then that the Cowboys' lack of penalties is also conducive to that thought?
I do not think that it hurt at all not having Jalen Carter there.
Created a couple more holds or maybe
yes.
a false start because, hey, man, we got to block that guy. Interesting. Here's the thing. They're a very talented team. Now, they can win a game like they won against the Cowboys last Thursday with those types of penalties. They can beat bad teams that way. They're also good enough to beat good teams and also have a lot of penalties as well. But I don't think that they want to play that kind of game. It'll wind up coming back to haunt them if they continue to let that happen. But when you have success like they had last year, you do start to get to the, hey man, we're good. You know, we're the champs. We're the defending champs. Those little things, the little disciplines that you have to do, you don't think about as frequently, and that could be a big problem for them this year. I think so.
No. Now, this I found to be a stunning bit of information. Did you know that this was the first time since week 15 of 2023 that Jalen Hurts has scrambled and run for a touchdown? Every other one of his touchdown runs was a designed run.
Push.
Yeah, exactly.
For one, yeah.
Yeah, or different things of that nature, whether it was sneaks or other designed runs. All of them were scheduled. This is the first time since week 15 of 2023. So last year, didn't happen one time.
Yeah. You know what I really enjoyed? I heard Jason Kelsey mention it recently, and they also mentioned it on the broadcast, because a lot of people kept getting so upset about the push from behind.
Sure.
Calling that the tush push. And I've heard Kelsey and multiple other people reference it. Again, they referenced it on the broadcast. It's not the back end of things that really matters the most. It's those guys, those 4 or 5 guys up front. I say the 3 in the middle mostly, but it's those 5 guys up front pushing underneath your defensive line. those guys can't move, and now Jalen Hurts has, 2 yards of space to follow them into an area. And that's how they continue to be. That's an interesting note on him, though, because he's such a smooth runner.
Yes.
He's able to escape the pocket so well, but he doesn't scramble that often because he has great weapons.
The betting odds are surprisingly low on this. Only 9.1% chance per Vegas that Jalen Carter's going to get suspended.
I'm kind of there.
You don't think he should get suspended? Yeah.
I think he should because it's gross.
Okay.
Spitting on people is gross. That's a fact.
Sure. I'm not here to dispute that.
I totally can see how a entity that makes this decision goes, he missed the whole game already.
Right.
Like he was
so
ejected.
He had a 1-game suspension.
Kinda, yeah.
Ooh,
like
interesting.
If it had happened later in the game, maybe that changes my mind on
Okay, well, let me ask you this then. It happens in the last 3 minutes of the game. Now, I know that would have been vitally important to the game. It happens in the last 3 minutes of the game. Does he get suspended now?
Yeah, I think so.
Interesting. By the way, over under.
And they lose that game
yes.
too because he was, that's interesting.
That would be great. Over under, fine amount, $35,000.
Should be that.
Just keep an eye on that.
Should be that.
All right, Cowboys, Commanders, Giants. Where would you find gentlemen like to go next?
Got to go with the next team in the division. That's the Commanders.
All right, for the Commanders, once again, penalties is the name of the game. They committed 12 penalties. 7 of them were in the first half, and you have to look no further than that grounding penalty that Jaden Daniels had in the final few seconds of the second quarter. Went from the Giants' 4-yard line. It cost them points in that instance. I know they won the game. They won the game comfortably, but something to keep an eye on going forward.
Are they tied for 16th place? Is that how this would work?
They're tied
Kevin?
for first.
Because
they're only teams tied for first and tied for 17.
I think they could be tied for second, third, fourth, fifth. And if your numbers are the way, I'm sorry, we'll get back to the Washingtons.
You see this sometimes when you'll see like 3 people tied for first, and then somebody will have the gall to say that the next one is tied for
That's me.
second.
I have that gall.
That is outrageous.
Fun.
All right, Jaden Daniels, 16 of 21 completions for 204 yards and a touchdown.
That's it.
That's a specific subset.
Okay.
With 4 or fewer pass rushers.
Okay.
Now, here is the interesting part. Against the blitz, 3 for 9 for 29 yards. And you might be thinking, well, that's not particularly surprising. Many quarterbacks struggle against the blitz, and it is just one game.
Dak's at his best against the blitz.
That actually, and Jaden Daniels was as well. Last year, Jaden Daniels' passer rating against the blitz, 114.7.
Oh,
that
really?
That was the highest passer rating for a rookie quarterback against the blitz in 7 years. And in this one game, I realize that's all we have to break down. But keep an eye on that trend.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if they kind of studied the blitzes that he was up against last year.
Could be.
And they said, we're going to send it from different places. We're going to design, to where he thinks it's this and it's going to actually be that. But that being said, too, Kevin, I will go along with and continue to say the Giants' defense is good.
Yeah, I think
I think they have a well-constructed defense, a well-built defense. Their quarterback, not so great.
Agreed.
And that causes problems for your team overall.
By the way, I decided to go track this down since we were talking about Deebo Samuel. 7 catches for 77 yards, in case you were curious what he did in that first game.
He had the 20-yard rushing touchdown, too.
Yes. 19 yards, but still.
Close enough. I'm sure he ran 1 yard past the end zone.
Yeah. When do we get those? Never mind, because I have questions about kickoff returns, and that. We're not going to get to that right now. But you raise an intriguing point. All right, Cowboys or Giants, as both are tied for 17. They're not tied for second. I keep seeing that.
Says you.
And somebody said if you're not first, you're last.
I get that. I understand that, which would be second in this
situation. This is the most true version of that.
Mm-hmm.
Right now in the NFL, if you're not first,
you literally
are
last. Let's roll out the Cowboys because they stood the best chance of winning in this division.
Okay, I will certainly agree with that. Javonte Williams, 2 rushing touchdowns for the Cowboys in his first game with the Cowboys. He's the first Cowboys player to have multiple rushing touchdowns in his team debut since 1987. and Kelvin Edwards.
Oh, really?
Yep. In your face, Emmett.
Yep. Again, and after settling back a little bit, how effective was Jalen Carter not being there to that?
For sure.
Because, you pointed out they were very putrid running the football for 50 yards per, it was a 49-yarder from.
But outside of that, they were
kind of
fine.
tough. But when they got in the red zone, they felt like we're running the ball.
Yes.
And again, go back and watch that second run right before, I think it was the second touchdown. Javonte Williams picks up 7-8 yards after he touches the line of scrimmage because nobody there on the Eagles defensive line was able to pull him down. I think Jalen Carter could make a difference there. But then again, you don't face Jalen Carter every week.
Yeah.
So
so
the Cowboys have some benefits. Now Dexter Lawrence is
I was going to say, unfortunately, you will face another version of him this
Booker's
week.
got some tackles that he's got to deal with on the way here. But I like having him in the backfield. I think it's going to be quality running for the whole season.
By the way, we already talked about the total rushing touchdowns last year and how pathetic it was. The Cowboys had 0 games with multiple rushing touchdowns last year.
Well,
0 for 17.
It's because Dak was hurt. There was no threat of the quarterback throwing a touchdown in the end zone. So, I think.
I guess that is one way.
They're a better. I mean, they're a better offensive unit with Booker. Zach Martin wasn't the same guy last year, and then you had pieces that you were trying to throw in there. They're a better offensive group, and hopefully we'll get to at 1:00. We'll get into some levels of concern, and we'll ask about your tackle.
Now, the Cowboys defense registered 12 run stuffs against Philadelphia. I realize, especially on the interior, I think we all felt significantly better as the game went along about the run defense. Now, does that solve an issue that it feels like this defense has had for 3 years? No, but Kenny Clark, Solomon Thomas, Sam Williams each had 2 run stuff. So that is something to potentially build off of. Or you might think if you can't seal off the edge, it's not going to make a lick of difference.
Oh, man, dude. That's interesting because your entire defense did a pretty good job.
Yeah.
Except for sealing off the
yes. Then you did an awful
Barkley
job.
didn't go off.
Yep.
AJ Brown, Devontae, none of them went off.
Absolutely.
But Jalen Hurts was the one that beat you. And that's frustrating. It's very frustrating because that tells you you're not a complete defense. If you can't completely shut down something, then it tells you you're not a complete defense, and they still have that to work with.
I'm going to be interested to see if Eberflus dials up the blitz as we go along in the season. I know that's never particularly been his MO, but he did not blitz a whole lot Thursday night, and because of that, in passing situations, Hurts 16 of 19 for 135 yards and a 96.3 QB rating. So I know he said you can scheme pressure. We're going to keep working on that.
Did you feel like the second half adjustments? I mean, I think both defenses made great second half adjustments.
Yeah.
But I felt like the Cowboys made some adjustments, and I thought scheming up some blitzes was a necessary key to that.
There is no question their defense looked worlds better in the second half. But then again, I thought Philly's did too. Philly's defense shouldn't get a pass for the first half. They did not look good there either.
And that being said, if Eberflus is like, look, I'm not dialing up blitzes until the end of the game. If we have close games, I'll dial them up then, and then I'll be fine with that. If you're in it and you are able to pull off blitzes at the end of a game, that'll be helpful.
Now, the good news for the Giants is it's no longer the season opener. The bad news, of course, is that they still are 0-1, but Brian Daboll hasn't won in week 1 for 3 years. In that time, the Giants in the first half have been outscored 67-6 and had no touchdowns in any of those games. Jeez. That feels like, not to say you're guaranteed to lose, but if you have a season opener with no touchdowns in the first half, that doesn't feel good. If it's your third straight season opener with no touchdowns in the first half, well, it's easy to see why you continue to lose those games. Now, their offense struggled mightily in that game, and there was a point in the game where the Giants punted 4 straight times and failed to get across their own 35. A lot of times people will be like, oh, they couldn't get past midfield. The Giants had 4 straight possessions where they didn't get past their own 35. when Washington scores. That's where you can possibly get the ball on the kickoff.
I might be the only person in America still vying for Brian Dable that still believes that he's a good coach.
Malik Neighbors does not. Did you see in the broadcast they tried to go, oh, yeah, they solved it, adapted up. And what you actually saw is Dable attempt that, and Malik Neighbors is like, I'm good.
Mm-hmm.
And then at the end of the game, he had his towel over his head, which I know has rubbed some people the wrong way.
He just wants to win.
Yeah, you know what? I honestly, and that's a good question, I did not have a particular issue with that because it looked like he was frustrated that they were losing the game.
Yeah.
Not frustrated that he wasn't getting his numbers. At 5 for 71, but he looked mad that they were getting housed.
Did you see him and Jaden Daniels before the game? You know,
I did not.
Shadow boxing, laughing with each other and hugging and stuff. And now everybody's like, look, Saquon Barkley, Daniel Jones. Obviously, Malik Neighbors is going to be with Washington next year.
Okay. That would be confusing.
Because
I actually would really want to know what that deal looks
Indiana Jones just crushing up there in Indianapolis.
What a neat name. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, how about we do a little AM on the FM?
We got the question of the day, plus I found a way to make running fun. Next on The Fan.
It's a must-listen on your lunch break. Rangers manager Bruce Bochy brings us the latest and has fun with the KNC Masterpiece. Wednesdays at 12:30 right here on The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Hey, everybody, it's Corey May.
you're having a mental health crisis, call or text 988 to reach the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. Or to chat, visit texas988.org. In Texas, you're not alone.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Want to remind everybody, tomorrow we'll be doing our show live from Globe Life Field, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m., getting you ready for another Rangers-Brewers throwdown if you want to come by and say hello to us.
Also on Saturday, I'll be at the Derbyshire again for an FC Dallas watch party. So come on out and say hi at the Derbyshire. We always have some really cool stuff to give away there. Plus, they have amazing pub-style beers, and their fish and chips. You remember our boy told us he was like, fish and chips is where it's at there. Their fish and chips, legitimately the best I've ever had.
Ooh, right now, the best I've ever had. It's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas, 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, I found another weird way to make running fun. We'll get to that here in just a little bit.
Well, what's the first way that makes running fun?
Remember I want to say 2 or 3 weeks ago, something like that, I mentioned some sort of marathon. It was like a last man standing marathon where basically it's a giant thing of like ego. Yeah. Where it's like you want to be the last person standing. And I saw in another state, it was away from New York. I don't remember which state it was in, but I saw a TikTok series where some guy did one of those last man standing marathon contests. It lasted 3 days. They kept going for 3 days.
Holy moly.
Just continuous. And obviously they're jogging very slow, but they have like a time frame that they have to run a mile in. And then they get a little bit of a break. Then they go and do it again. They lasted 3 days in that competition.
Wow.
This one, I don't think it's going to take you 3 days, but it's a lot more fun. We'll get to that here in just a little bit. But gentlemen, the National Day calendar is spoken. It's National Wiener Schnitzel Day, if you're into that.
Is that place still around?
It is.
I used to love that freaking place. I don't know where to find it now.
Next to the hypermart, wasn't there?
Yes.
Over there?
Yes, there was. I don't know where to find them now.
There's one off of 20 in Grand Prairie.
Okay.
Which is conveniently by my house, so I've been there a few times. Probably more than I'm willing to admit, because you know who just seeks out a hot dog like that outside of a venue?
How many times is too many times to go to a fast food establishment, like the same one in a week?
What about in a day?
Ooh.
I mean, if you go twice in a day, like you do you,
well,
I might have questions.
On Friday, I might go to Taco Bueno twice. Lunch and dinner. Why not? You know, I got a football game to prep for, may as well. But it's funny because Peyton was actually just having this conversation with Carter yesterday, because he said in the past 7 days, he had been to Whataburger 3 times. And he didn't know if that was too much or not.
No, that doesn't feel crazy to me. I thought you were going to say
Whataburger once a day.
Like 8. And then but 3, that's fine.
Once a day for Whataburger.
Okay.
I believe.
If I had Plano money, I'd go once a day. But I don't. But it is also National Teddy Bear Day. You got really excited about National Teddy Bear Day, Kevin.
I did, because in Germany, I went to this teddy bear factory that is where they invented the teddy bear. Like they had like the first teddy bear is invented by this lady.
Teddy Roosevelt?
No, not Teddy Roosevelt, but actually he was part of, I mean, that's why they named it that. But this lady in a wheelchair in Germany, and we bought some stuff there because everything still gets handmade there. So yeah, It was really cool to see like the first actual like teddy bears and the evolution of that.
Real quick, 2 different texts. One, I work at Chick-fil-A and eat here every day. It's too much. And then another one from the 817, different text. I work at Chick-fil-A. We literally see some of the same people every single day.
See, I'm not going to count it against you if you work there and eat there. Like, I know that second one.
You see repeat customers.
But also, if you work there, especially a fast food place, I could see how you'd be like, I eat here every single day. But that is great information right there. Because I bet for some people, like, that's just part of your on the way to work, or just you want something delicious. That's what you do every day.
So for National Teddy Bear Day, it gets me thinking about, that's usually something that most kids have growing up. And there's always that one item or few items that you keep, no matter how old you get. So what is that childhood memento that you've kept around? 877-881-1053, because I still have my first ever blanket. It is like maybe, 2.5 feet wide. So can it do anything for me nowadays? No. But I still keep it because I remember going to the doctor's office, whenever I was sick, and I would have that wrapped up around me, for comfort or whatever. I grew up with that thing, so I have to keep it around. And then I do have a teddy bear that I still keep. I think he's sitting on a shelf right now. It was Thomas the Train.
Oh, yeah.
So he was dressed like the conductor.
If you've ever wondered where my ruthless side comes from, it might be from my mom. She took away my first blanket one night when I was sleeping because I had probably gotten too old to have it. But this also should have been the first sign of my my OCD, because it was like fabric in the middle, but on the edges it had that kind of like velvety
satin.
Yeah. And I needed to just like keep touching that part of it like over and over.
Oh,
and
you're
over.
a texture kind of person. Yeah, my Carter is the same way. Like, textures are a very big deal.
Yes.
He's one of those people that, like, he can't, if he sees something that's an interesting texture, he has to reach out and touch it.
I get it.
You're just like, what? Like, can you not stop that? And he's like, I can't. Intrusive thoughts. It's the blanket. It was given to me by one of my mom's friends. She handmade it out of yarn, and it looks like scrambled eggs. Like, it literally looks. It's yellow and white, kind of. It looks like scrambled eggs, and it kind of looks like Big Bird a little bit too, because he's yellow. And so I love that blanket. We used it to make forts. One time I put my sister on the roof and she wouldn't jump down, so I said, "Hey, jump into my blanket." She refused to do that too. I don't understand.
I think you understand, right, Alec?
I think I do, but continue.
Neighbor ended up having to get a ladder and help her down. This is why my parents probably shouldn't left me at home alone. That thing, I used it as a cape. It was everything, and now it is in a box at the house, but it is very easily gettable, Never had a hole in it. None of the fabric, none of the yarn ever came loose. It's still in perfect condition. My sister's blankie, completely destroyed.
Yeah.
Her blankie is completely destroyed. We have a baggie of shreds of cloth.
Do you think it's because she was careless with it?
Yeah, mine was amazing. Hers was not. Obviously, mine was just more durable though, because mine was, all the things I used it for. But my kids, they all have their blankets still too. Avery has his. He has his little Georgie that he sleeps with too. He's 17 years old, still sleeps with those things.
Do you think he wanted you to say that on the radio?
Carter has his. Lucy's, she has her blankie is turned into 3 different blankies. Because it's just falling apart. It was the one you swaddle with and stuff.
Yes.
Those things just don't last.
So you're not planning on taking it away from them in the middle of the night while they're asleep?
No. Dude, I do remember though, when Avery was little and we decided it's time for no more pacifier. And so Adrian took all the pacifiers and hid them from him. Somehow he found them. We couldn't find our child. We were where is our child? In the house. And it was a small house too. So we're walking around and I look underneath the bed. He has all the pacifiers in his hand. He's like 2 or 3 years old or something. All of them in his hands, and he's hiding in the back of the thing, and he's just shaking in the back. And I was like, buddy, it's time. So what I did, I took him to the back, had him throw them away in the dumpster in the back, So that was him taking ownership of it.
Yeah.
We put it in a Build-A-Bear. And when it was time, and so like Noah still has it, but he was like, it's time for it to go away. One of the few times, Alec, I ever saw Jess get really mad at me about a parenting thing is I said, man, how hilarious would it be if I was like, hey, Noah, and I tied it to like these helium balloons and he just had to watch it float away. She did not think that was funny at all. I didn't do that. I just said, what if? I said, what if? I didn't actually do it.
You and these hypotheticals, man. From the 817, still have my stuffed puppy from Montgomery Ward that I begged for. It's pushing 40 years old.
I had my pound puppy for the longest time.
Dude,
you know what a pound puppy is?
I do, actually. Okay. Yes. Yeah. And
I just got a text from my wife.
Oh, no.
She is at a luncheon today.
Fancy.
Chris Arnold is emceeing the luncheon.
That's the least shocking thing you could have told me today. That's
amazing,
least
though.
shocking
He's just
thing.
everywhere, dude. He's everywhere.
Hey, tell her to ask him if he can get a Harrison Barnes jersey autograph for me.
Okay.
All right. Also, not very shocking at all. But I've seen this at least 4 or 5 times on the fan text that people still have their first baseball glove, which makes me sad because mine was stolen at a game. So I don't have my first one. I have my second one, but I'm just going to act like it was my first one, even though I just told the truth on 100,000 watts. 877-881-1053, that one childhood memento that you still have with you. I do see this one on the baseball glove topic from the 214. They have their first that they got autographed by Oral Hershiser.
Oh,
have it sitting in a
topical.
bookcase. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Oh, man, he's so bitter.
Yes, I love that. The face, please, Twitch and YouTube, Dallas Fan Cam, go look at the face that Corey just made at me. It was actually kind of terrifying.
And see the Tolo hat you can get Friday at Taco Bueno.
I know, it's actually sick. I'm jealous. And gentlemen, I found a way to make running fun. I can't take credit for this. It was not my idea. But I did find this. Again, another New York City Run Club thing. I guess
New York City?
Yeah, New York. I mean, hey, when you travel by foot a lot, I guess you get into running.
That's true.
And I've seen any like cool, creative run club ideas I've seen lately on social media have been from New York. And Prince Kev on TikTok is a runner in the city. Yes, Prince Kev with 2 V's, by the way.
No.
And it appears to be the brains, this account appears to be the brains behind the new, you've heard of the 999 challenge. How about the 10-10-10 challenge? And what this is comprised of: 10 miles, 10 slices of pizza, and 10 beers. So every mile you take down a slice of pizza and a pint of beer.
That is a lot.
Every mile. And they are doing this challenge in New York City. Prince Kev has created this, and
you have to do it a certain amount of time.
No, you just gotta complete the challenge itself.
Okay,
you got to get all of that down, and you got to do the 10 miles.
See, because if I can walk that, I think I can do it.
Well,
I'm not.
What if you have to be running, just not?
I'm screwed, man.
Okay.
I don't want to eat a piece of pizza and go for a run at all. Like, that's not something I want.
And the cool thing is, this guy, Prince Kev, I'm going to keep saying his name, but he actually drew up a route where he would hit a different pizzeria every mile. So instead of just going in laps, he went to a different place every single time. So 10 different pizzerias, because everything's so compact in New York. He was able to map that out and make it happen. So 10 different pizza places. And he even switched up which kind of beer he had at each stop, too. He didn't just get the same thing. So creative. I like it.
That is impressive.
You're impressive.
He's talking to you, Alec.
Oh.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. McCarthy makes history and the Bears remain, well, the Bears.
They're the Bears.
We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next Gbag.
saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Event for the whole family.
Special thanks to the fan sponsors Wild Fork Foods and Goya Foods.
Get your tickets today through Ticketmaster.com.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
McCarthy. Pass is caught. Spinning grab by Aaron Jones. And somehow, some way, the Minnesota Vikings are on top.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Roll it and roll it. Whatever. What was that?
Because
did you get lost in the middle of your words?
No, I got lost because I was trying to read a totally different story whilst,
dude,
I was speaking.
I hate the word whilst, but that happens. You ever you're in the middle of typing and you hear a word and then you just type the word and you're like, dadgummit, why did I type that word? Okay, I got you.
Because it was a little confusing to me, because I'll start with this. So executives from ESPN and Fox have questioned the Nielsen methodology used to get the YouTube viewers.
Right.
And I was just surprised to see that, because I thought the YouTube number was underperforming for a game of that magnitude. And so their big issue is like, hey, just like, where's the transparency? I know exactly how our ratings get counted. I do not feel well, not radio.
Oh, okay.
I have no idea. I still kind of think it's 4 people carrying a notebook around, and that's how they determine the ratings. But that's still been helpful to us. So thank you very much to everybody who's been listening and making us the top sports show in the DF.
You're damn right. Thank you.
Now, so that's what ESPN and Fox were complaining about. They're like, hey, can you explain this to us? And it sounds like Nielsen's like, no.
They just refuse?
Yeah, they're not giving them any information as of now, so perhaps that's why some of those comments have become leaked.
All right.
Let's go back to the Monday Night Football game. You know what? I just want to go ahead and hear another cut. Can you give me cut number 5? Once again, J.J. McCarthy doing stuff.
McCarthy out of the shotgun, milking a 3-point lead. It is a run-pass option. McCarthy takes off to the right, to the 10. Stutter steps at the 5. Touchdown! He's J.J. McCarthy, and he runs for a Vikings touchdown.
Now, you might have noticed that was Vikings radio, whereas the first one was not, if you were curious about the enthusiasm gap. There's a lot of different things that happen in this game. Most importantly, the Vikings defeat the Bears 27-24. When the Bears were winning late in the third quarter, they were up 17-6. Minnesota had a 7.7% chance of winning. But the Bears, they did what they do, including, good to see, new coach still doesn't solve clock management, as after they scored the touchdown, instead of just trying to kick the ball out of the end zone and keep the clock at 2:02, thus allowing a play to be run before you hit the 2-minute warning, because obviously you're trying to get the ball back. If you're down by 3 points, you're trying to get the ball back late in the game. Instead, they kicked it to Ty Chandler, and your boy, the Vikings coach, he was like, hey, take it out. Take it out. Even though it might not have been totally advantageous field position-wise, that ran the clock down. So there was now no longer a 2-minute warning for their next play.
Yeah, the
smart football.
Even still, inexcusable to give up 21 in the fourth quarter.
Fair.
I
agree.
And that's part of what you just pointed out. I think Ben Johnson's probably going into the fourth quarter pretty happy. He's like, look, my defense has been standing up for me. We got a pretty good chance here. This is nice. But that's a tough loss for the Bears, man. Especially at home against a rookie quarterback. I know it's not his rookie season, but it's his first outing there. And I just felt like that first Bears drive, I was like, oh man, if this is what we're going to have to contend with, this is going to be tough.
Is there any part of you that kind of felt like, I don't know, it's just one play, but Odunze sort of saved the day with his amazing sideline tiptoe catch to keep it going?
Yeah, probably so.
But you're right. They did just march down the field and score, and you're like, oh.
Yeah. Yeah, and I was like, okay, I like what I was seeing out of the play calling. Checkdowns were coming out fast, too.
Yeah.
To DeAndre Swift.
Yeah.
Like, Caleb Williams' biggest problem last year was holding on to the ball too long. And then last night, it seemed like immediately Ben Johnson had been in his ear. You get the ball out quick. Make decisions fast. And then it turned out he just doesn't pay attention to the rest of the field for the rest of the game. So
there were some amazing numbers for Vikings fans and for J.J. McCarthy coming out of this. He was the first Vikings quarterback to throw multiple touchdowns in his NFL debut since Fran Tarkenton did so back in 1961.
Not even Dante Culpepper?
No.
That's impressive.
It is. Now.
Brett Favre?
No. Not Brett Favre.
Okay.
All right. Let's and that was in his NFL debut, not his Vikings
gotcha.
debut.
Steve DeBerg.
No,
Steve DeBerg?
not
What about
Steve
Steve
DeBerg. Now, let's talk about another awesome name. Per NFL researcher Dante Koplovitz Fleming, J.J. McCarthy also became the first starting quarterback to record a comeback of 10 points or greater in his first NFL start since Steve Young in 1985. And J.J. McCarthy is the first to do so on the road since 1950, when I guess they decided to start keeping stats because they were like, we might be able to overtake college football. I'll look into that. But yeah, so across the board, impressive night for the Vikings. Now, you want to talk about adding insult to injury.
1948. Actually, Kevin, the NFL began keeping official statistics in 1932.
But that's when people still didn't care.
And they didn't know what they were. It was chalk or something.
I still think it's weird that the NFL didn't decide that the sack was a relevant statistic until they had been playing football for 45 years.
And now here we are trying to make pressures a big stat.
Yes! Maybe people will look back at this era and they'll be like, you're so stupid. They didn't even count pressures until, whenever. The Bears fans were informed, or season ticket holders were at least, of the Bears' plans to finalize a stadium in Arlington Heights. Now, I have a cousin who lives in Arlington Heights, so I think that's kind of neat. But they made it really clear. And they tried to do that thing where, whenever a coach or a manager gets fired and they're like, hey, they did such a great job. And I'm like, but not really, right? Or else you wouldn't have fired them. So it's the same thing here. They're like, hey, don't think about it as us leaving. Think about it as us expanding. And if you live right there, you're probably like, well, that doesn't help at all. But new stadium, and they also said they're hoping to host a Super Bowl as soon as 2031.
Speaking of,
Soldier Field's been there more than 100 years.
I just saw this morning the city of Dallas is working on approving an HEB in Dallas. So Mike still might not get it because a lot of the community doesn't want it. So good luck, Mike.
Would this be the first time in history that Mike has attended a city council meeting and he's like, yes, Mike Bassick, Oak Cliff, I am here to tell these fart heads that we need an HEB. I will also go to that city council meeting if Mike is going to be there.
Open your eyes.
All right. So one more thing to go along with that game. Did you see that Peyton Manning hand wrote a letter to the Pope that he should come on to the Manning cast?
What's the Pope going to talk about?
I mean, he's a sports fan.
But doesn't he have other things to do?
Probably.
Talk to God?
Well, maybe he'll throw out fiery sports opinions and Jesus opinions. I don't know.
I don't know if you can do both of those.
I bet you can. All right. And so, did he just send it to one Pope way? I don't actually know the address of the Vatican. It has a proper address. I wonder, and that made me think, I want to know, who checks the mail?
It's 00120. CITT with an A in Del Vaticano, Vatican City.
So what I want to know, Alec, first of all, what you think about that pronunciation? But also, who handles the mail at the Vatican? Who gets to decide what makes its way to the Pope and what doesn't?
They read it and they're like, this is ridiculous.
They're like, the Manning cast, your ratings went down. You're out.
Can't light a bush on fire.
All right, couple more things for you. We already told you about the injury to George Kittle, but also tough injury for the Saints, who are already terrible. Julian Blackmon, who is in his first season with the Saints, I do believe, he looks like he's going to be out for the year with a shoulder issue. He has had 7 interceptions combined in the last 2 years. And then this is a fascinating back and forth. Geno Smith, while he set the Raiders record for most passing yards in the first game with the team, you go to Ashton Genty, 19 carries for 38 yards.
Not good.
Ouch.
Not good enough.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the Brewers have the best record in baseball, but the Rangers have Michael Helman and Jacob Latz. Next on The Fan.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard. KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors. And, of course, the famous Alec Medford. Now, couple more quick NFL notes for you. Jabril Peppers is signing with the Steelers. I don't know when the last time was you thought about him. And then the Eagles did make the trade for Tank Bigsby. They gave up 5th and 6th round picks next year to snag him from the Jags.
It's interesting. Somebody texted in the other day that they were like, "Is Saquon Barkley hurt?" And I was like, it was kind of a
right.
And then whenever I saw that yesterday, I was like, "Holy crap! Is something wrong with Saquon Barkley, or is this just what Howie Roseman does?
Right.
This is what he just churns the roster. This isn't good enough. We got to be better. If people are willing to pick up the phone and call, I'm willing to have a conversation."
Yes. No, I think that is a very astute way of breaking it down. But, another thing happened yesterday, and I want to go to cut number 2 because Mickey joked about it earlier in the show. There's all of these different names that maybe if you haven't been locked into the Rangers all year long, you are not aware of. Here is another one with the hit of the night.
For the set. And the pitch. And that ball drilled to deep left field. Churio going back, looking up. It's gone! The first grand slam for the Rangers this season is clubbed to left by Michael Helman. Runs us for everybody. 4-0 Texas.
I love it, love it, love it. Obviously, the Rangers would go on to win that game 5-0 over the Brewers. They'll get going again tonight. The series will wrap up tomorrow, and we will be at Globe Life Field leading in to that game. But Michael Helman and Jacob Latz. Even 1 month ago, but certainly multiple months ago, if I said the Brewers are going to have the best record in baseball, you might have had to go a little bit further back for that. And Michael Helman and Jacob Latz are going to be the people who take them down. That feels like it would have been pretty unbelievable.
Oh, absolutely, man. This team was comprised of stars with big contracts. That was what it was built around. Jacob deGrom, Nathan Eovaldi, Corey. Those names those are the guys that are going to carry the load for you. Unfortunately, they couldn't carry the load for you still. You were a sub 500 team with that group still, and that didn't feel right at all. But these guys that Bruce Bochy has magically been able to say, you know what?
Right.
I'm going to wave my wand.
Right.
Did you point out the Jacob Latz ERA stat?
No, if
Kevin?
you want to dive into
Sean
that.
McFarland threw this out there. Jacob Latz has a 2.73 ERA in 6 starts. Bochy said it's, quote, fair to say he's played himself into the discussion of a permanent role, which he discussed with us last week, by the way.
And I'm a little bummed for him that it's fair to say you can be in the discussion. Instead of it's fair to say you've got the job, kid.
The Latz said whatever direction they go is fine as long as we keep winning and pushing for the playoffs. I got to love that even more about the kid.
Yeah.
That he's throwing that into the conversation of, hey, man, all this is great and everything. I want to win. I want to win baseball games. By the way, Helman, who did not have a home run on his big league stat sheet, now has 2 in the last 9 games, Kevin. How do you like that?
I mean, I love it. It's funny that we refer to them as kids. Both of those players are 29.
Oh, man.
So
this is their time. They're primed.
Yes, and obviously older than Alec, but a good bit younger than both of us. And it's really, really encouraging and kind of astonishing. And even Bochy said, I don't recall particularly seeing something just like this in terms of how many injuries they've had and how many young players they've had to bring up, or inexperienced players they've had to bring up, and how that those players have come through time and time and time again.
Yeah. The one thing that's still a bit of a struggle is that 1.5 games that they can't get over, Kevin.
Right.
Hopefully they can. You got the rest of the season to do it, How much is my Michael Helman rookie card worth right now? Is it going to be more if I get it signed?
Ooh, and that is the rookie you pulled from, I believe it was Cards in a Box.
Cards in a Box, yeah, in Frisco, the district.
Frisco. Now, I know you were sad that you didn't get the 1-of-1.
Ecstatic about the Michael
Oral
Helman
Hershiser card, but that's a good question. I will look into that. Surely the value went up overnight. But
you had a grand slam. Everybody should be excited about that guy.
Hopefully the value is a lot in your heart. That's how I'll describe it. That feels like the Corey way to describe that right there.
That didn't help my pocketbook, Kevin.
Okay.
Jeez. I appreciate it, though.
Yes, absolutely. And you saw Cole win. He pitched out of that just 1 inning window. He was effective yesterday as well. But I know you were joking about the 1.5 games back. You continue to win games. And I truly believe this. I don't know exactly what it looks like over the last 17 games, but let's say you go 13-4. The standings are going to take care of themselves. If you're able to win, going back, we said at least 86. All right. So you'd still have to go 11-6 the rest of the way. But 11-6 feels like a very feasible record for the Rangers to close it up. And,
for sure.
And I know 1.5 has kind of been the sticking point for the most part. But if you go, I would probably say at least 12-5. I have no concerns that will take care of itself. If you get to 87 wins, I truly believe this team is going to be in the playoffs.
It's that stretch of late July all the way until mid-August that you just kind of look back at and go, dang, if we had just been better in that stretch right there, That's, and I know
Sure.
you can look at one game here that you're like, oh, that's one we're going to regret. Those Diamondback series. You're like,
Yeah.
But it's this stretch in late July that you're like, we only picked up like 7 wins in that run.
Right.
It's weird. But here you are, still with a chance, still with an opportunity. And they've done this to us all year.
Oh,
And
yeah.
all year long, you're like, okay, all right, you know what? Maybe this is a wash. And then it turns around and you're like, no, it's not a wash. They're still right there. I don't know if it's because the Astros and Mariners just aren't running away with it or because the Rangers have just kind of been just good enough.
It feels fair to say a combination of both. Somebody asked if Evo could come back for the playoffs. That is a question that we posed to Boch either last week or the week before. And he said it was possible. I might be reading too much into this, but it felt like a possibility that might not be in the first round of the playoffs. You might have to progress just a little bit. But
you got DeGrom, though.
That's true. You have DeGrom. And then the other thing is, we talked about it yesterday. Absolutely. And then Tyler Mahle looks like he's primed to come back this week. I'd kind of speculated maybe Sunday would be when you see him roll out there, but he's primed to come back. Corey Seager was adamant about the fact that he still thinks he can come back before the season is over. I know the idea that the Rangers are hoping maybe he can be back for that next homestand, which starts on Friday, a week from Friday against the Marlins. So maybe that's a possibility. And the hope, of course, that Adolis can pop back on once those 10 games are up, because it was kind of iffy if he was going on the injured list to begin with. So if you're hoping for reinforcements, some of them look like they're on the way.
Bochy's made that comment of being surprised at any team that has done what they've had to do this year. Kevin, okay, let's say you do get to the end of the season and you do find a way into the playoffs. This is now decision time, isn't it? Marcus Semion's like, I'm healthy enough to play.
Right.
Corey Seager's like, I'm healthy enough to play. Adolis is like, I'm healthy enough to play. Evaldi's, all right, guys, let's roll. I think these are the guys that got you there.
Yes.
And now you're telling them, thanks for all your service. I guess the one benefit is now you have a plethora of experience going into the playoffs that you can rely on for pinch hitters and pinch runners and stuff. You can dig deeper into that well. But these are the guys that got you here at the end. Do you go back to the ones that were struggling?
I mean, absolutely.
And they needed the rest.
Absolutely. Look, if Corey Seager and Nathan Eovaldi tell me they're good to go, I have, hopefully the medical staff clears them as well.
Yeah, that's
I was going to say I have no further questions, but that feels irresponsible. But like those two in particular, all day, every day that they're capable of playing, I would want them out there. And I feel like the last time you were in the playoffs, Adolis Garcia helped you get to the World Series and obviously get you that world championship. And I feel like knowing Boch, or at least talking with him as much as we have, I have no doubt that those two would immediately be inserted back into the lineup as well. But like you said, I like having the options. If you get to a point where you're like, well, Helman is going wild, it's not like you look at this lineup right now and you're like, there are no weak points.
They're scrappy.
Yeah.
They're a scrappy bunch.
That's
right
true.
now.
But on a day-to-day basis, I can find you two people that you can pull out of the lineup like that and have somebody ready to replace them, just because this is still an offense that generally has struggled. And even though they have gotten better, you'll still see some struggles from them. I have one more positive for you. I said I was worried that we're going to get down to the last 16 games and you're going to need to go like 15-1 or something absurd. I think right now we said you got to get to at least 86. I would feel a lot more comfortable if you could finish the season going 12-5. So that would put you at 87-75. Well, here is the super duper fun part about that. You know what the Rangers record is in their last 17 games?
12-5.
12-5 is correct. And so if you could replicate that, not only do I think you will make the playoffs, you will go into the playoffs as one of the hotter playoff teams. And then I know it's still a big if, but if Eovaldi were around, I still think that would happen later. Your mind can't help but run wild with the prospect of DeGrom, Evaldi, Merrill Kelly.
In the playoffs, runs are just more difficult to come by.
It does feel that.
Like that is a reality in the playoffs.
Because
so
you don't have the fifth starter that you run.
Yeah, and so naturally the Rangers are going to be in those close games again in the playoffs if that's the case. Yeah, Kevin, I start thinking about that too. Now I also start thinking of how are we going to score runs in the playoffs if we're not rolling out Helman and Osuna and Dustin Harris and but then I'm like, I have a shot.
But that's the dream.
Because of the pitching.
Yeah, that's the dream though, right? Is that playoff Seager and playoff Adolis return at a time where, like you said, whether it's Helman, Osuna, Harris, whoever are clicking, and you're like, okay, I can see how this. Look, we learned in 2023. If you can put together the makeshift best baseball team for about 5 weeks or 4.5 weeks, you can win the World Series.
Yeah.
So even though it hasn't looked perfect the whole season or anything close to that, just make it into the playoffs, man. Because then the other thing,
Choppy rolled it out there this morning. Bochy has been his entire career has been. And you can say
this feels like the Boch special.
And you could say that Boch has gotten lucky 4 times to get a World Series, or maybe
absurd.
maybe he has a plan.
Yeah.
And part of the plan is all I got to do is get there, and then I can outmanage anybody.
There is no person who's managed or coached in the history of organized professional athletics that I will say you just got lucky to win your 4 championships. Like I refuse to engage in that. And then the other thing, I don't know if you care about this or Alec, you care about this. We have talked about this many times. Nothing that happened before or after is going to taint my memories of the 2023 Rangers World Series. No. However, if you're one of those people who's like fluky, if you missed the playoffs in 24, but then made the playoffs again in 2025, I think that takes a lot of the stigma out of the idea that it was a fluke. I know you personally don't care, and I don't really care. But
follow whatever you want. I still have it.
For the folks out there, I think that would take away a lot of their ammunition for that.
All they have to do is go 17-0 down the stretch here. Like Kevin said.
It's not what I said. Would it be great?
You don't want to go 17-0?
No, that's not what I said either. I knew you were going to say that. Jeez. If they win 17 in a row down the stretch, that will bring their winning streak up to 19, and I think a lot of pressure will be on the team. More reasonably, go 12-5, and I think you're good to go. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Yes, go 17-0. That'd be great. I don't want to have Boch on tomorrow and be like, "Well, Kevin doesn't think you should win all the games." And I'll be like, "Come on, dude."
Kevin says y'all can't go 17-0. He also said y'all couldn't. Nobody can ever go 162-0. Boch, your thoughts?
We're not going to waste his time with that now. But if we get him on for Peace-a-thon, I want you to ask that question in that same way. I guarantee you he will agree with me. Coming up, go get Rangers.
Thanks,
Coming up next, we'll move into the Expressway. We'll do some NFL overreaction or reality power rank, the NFL power ranking as well. And we might have more baseball next on The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your...
That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Oh, is that your name? No, your name. Your name's John. Right, but I just feel like this is your hair. That's your... I'm not saying this is your
$4,000 off select Linux HVAC systems with combined discounts. And 0% financing for 12 months with approved credit. Call 877-BERKEYS or visit Berkeys.com.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
Side the one, lifting motion right to left. Handoff, Javonte Williams. Bang at left guard, and the Cowboys score the first touchdown of the season.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we're going to do a little NFL overreaction or reality. 877-881-1053 if you want to chime in. Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube. Many different options. My first question, gentlemen, overreaction or reality? You are more excited about the 2025 Dallas Cowboys season than you were prior to Thursday night?
Yeah. Reality. I get excited every football season anyway because football season's fun, man. Like last night was awesome. I can't wait till they have Tuesday and Wednesday night football as well back.
Right.
Hopefully we don't have to have another pandemic for that to happen. Hopefully they can just say, you know what, it's just a smart decision for us being all primetime slots. But the fact that they looked more disciplined, they looked capable of running the football. Their defense, while it didn't really do a great job, in my opinion, of getting pressure with just 4, looks like it's capable of being a good coverage, better coverage than I thought we were going to have. Jerry Jones said this morning they had 42% pressure rate, which that's good. I'll take that. But let's keep the quarterback in the pocket too.
Right.
So there were just things about that game. I wish they had been better coming out of the rain delay. Defensively, it was a lot of fun for us because they were making stops. But I wish they would have been better offensively coming out of that rain delay. Dak looks healthy right now. So I think there's a lot of good things that I'm excited about for the season. Going into it, Kevin, I was like, I don't know what to feel.
Yeah.
And they changed my mind for sure.
All right.
One game in.
Well, hey, that's the question. Alec, overreaction to reality. You are more excited for the Cowboys 2025 season than you were prior to Thursday night's game.
It's a reality for me because
I think so too.
Like Corey was saying, we didn't know what to expect. I really went into the game. This is the first time in a while because there were so many returning pieces over the past few years that for the first time in a while, I was able to actually go in there with no expectations whatsoever. Other than, I think they're probably going to lose a game against the defending Super Bowl champions, which I thought was very fair, just to say that. And I thought it was going to be a little bit closer of a score than probably Vegas thought and a lot of other people thought. So I was like, you know what? That's the most I'm going to put on this game. And I walked out of that game thinking, okay, like Corey said, we can defend a little bit better on the back end, at least for 1 week. We defended a little bit better in the secondary. I like that. The passing game looked pretty fun at times. Outside of a few drops, it looked like they knew what they were doing and they had the identity like we talked about, Dak on the move. The run game looked a little bit more consistent than I expected. It wasn't perfect by any means, but I was like, they can run the ball if they decide that's what they really want to do and they want to scheme that up. Sure, that's possible. So yeah, I think the expectations are at least, I'm going to have fun watching this team now.
I haven't gone back to specifically watch this and be sure.
Okay.
I told you earlier, I saw a couple people yesterday suggesting that Pickens was a little lazy on some of his route running.
Right.
One person said that that's one of the reasons Ferguson got destroyed, was because if he had run a better route, that safety wouldn't have been available for that. So I'm going to go look and just to confirm, maybe we can ask the Gbag Nation if they noticed that as well. But that's one thing that I'm hopeful that combination of those receivers becomes a lethal weapon at all times for this team.
So a lot of times I tell you these questions they're just questions. In my opinion, it's not part of them. This is not one of those questions. So the San Francisco 49ers have released Jake Moody. He missed two kicks in their game against the Seahawks. He was a third-round pick a couple of years ago. Now, I say all of that to set this up. Overreaction or reality? Assuming the weather isn't problematic, you think every field goal kicker should make every field goal 50 yards and closer? Every one of them.
Overreaction. I think you should make all your free throws. I think you should attempt to make all your I think they should attempt it. I just know that our bodies are not robot bodies. And so things... What do you mean yet?
Come on.
What do you mean yet? Are we trying to become robots?
This might be because I'm watching Marvel movies.
Oh, okay, yeah. It's human error. It happens. Dude, I'll be honest, man. I was very nervous before Brandon Aubrey's first kick. I had this oh gosh, please, what if he steps wrong? What if he's nervous? It appears that Brandon Aubrey does not get nervous at anything. Remember we had him on the show a couple of years ago? He wasn't nervous at all being around us, the stars that we are on radio. And he just answered every question, even though he understood the magnitude of the conversation.
Magnitude.
But no, Kevin, I disagree with you. I understand where you're coming from, but human bodies just are not 100%. Even robots aren't.
Alec, let's see if you're on the right side of this question.
I'm going to say that I'm actually siding with Corey here. It's an overreaction. Again, I understand the sentiment. I really do. But until the human element is somehow completely removed through a Marvel movie or what have you from the kicking game, that's just going to happen. The big moment, nerves. Like, all of those things exist. It's still going to matter. You know, like fire drill field goals. They're not going to be perfect. You're not going to see them very often, but that's going to be hard to execute, like in the Chiefs game. Like, stuff like that, the moment matters. It really does. And then sometimes the body just gets in the way.
Somebody from the 214, to me, that's like saying every professional golfer should hit the fairway on every single drive every time.
No. Here's why I do not care for that analogy. Because then you also have to try to hit it from the fairway to the green, and then you also have to try to putt it. There are different elements of your job you have to excel at as
They
well.
were just talking about hitting it on the fairway off the tee every time.
Okay, but there are other things they have to know how to do as
like
well. Like the things I just said.
Well, kickers have to also kick off.
Okay, that's true.
And
what?
Squib kick? Onside
They've taken that just about out of the game.
Still have to know how to do it and tackle. They got to tackle occasionally.
What? I don't need my kicker to know how to tackle if it means he'll make it all his field goals. I'll tell you what, that's the deal I'll make. You don't have to go through tackle drill 1 as long as you've made every single one of your kicks. The second you miss one, hit the sled.
You're the tackling dummy from now on.
So, all right, just throwing that out there. All right, NFL overreaction reality. Clearly, I lost that one. Now we'll move back to more just
I feel like you want us to agree with you on that one. You know
100%.
what? Kickers should 100% make all their kicks, those dummies.
I think
is that better?
I think it's too many years of watching A&M kickers line up from 37, and I'm like, come on, dude. Like...
Dude, college weirds me out the way that
because they kick it sideways.
They'll kick that angled shot that you're like, dude, you're on. No, don't do that anymore. And they're like, yeah, we got this. Trick shots is the way we love it in college.
Absolutely. NFL overreaction reality. Josh Allen has gotten better and is now the best quarterback in the NFL. I mean, I know he won the MVP. But I don't think people last year were like, he's absolutely the best quarterback now.
He's everything. If I was building a quarterback, I would build Josh Allen. He's got a cannon of an arm. He can run with the best of them. He can run people over too. Like Lamar Jackson is more likely going to slip by you than he is going to truck you.
Sure.
Josh Allen can truck you, and he just plays the game with this fun, ability. Again, I'll take Lamar Jackson too. I'm treating it a little bit differently. Just a little bit, not too much. But I think that he is right there, man. He is the guy that I would take as the top quarterback in the league right now.
Alec overreaction reality. Josh Allen has gotten better and is now the number 1 quarterback in football.
I got to go reality because of the way that they've been able to mesh those two things that Corey mentioned, the fact that he does have the rocket arm and the crazy arm talent, the accuracy and everything as a passer, but they've unlocked that second element of him being able to run off script and by design because they have to drop people back in coverage because he can complete almost any pass. So the fact that they've been able to marry those two finally and make it make sense, kind of the same way we talked about Lamar in his last MVP season, how they finally unlocked the perfect pairing of both of his really strong abilities. I think that makes him number 1 over Mahomes for me right now.
And the fact that they can run the ball, like this doesn't have to do with him as much, but the fact that they can run the ball with their running backs effectively too.
Right.
Just creates more opportunity for them to create designed runs where Josh Allen gets to go and have wide open running lanes out to the right because they have to respect their run game.
NFL overreaction reality. The Ravens aren't winning another Super Bowl with John Harbaugh. Now, I've decided to shift this conversation to the coach and not the quarterback.
Yeah, reality. Dude, I think you did. I think this is smart by shifting it to the coach. I talked about the edge. I think you just have to see it to know what I'm talking about. And if you see it, then I think it's undeniable. And I think that the standard for Baltimore is very high. That the standard that Harbaugh sets for the organization, that is a very high standard. But I also think that there's this, in big moments, this doubt that creeps in on them. And I don't think it's just now. I think it's been there for a while.
Right.
Or
it's been there.
A slight lack of preparation for certain things. And there's just something missing within that organization now that he didn't have. Now again, he had Joe Flacco, who was having the greatest run ever.
His postseason run that year is incredible.
It was insanely good, and so that was an unconscious kind of thing where he didn't have any doubt that that those special moments were going to happen. But for Baltimore right now, there's probably in that group, they're probably like, why can't you help us get over the top? And coach is probably going, you guys got to execute.
Per the Associated Press, John Harbaugh has 17 blown double-digit leads in the second half. That is the most since at least 1991. 7 of those were in the last 3 seasons, and then Sunday night made it 8.
Ooh. I don't want to say that the man himself is a front runner, but I feel like his teams are. Because
that's tough to argue against.
I mean, it's the what have you done for me lately league. Really, all pro sports are, but it goes back years and years, as you just mentioned, that it feels like they are the first half heroes. You know, they have everything firing on all cylinders. They get a comfortable lead, and then it's not comfortable anymore in the last 2 minutes of the game, which that's the most important part of the game, if you ask me, where you're trying to win. And I think he's a great coach. I really do. I think he's one of the better coaches in the league. Again, that edge that Corey talks about. It's the slight difference that we've seen from McCarthy over to Schottenheimer. It felt like there was a sense of urgency outside of the dude wearing 88 having a really bad game on Thursday. It feels like everybody has that same goal-oriented mindset. With the Ravens, it doesn't. It's like, okay, Derrick Henry's going to have 155 yards in the first half or whatever. And after that, we're just going to go on cruise control because we got this. No, you got to treat every game the same, and you got to finish these things out.
Colby Sapp texted me and said, F Joe Flacco. So I just wanted to let you know those are the parts of the segment that he has heard.
Oh, my gosh. But the memory, Colby, memory of that will never fade.
Was it a bet between the two of you?
Yes,
so
correct.
What were you going to have to pay off?
Nothing.
Okay, so Colby made a bad bet.
He did.
And then he had to shave Flacco into his chest, and it looked like he wrote Flacco because there was pen there, and it looked like as he started to shave, he just said, hey, let a slug shave the rest of it. Because it was fly. It was what it looked like. Flu is kind of how it looked. But either way, I think I still have a picture of it. It was amazing.
NFL overreaction or reality, the Packers are the team to beat in the NFC.
I think so. I think that's the reality. They looked ready. I think adding Micah definitely does help.
Sure.
Will the rest of the team start to take off, certain plays? Maybe that's the case. He's going to have a honeymoon period like none other, I bet, dude. The fans are going to love him. He's going to talk about loving being there. He's got his new contract, but they're a good team, man. And that's their focus is that. The fact that the Niners look like they're already struggling, that's a big concern. I'm interested to see if the Rams offense can ramp up a little more because they just didn't look as effective. But again, you're playing against the Texans defense, which is really tough. But I think the Rams are in that conversation. The Eagles just didn't look crisp enough. Maybe it's a Super Bowl hangover, whatever it is. But in the NFC right now, I think the Packers definitely do have an edge.
Alec, what say you?
I got to go reality to be consistent with what I said earlier in the show that they're probably my Super Bowl favorite because you took the Cowboys away, of course, Kevin.
Right.
Because you ate fun. But I think it was Josh Jacobs in the post-game show after the game against the Lions even said, I don't think Jordan Love gets enough credit for how good he really is at just purely throwing the football. And I was like, you know what? He might have a point because I still can't name more than 2 of his receivers. Outside of Josh Jacobs, in the backfield with him, I can't name many other people that are really helping on that team outside of maybe an offensive lineman or 2, because they don't have the flashy names, but they have a bunch of dudes They have a great coach. Their defense got better. The rich only gets richer in that situation. They looked really, really good. I think they're the most well-rounded team in the NFC right now.
Now, conversely, NFL overreaction or reality, the Dolphins are the worst team in the AFC. I know Cleveland still exists.
Yeah, and
sorry,
I think Cleveland's defense cares, though.
Okay, yeah.
So, and I don't think that Miami's defense cares. I don't think they care one iota. And that comes from a bad offseason of conversation about how much they acted like they cared, but they really didn't. I don't know, the Bills' defense stunk, or was that just a product of the Ravens' offense?
I mean, I'm not going to argue that a 41-40 game is only the product of the offenses, even though they're both amazing. You gotta have
gave up 32. Yeah, I'll go with the Miami Dolphins being the worst defense. That's going to be more consistent, I think, than the Jets, Bills, Ravens, and Steelers giving up that many points.
All right, Alec, overreaction or reality, the Dolphins are the worst team in the AFC.
My heart wants to say Browns because they're just miserable, but there's a difference between those two. They're both really bad, but one of them, the locker room has been totally lost, and there's not going to be any repairing that, and that's Miami. So I go reality here.
All right, and then I got one more for you. Overreaction or reality, CJ Stroud cannot recover his rookie form this year.
Overreaction, but they didn't give me any promise.
Line did not look good.
They didn't give me any promise to start this thing. It was interesting watching the Bears offensive line last night and how often they talked about the shuffling and the additions, and it still were times when Caleb Williams looked like he had to just scramble for his life at moments. And we take really great offensive lines, not one lineman individually, but we take great offensive lines for granted, I think, whenever you're like, oh, that dude has all the time in the pocket, and you don't think about all the other quarterbacks that are having to escape for their lives. CJ Stroud had to do it too frequently, but I do think that it's still possible. It's just they got to figure out how to do it quicker.
Ooh, I'm going to go on the other side of the coin here. I'm going to say that he can't this year because they didn't do enough this offseason to help him. Like, you talk about the stagnant offense under Bobby Slowick in his second year. They get rid of him. What did they really do to try to improve play calling? Nothing. What did they do to try to help him out offensively after losing one of his number one targets? Nothing. Like, they didn't do much. His number one running back is hurt. Like, It just feels like he doesn't have, and I hate to be that he doesn't have enough help guy, but he doesn't have enough help right now until they get a sense of, like, who do we want to be offensively? Well, you need to protect the quarterback first. You can't do that with the group that you have right now, clearly, and you need to be able to pass the football. You can't do that outside of Nico Collins right now because any other outlet you have is hurt or you got rid of them.
Kevin, I have important information. However, if you've already said this important information 11 minutes ago, we can dump it and move on.
Okay.
Globe Life Field roof is scheduled to be open for tonight's game. And guess what? It was open last night.
And we won.
And Michael Helman hit a grand slam. So another grand slam tonight is what Kevin is predicting.
Man, I look so
Get your
smart.
plays ready on Underdog.
Man, and they do have some awesome, like, if you ever have a vibe on Underdog that someone's going to get a home run that, like, doesn't normally, you can click higher on home run, and it's usually like, you get 7 times your money if you think that's going to happen. Sometimes they try to embarrass you, though. They're like, yeah, 18 times your money. And they're like, go ahead, dummy.
We dare you.
We don't think that person is going to get a home run. All right, Alec, go ahead and give me cut number 14 if you can, because we do this every year. We've seen weekend 1 in the books. It's time to power rank the NFL Power Rankings.
Crap.
Prescott in the gun, sends Tolbert in motion to the right, back to throw, looking, deep to the middle, Lamb at the 45, left to the 40, 35 on the sideline. C.D. Lamb. He wears an 88.
It's
true.
It stinks, Kevin.
That's how many drops he had in that game.
That's not how many drops he had in that game.
Okay.
It stinks how good of a game he had before that.
Oh, yeah, in the first half, he was unbelievable.
As I was rewatching it, I was like, dude, he saved Dak on that one. He saved Dak on that. He saved the offensive line on that one. And then I think in that I don't know if it was a different warm-up he had coming out of the rain delay or what, but he just did not see the ball the same, man.
Do you guys want to go with NFL.com, The Athletic, or ESPN?
I like NFL.com. They are the NFL.
Where would you put your Dallas Cowboys in the power ranking?
I feel like this is a very, very easy one for me, Kevin. Somewhere in the middle of the pack.
Oh, Alec?
I was going to say right at 16.
Okay. The Dallas Cowboys debut, or I guess they stayed the same, in NFL.com's power rankings, 21.
Okay, so looking a little bit better, did nothing for them there.
Yeah.
Win the game and it changes.
Still lose.
Yeah, win the game and it changes everything for you.
Yeah.
You can finally move up to middle of the pack.
Hopefully, they would have been a little bit higher than middle of the pack if they won, but to be fair, who the hell knows?
Do you think Philadelphia would have dropped to 21?
No chance.
Had they lost to the Cow? Okay.
Dropped to like 7, maybe.
Okay.
Now, the toughest question you might hear all day. Who is the worst team in the NFL? There are several viable candidates. I can think of at least 5.
I'm going to stick with the team without a quarterback until their coach finally takes over and becomes their quarterback. New Orleans Saints.
Alec, would you like to agree with that? Or would you like to pick a different team?
I like where he's at. I still think that's the most miserable roster in the entire league. I really do.
Well, people have spoken. They agree. The New Orleans Saints are the worst team in football, followed by Carolina, Cleveland, the Giants, and the shockingly overranked Miami Dolphins at number 28. It's too high.
Well,
They
there's a
need to
bunch
be
of
in
bad
that
teams
bottom
down
3.
there.
That's true.
The Giants aren't good.
That's true. Carolina looked terrible. I think Cleveland put up a fight, man.
They tried.
They should be higher.
I mean, they got Joe Flacco.
And so
Super
did
Bowl
Foley.
champion Joe Flacco.
All right. So the Cowboys significantly closer to the worst than they are the best. Now, who is, after one whole week of decisions, the best team in football?
I'm going to go with Buffalo.
Ooh, the Buffalo Bills.
Even though they gave up a lot of points.
The Buffalo Bills moved up from 3rd to 2nd.
Oh, okay.
They are the number 2 team on the NFL.com power rankings. Alec, this is your chance to steal.
What? Steal what?
Who is your pride? Who is, how about too harsh? Who is the number 1 team in all of football?
I feel like since the reigning champs won, they're probably going to go with the reigning champs until there's a reason not to put them there. Give me the Eagles at number 1.
Alec is correct, and therein lies one of the fundamental issues with power rankings. If you thought Green Bay, I think you should have way more movement. If you thought Green Bay was the best team, you should put them 1. And then they lose in the second game, and you're like, it's only 2 games. They look terrible. Drop them down to 8. I think there should be way more movement in this.
Kevin, I just saw this from Josh Dubow, AP sports writer Josh Dubow. Josh Allen had been 0-16 when starting a drive trailing by a score in the final 4 minutes of regulation, playoffs included, before Sunday.
Really?
0-16 when starting a drive trailing by a score in the final 4 minutes. Only Brad Johnson, 0-17, had been worse since 2000.
Oh, no.
So he was basically Brad Johnson. But Brad Johnson has a Super Bowl.
I mean, that is probably the only thing that holds me back on Josh Allen. I get all the reasons he's the best quarterback, but I'm like...
Was it Caleb Presley? He was with Barstool for a while. He did the interview with Jared Goff, and he was like, aside from wins in the playoff, what's keeping you from a Super Bowl championship? And Jared Goff was like, I mean, that's it.
There's There's no aside. That's what I'm gonna go.
I
with.
love that line of questioning.
Yeah, absolutely. And by the way, in case you really wanted to know, on the other power rankings, on The Athletic, the Cowboys are 22, and ESPN, the Cowboys are 19. By the way,
okay, that's the right place for them right now.
Interesting anomaly with the ESPN power rankings. Number 20 on there, the Seattle Seahawks, and they also have like who is the best newcomer performance. It's DeMarcus Lawrence. 22 on the list, the Jacksonville Jaguars, best newcomer performance, Jordan Lewis. 24, the Chicago Bears, best newcomer performance, Nahshon Wright. So there is just this string of former Cowboys that
they were good.
They were the best new players for their team.
That's why they because Micah, because of the Micah contract, we couldn't keep those guys. And now they're the best newcomers for other teams.
I will never believe that the Micah contract kept you from keeping Nahshon Wright. Like, if you want to argue about the other ones, like, I'll at least
Jordan
listen
Lewis,
to
I could
that.
see sticking around
Yeah.
had they had the cash for it.
All right, quick side question. I don't know how relevant y'all still find this show, but pardon the interruption, PTI has been extended out to 2028. Michael Wilbon and Tony Kornheiser with the extensions, which fascinates me because one of the things that pushed me away from that show eventually is it feels like very rarely they were on the show together. And I know they have other jobs and stuff, but it felt like so often you would get one and then some replacement, and some of them were better than the other. But do you care about the show still? I'm not here to argue it's like legacy in sports media, because I think that is untouchable right now.
So you're saying their show was kind of like our show when you were in Germany? I mean, we had Fred, so we were fine, but
maybe
Kevin
Pablo Torre.
There was a time I watched that show frequently, and I can't say that I do that much anymore.
Sure.
And I honestly think it has a lot to do with the simple fact that watching TV is different now. Because back then I would go search, and be like, screw it, just turn on ESPN. I can leave that on. And now I'm like, I have shows I want to watch, or I don't watch TV.
Yeah.
I'll spend my time listening to Sean and RJ or the Gbag Nation or A Fan After Dark. Not this show.
I listen when we're doing the show.
Well, I mean, I'm saying when I'm not.
I gotcha.
You know what I'm saying? But I just don't pursue it that often. I do have a ton of respect for those two guys, though.
Sure.
Because A, longevity in the business is very difficult.
Absolutely.
And B, I think that they've always been very good at providing good sports opinions, and their mutual respect for each other while combating. Because you and I have a different style than them.
Sure.
They are combating conversation,
Right.
and occasionally we'll have disputes, but they get angry with each other sometimes. And I guess we have in the past, but we more than anything else are just trying to have a fun discussion, whereas they have a very specific format that they're trying to do. But congratulations to them. I hope the best for them.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block, starring Corey Majors.
Jerry Jones spoke this morning. We'll go through some of what he had to say, but also it's time for the level of concern. Next on The Fan.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You can proudly say, I heard it.
very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jack. My name's Jack. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
All right, guys, thank you very much. I'm going to try and introduce something new this year. It's a new segment idea. It's called The Level of Concern.
Oh. What? Is that like every sound effect in the world?
I couldn't decide which sound effect, so I just had Alec just play all of them.
Yep.
Okay.
That's fine work, sir. I really appreciate that. So that is going to be our sound effect for the level of concern. We don't have to play it every time like we did for the ultimate backfire.
Oh, yes. I love
that. Was always
that.
a fun segment. I think that was Gavin Dawson's favorite segment we did. Because to this day, he still will reference the ultimate backfire. Like, we'll be in the middle of a conversation, and he's trying to end it with, and that was the ultimate backfire. And I'm like, oh, man, that was good stuff. So the level of concern is where we have conversations about our level of concern for certain players, certain plays, certain units.
Okay.
If you will, or other things. Maybe we start including other things in life, too.
Oh.
For your level of concern.
Okay.
But I do want to start off with a little bit of what Jerry Jones talked about this morning when he was on with Sean and RJ and Bobby and Peyton show. Jerry Jones will be on every Tuesday at 8:30, and then every Friday with us at 10:30 as well.
And this Cowboys replay brought to you by Window Nation.
And by the way, this Friday we will be at Taco Bueno in Arlington. Looking forward to seeing everybody out at that location. I'm pretty sure that's the location Jerry Jones goes to before or after the game. I'm going to ask him on Friday.
Neat.
While we're there, if you're looking at the fan cam, we have a limited number of these trucker hats, these Tolo trucker hats. If you would like to get one, we'll be giving them away. And don't forget also, this Saturday, I'll be at the Derbyshire in Frisco for the FC Dallas watch party. So a lot going on. I love how busy we are as a station right now. Out at the Globe tomorrow, Taco Bueno Friday, Derbyshire, Bearded Monkey, got parties going on. It's been so much fun. We'll start off with what Jerry Jones said, and this goes great with the level of concern. Are you concerned about either the offense or the defense after the first game?
No, I liked both of them had some improvement, of course, but both of them had some things that the positive overweighs the negatives. I thought we did a good job against a good team offensively, and had ourselves in a position to, like I said, win the game. We didn't make some plays at the end that we can expect to make, and that's where I get my solace right there. On defense, they're a solid team that uses that quarterback to run that ball, and really, I thought under the circumstances, we made our adjustments and played a good second half.
Kevin, what is your level of concern? And I really do kind of wish that we could get Carter to make some sort of graphic that has a level, and they're just trying to balance things out. That would be really cool. Then I would be part of PTI, I guess. What is your level of concern, more or less, for the offense or defense?
It's still for the defense.
Still?
Although both sides, I mean, in the first half when the offense was running wild and the defense was terrible, and then they pretty much flipped the script in the second half, I'll still say the defense.
Yeah. Alec, for you?
Right there with Kevin. There's still plenty of questions defensively that I have. Offensively, I feel like I kind of know what they are, so that makes me feel a little better.
I think that when Jerry said, no, I like both of them, like he's giving us the most optimistic version that we probably had too. Like, because we were so our level of concern was high.
Yes.
For both sides of the ball. You got rid of the best pass rusher on your team. Your secondary might be depleted. What are these linebackers? Now, Kenny Clark, I thought, had a really good game. Yeah, but at the time, you didn't have any defensive tackles that you knew and felt. So I felt like the defensive side of the ball had a lot of concerns, and we knew nothing of the offense. Tyler Guyton, your fingers crossing it, and I'm going to get to him in just a second. Like, all these things, we were very concerned about the offense. I think my level definitely tapered off after that. Now, I did say this on Friday morning. What if that was the best version of them this year? They were hyped up for Philadelphia. It was a division opponent. They're trying to go up against a team on the opening night of football season.
Right.
It's their best game they possibly play because they were playing above their heads. I hope that's not the case, but things have happened before. Jerry Jones also cut 4 here. What did you make of CeeDee Lamb's second half struggles?
Well, I just look at each play on its own rather than look at a group of plays, because nothing in his background or any place suggests that he can't catch the football. And so I just look at each one of them, and without getting any way here, they just haven't ever made a receiver that doesn't have a drop. But he just got 2 or 3 there at the wrong time and in succession there. So that doesn't concern me generally about whether CeeDee Lamb can catch the ball. It was unfortunate because at that particular juncture, we could have had some better offense in the second half had we made those plays late.
And that's absolutely true. Like my level of concern for CeeDee Lamb, I think, is now even lower because this happened.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think because remember, it was a couple of years ago, they were playing against the Giants, and he had about an 80-yarder that he dropped. It hit him in the hands. He was wide open. I think Cooper Rush was actually the quarterback in that game, and he was just like, second half, he had multiple huge catches after that, and because he felt embarrassed by that. I think he's the kind of guy who whenever something like this happens, he's like, I won't let that happen again.
Okay, and I get where you're going with that. I guess I do not share that same level of optimism, but I don't have any pessimism about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't necessarily think that's how it's going to play out, but I'm also not going to be like, well, I don't think CeeDee Lamb is good at football anymore because of this. I'm kind of more of an wait and see. I still know he's really good at football, but I am curious the mental or psychological effects, if there are any, on him, positive or negative.
Yeah, the yips. You don't want that to happen to somebody. You saw it happen to Saltalamacchia.
Yeah, and Knobloch, and I don't think it's gonna happen, but I'm not 100% that it won't.
Alec, your feeling there? Level of concern for CeeDee Lamb being able to catch the ball in the future?
No, I think it's just week one. You're on the road. There's bad weather. Like, there's so many things going on mentally at that point that I'm like, look, he's got a long season to get that figured out. I think we're okay.
How many big catches in this season can he make that will wipe away your thought about what happened in that game?
I think if he makes a game-winning, game-sealing, difficult catch, that will put some of that to bed. But at the same point, you know how all of this works. If he drops a pass, even in early in the second quarter, some people are going to be like, see,
that's CeeDee Lamb right there. I will say this too, Kevin. You're right about that. He could make the game-sealing catch, and then the Cowboys miss the playoffs by one game, and everybody will point back and say, if CeeDee Lamb had just made those catches, the Cowboys would be in the playoffs right now.
And we've talked about the drops. I think you should go more back to the catch-specific percentage when compared to receptions versus drops to get a more accurate gauge on that. But I don't understand. I still don't understand the one play, especially in game one of the regular season, that seems to undercut people's thoughts about the last 2 years.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, are you kidding me right now? They're going to unveil that. Are they unveiling that today? Give me a thumbs up if y'all are unveiling that today. It looks like they're going to have a discussion here soon.
And also have a discussion about this. If for 1 year and 1 year alone, you could call it Flag Tolbert, as Carter Freeman recommended, I think we've got something.
I like
there.
the idea of Flag Tolbert.
It looks very cool.
It's a good idea. Kevin, one last thing on CeeDee Lamb. If you know what, I'll be honest, I forgot what it was. So
because you saw the flag.
Yeah, it was the flag.
I got it.
Dude, that's an awesome flag. I got to get one now.
What do you like better, that flag or Cooper flag?
Well, I've seen that flag in action. I haven't seen Cooper flag in real action yet.
You would have loved how I would have gotten around that question. That's my favorite, FLAG. And Cooper flag is my favorite with 2 G's.
Okay. And Gbag Nation.
Yes.
That's all the G's. Let's go to cut 7 here.
Mm-hmm.
What are your thoughts on the pass rushers Thursday in the absence of Micah Parsons?
Well, overall, we got a pressure out there of about 42.5%. That was one of our strongest games in a long time on the pressure that we had against Philadelphia. That's good. That's real good.
Okay.
If we can continue that up and continue in our play style, our scheme of those linebackers do a good job of filling those gaps. I really like the way we played on the interior. We've got
Can you go and just pause it there?
No, we can just stop it right there.
Yeah,
too.
because I do feel like he's about to veer away
He
from
went towards Kenny Clark conversation.
And there's nothing wrong with that. This is one of those instances. You know how we talk about, like, you feel good when the stats back up what you feel like you saw with your eyes? This is an instance where I feel like these stats do not jive with what I thought I saw whatsoever. I thought there were big stretches of this game where your pressure was non-existent. So I hear you, 42.5% rock on. I don't think that felt like what we saw in the game.
I think that lines up exactly with the question then. Your level of concern for the rest of the season with the pass rush.
I mean, it's there for sure, but I will tell you this. Even if Sam Williams would have had 2.5 sacks the other night, I don't think on the flip side you could have been like, nope, we solved it. We're good to go. you lose one of the best in football, it is natural that you're going to have a long-standing concern about that.
Yeah, and hopefully Hazoraku turns into a stud.
For sure.
He had some rookie moments in this game. He got beat up a little bit by some of the bigger tackles. I think he has lots of potential, and he's going to be a very exciting player, though. He's smaller than I thought for some reason. I felt like whenever I watched him in college, I was like, he plays really big. So hopefully he'll continue to play big at the NFL level. But yeah, man, they have depth there. That depth is not premium depth. It is good depth. Some of it is still question mark depth, though. Like Dante Fowler's good depth.
Yeah.
But not premium depth. And so that's another question mark that I think. So my level of concern with the pass rush still exists. What is your level of concern with the pass rush, Alec?
It still exists until you have that dude, which you just traded away that dude. So I get it. It's going to take a minute to decide if and when you have that. But yeah, I'd say I'm still a little bit concerned, but I'm motivated after some of the things I did see on Thursday.
What is your level of concern for Tyler Guyton? Before this season, I was very concerned about what that left tackle spot was going to look like. I was like, oh, crap, Nate Thomas is going to be a key contributor here, and it might be because the player can't play well enough.
Is it acceptable if my level of concern has moved from high to moderate? Because it's the same thing.
What's between high and moderate?
Kind of high.
I'm kind of high. Okay.
Mark that. So, but if you check back on this, like
in 6 weeks.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Just because you haven't seen it. With CeeDee Lamb, I feel significantly more comfortable because you've seen years and years and years. I'm like, I still think he's really awesome and it's going to be fine. With Tyler Guyton, you don't have like a backlog of awesomeness that you can go back to. But I thought it was a good start, and somewhat high is fair on the concern.
By the way, Kevin and I got distracted momentarily, and I didn't really do a good job of explaining. It looks like the boss has just rolled out some of the new Gbag Nation Tolbert flags, and like they look freaking awesome. I've always loved the designs. I think they're always amazing. This one specifically, I think people are going to go freaking insane about. So get ready for their conversation about that, because Flag Tolbert is on the way. For sure.
You might have to kick a little bit of extra money for that, Colby.
Yeah,
I'm not sure. I don't know.
But that is it for level of concern.
Ooh. May we add one more thing?
No.
Okay. Alec, unrelated to this segment, what is your level of concern about the future of this segment? Because mine's pretty low. I really liked it.
Yeah, mine's really low. It's on the ground.
I like that.
Threw it on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I had to do and pick my jaw up off of the ground when I saw that flag. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the Tuesday tailgate. A Florida crash. Will this Alabama fan cash? And perhaps Mike Gundy should stick to talking about his age. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, Gbag Nation, and Fan.
Roger that, Sally.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
What are these singing sisters?
Those are those.
Fun Squad?
Not they ladies? No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Sunrise Squad?
And by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
20-yard field goal attempt from the middle of the field. Dramatic up for the win, and there it is. 18-16, the final score, and the Bulls explode off the bench.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for the Tuesday tailgate. So we bring in Carter Freeman in front of all. Actually, there's no way that's all of his records. I was going to say probably just a portion of his records. Carter, are you doing better than Florida football today?
Yeah, it's pretty easy to be doing better. You're right. I do have a couple more records below me, but yes, my team is Oklahoma, and we had a great weekend. So we are absolutely doing better than the University of Florida, which, I mean, what a collapse. But is it really surprising given how Billy Napier's coached over the last 4 years there?
Ooh, and when you look at their schedule ahead of them, it feels like it could spiral out of control pretty hard for Florida.
Yeah, they were a real CFP dark horse coming into this season because of their quarterback, DJ Lagway, and how they ended last season. But maybe if we look at how they won last season, it kind of masked some of the problems that popped up with Billy Napier before in the seasons where they thought he might get fired, penalties, poor offensive line play, and then to pay South Florida $500,000 to come into your stadium and beat you. This could be close to the beginning of the end for him there.
Gotta hate paying somebody to come beat you. Unless, other situation, you know what I mean?
No.
You know what I'm talking about, Carter.
Oh, my goodness.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
I did not.
What?
But John Mateer is really the big story. That's the one we really want to know about. Is John Mateer going to win the Heisman this year because of the
Hold
way
on.
okay.
Give me cut number 8. Let me hear why you're making these preposterous and actually maybe true claims.
Mateer with time, fires toward the end zone. He's got a wide open receiver. Keontez Lewis with his second touchdown catch of the game.
I don't actually think it's preposterous.
Yeah. So what were your thoughts on Mateer's game?
I mean, what's not to like? I guess the interception that he threw, but he's a gunslinger. Those are the kind of things that you live with because he's such a playmaker with his arm and with his legs. And when he came from Washington State to Oklahoma, I think one of the more, maybe not underrated, but one of the best parts of that move was that he followed his offensive coordinator from Wazoo to OU. Ben Arbuckle just knows how to use him properly. Like OU couldn't run the ball with their running backs worth a lick against Michigan, and it didn't matter because they realized Mateer with his legs could make plays and Michigan couldn't handle it. So Mateer ends up leading the team in rushing, and they just keep going. I think he had close to 20 rushing attempts, which led the team, and he led the team in rushing yards total. So, I mean, every bit of offseason hype that we heard about him, like that, you saw it on Saturday. Like that is what he can be. Now there are mistakes, and OU made mistakes overall to let Michigan stay in that game. But I think anyone watching, by and large, you could tell because of Mateer and because of OU's defense, they were definitely the better team on Saturday.
I think I know how y'all are going to answer this then, but when all is said and done, we get to the end of the season. Do you project, predict, envision, whatever you want to say, Mateer as a Heisman finalist?
It's so hard to say that now because how many years have we seen the September Heisman just completely fade away, So, and I don't want to be too much of a homer here, but you look at a university like Oklahoma where they have 7 Heisman winners, including 2 within the last decade, back-to-back years, right? And then Jalen Hurts, 2019, finishes runner-up. There's precedent at the school, and especially if Mateer can lead OU through their tough schedule. We just mentioned Florida's got a tough group of games coming up. If you look at OU's schedule, every single SEC team that they play is ranked. All 8 of them, as of today, are ranked in the AP poll. So they have a gauntlet ahead of them as well. But, I mean, you just got to feel if Mateer's going to play anything like he did against Michigan, who has a good defense with NFL-tier talent on their defensive line especially, you got to think he's going to give them a chance in pretty much every game, right? Much more so than Jackson Arnold did last year.
Now, do you want to stick in the SEC?
Yeah, let's stick around the SEC because there's like 800 teams that are 2-0 in that conference, except for Texas.
It just means more.
Yeah.
Okay, that is a good point. I want to take it to cut number 12, and I imagine there's a lot of people like this. This is Susie Connerly from Alabama giving a breakdown of what would have happened had she won the $2 billion Powerball.
I'll tell you exactly what I'd do with the first $70 million. I'd pay off Kalen DeBoer and get him the heck out of the University of Alabama, and then I'd take whatever else it took to get rid of the AD.
All right.
Man.
So
$70 million? Wow.
I never kidding about it just means more, but it does feel like you find more of these fans, maybe almost exclusively via Feinbaum, but it does feel like you find a lot of these fans who are like, I will do whatever it takes to get that guy out of here.
Get rid of him, Carter.
If you won $2 billion.
I was going to say, when you go to Alabama and you follow Nick Saban, you don't just lose games like Kalen DeBoer has. So
true.
It makes total and complete sense. And I do think if they do end up losing 4 or 5 games in the manner that they did against Florida State, I do think Alabama would pay that buyout. I did. Talk to me 4 weeks ago, I would say nobody's ever going to approach the Jimbo tier buyout that A&M paid a couple years ago. I think this is different.
Give us a championship. We'll put that up.
Hold on, give us a championship because we bought out our.
We're the champion of buyouts. we love to just put things in the stadium, whether or not we actually.
Nobody has paid more money than A&M to buy their coach out.
Hell
you can't
yeah!
say that about any other school.
Yeah, I'm sure
that's history, bro.
Got championships because of that. All right, now we were. Yes, I know we were joking about this in the lead up, and I know it's not as simple as this. But go ahead and give me cut number 7, and let's ask the question. Should Mike Gundy just talk about his age?
On the ground and a big opening. And it's Whittington, and he might take it to the house. Noah is gone. Touchdown, Oregon.
So Oregon defeats Oklahoma State 69-3. It's the worst loss of the Gundy era and the worst the program has seen since 1907, when they probably played in a cow pasture. And Dan Lanning, after the game, they were talking about money and buying your team, and he goes, it never requires extra motivation for an opportunity to go out and kick ass. Which, first of all, let's just stop and reflect on what an awesome quote that is.
Yep.
It never requires extra motivation for an opportunity to go out and kick ass. But then he added, but it never hurts when somebody pours gasoline on the fire.
Yeah, I think I would play for Dan Lanning.
Jump in a pool for him?
Well, if we did that, I'd probably transfer and go to another school. But other than that, I would. He's the kind of coach that his mindset, the things that he preaches, those are the kind of things that I like regarding the game of football.
Carter, is this going to be a humbling experience for Mike Gundy or no?
I don't know if Mike Gundy can be humbled.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been at Oklahoma State for so long, and he's done things his way there. If you read any articles in the lead up to that game, it talked about not only his time coaching there, but his time playing there. He's almost 60. He's lived over half of his life around Oklahoma State athletics, right? Like, he's done things his way for so long. But watching that game on Saturday, they were down 69-3 after 3 quarters. So that could have been even worse. I mean, they were throwing back-to-back pick sixes. They were giving up that touchdown run that we played. That was on the second play of the game that Oregon's already up 7-0. So all the bad vibes from last year's Oklahoma State team that didn't win a Big 12 game, they made their changes in the offseason. And I know it's September, talk about September Heisman's, but really does not seem like it's worked. And I make the comparison here where Gundy's a legend and he's done things for Oklahoma State football that no other coach ever has even gotten close to.
Right.
But TCU fired Gary Patterson in the middle of the season. And I think the same thing could absolutely happen here, because it sounds like, if you read the tea leaves, Gundy was really close to being fired after last season.
Yeah.
He had to make changes. So based on all of that, I really wonder if they keep playing like that he's not going to be around much longer.
Now, obviously, this will be a test for A&M this weekend. They're about a touchdown underdog against Notre Dame, but I wanted to go back to their game against Utah State because I still think this is amazing. Cassius Howell sacked the Utah State quarterback on 3 consecutive plays.
Really?
And that's only the first time that's happened for A&M in 10 years. I would have thought it's been like forever. They're like, yeah, that happened 10 years
He must have
ago.
worked out a deal with that offensive tackle.
I mean,
yeah, we got to do that more often. I mean, that's like you force a punt on your own. Like A&M just if they can pay the $70 million buyout for Jimbo, why can't they buy more players like that?
You know what?
Punts on their own.
That's a great point. I really wish we would have got in before the obviously very strict rules that the NCAA no doubt has and spent $70 million on our team. I would have accepted that.
How are you feeling about the matchup with Notre Dame?
I felt like A&M got really controlled last year, and that was a home game. I'm hoping for the best with Marcel Reed and crew, but this feels like a game A&M usually loses. Although if they were to win it, hey, I'm going to be fired up. Carter, what say you?
Well, look, the SEC's done nothing but win all of their out-of-conference games. I mean, last weekend we saw the worst team in the SEC last year, Mississippi State, beat the champion of the Big 12, right? So, you know, they're on quite this heater when it comes to out-of-conference games, but I love Marcel Reed. I really do think he can be a difference maker for A&M. And Craver and Concepcion, or Concepcion, I think is how you say his last name, the 2 receivers that A&M has, I really like the 2 of them. And one thing about Notre Dame, they didn't play last week, but their first game against Miami, they have one of the best running backs in the country in Jeremiah Love. And it was like he was MIA. He was in witness protection in that game. They wouldn't use him like I feel like they should have. And I think one of A&M's bigger weaknesses through these first 2 games was the run defense. So if Notre Dame does the same thing where they don't rely on Jeremiah Love or their run game, I feel like that'll be a benefit to A&M. And they definitely got the talent. You mentioned it was a close game in College Station last year. I think that team, Notre Dame team, was better than the Notre Dame team from this year. So I absolutely think A&M has a chance in this game.
By the way, we talked about George Kittle probably being out 3 to 5 weeks. The 49ers did officially put him on injured reserve. Now, Corey, you said earlier you would play for Dan Lanning. I want to know what you think about Fran Brown. That is the Syracuse head coach. They defeated UConn in overtime, and then he made the team run sprints. He said, guys are not running to get lined up, all right? Not running to the ball. I want to celebrate the win with people, but I'm so pissed. I'm mad as heck right now.
Is this the dude that wouldn't shower because of his
winners get washed, Corey?
Yeah. It's a little corny, but if you have the team bought in, then they're like, you know what, we do have to be better. So I'm perfect. All the things I've heard about him, I kind of like. It's a little corny, but I'm okay with it. I'd also agree with if you're the most conditioned team, you're going to be better off in the fourth quarter than other teams. So keep running those sprints, coach.
But it has to work. That's the thing is like if they come out and look flat again and they did this whole song and dance of in front of all the fans after an overtime win, them running sprints, and then they come out again and look like flat, I just think that's not going to reflect really well on him. And I love Fran Brown. I think what he did last year at Syracuse was awesome, but it's been I put them in my worst of the weekend on my column on 1053thefan.com, my week 2 recap, which you can go read now. I put them in my worst of the weekend because it was an ugly, they were down to UConn for most of that game, and they definitely have things to shore up, but doing all that in front of people and like making a big show out of it, I'm just afraid they're not going to get the results, and then it's just going to make them look worse.
And before we bounce out of here, where can people hear more of you? And are there any other games or happenings of the weekend you wanted to go over?
Well, you can hear me Saturdays, 9 to noon /1. Sometimes our showtime changes, but Fan University right here on 105.3 The Fan. You can listen to us on the radio or watch us on YouTube. No matter where I am in studio or by all of my lovely records, I will be here with you guys every Tuesday for the Tuesday tailgate. And you can read all of my recaps of every weekend of college football on 1053thefan.com.
Boom. Thank you very much, good sir. We appreciate the time as always. We'll catch up with you later.
And shout out to Alec Medford for starting DJ Moore in fantasy, and he fumbled on the last play of the game last night, and that got me the win. So love you, Medford.
Wow.
Yeah, boss, my point too.
You really easily could have hung up on him in the middle of all that. And chose
Oh,
to
he's
keep
gone now,
talking.
so,
Yeah, that was
yeah.
wild, dude. That was amazing.
Is that true, Alec? I'm sorry, buddy.
I lost by 0.2 because of that. 0.2.
Well, that means we need to bring back Nobody Cares About Your Fantasy Football Team, but today we do, because there are stories out there that they need to be heard. The triumphs, the sadness.
I won in week 1. I'm feeling pretty good about myself right now.
Okay, well, in your face, Alec. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the Gbag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, Brett Boone joins us to talk about the Red Hot Rangers at 9:20. We'll have our first NFL Power Rankings of the season, Wednesday wheel spin, and a PBR ticket giveaway in the Expressway.
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
alone, Tolos, and it's okay not to be okay. For more information, visit imlistening.org.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Helman swings the first pitch. That one hit up the alley, right center field. Perkins going after it, can't get it, one hopping off the wall. Heim running as fast as he's ever run around third to the plate. The relay, the slide, the tag, he's safe! Just beating it out!
Great call right there from Jared Sandler. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit chat with the fellas from the Gbag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Amazing, Hagee. How are you?
Dude, I'm doing great, and we've been talking about it. You guys got Jacob Latz, one of the heroes from yesterday, coming up on the show at 3:20. Are you guys more excited or equally excited about the Rangers and the Gbag flag? Does one get the advantage? Is it an equal level of excitement? Because we got to see the Gbag flag out in the hallway as well for Flagtober.
Man, it's like picking between kids right now. This Gbag Flagtober flag might be the best ever.
Do you usually have a favorite kid? Does it go back and forth? I know you're supposed to love them exactly the same. I get that.
I think it can change hour to hour, minute to minute sometimes.
Yeah.
Depending on which one's teasing the other more. But tons of excitement about the Rangers. Can't wait. Tomorrow we have day baseball, so
we'll be out at Globe Life Field doing our
sweet. Great opportunity to get out there, and the fact they beat the team with the best record in the big leagues, something to it,
and pretty emphatically. Thank you very much, Michael Helman.
First place teams.
I was listening to Choppy. He says that Brewer team sucks. So take it for what it is. He's a baseball guy.
It's a confusing take, but
the crappiest 89 win team in the sport.
Yeah, Choppy will tell you the Brewers suck and don't even worry about it.
They're the worst, best team you've ever seen.
Yeah, he's like he's got a good opinion about this baseball stuff.
Okay, I mean they had won 3 in a row going into that game last night, and they have the best record in baseball. But all right,
it's sometimes it's like hitting. Hitting is a problem. They hit all the time, but they don't hit home runs. So if you play teams with better pitching, then your hitting might not show up.
Does that argument fall apart against somebody who we've been using as a spot starter?
Well, he's saying in the playoffs. He's saying that's why
he's saying they're not going to be good in the playoffs.
Right,
I got you.
Right.
Well, I also think the Phillies can't win a championship because they have Bryce Harper on their team. So I get it.
And because they have that one fan.
Yeah. Hey, what do you think about the offer from Blowout Cards? $5,000 if she brings back the baseball. Who knows if it's the same one, and signs it and writes, "I'm sorry." Is it a good bit? Are we rewarding somebody for being a jerk, or is this just smart publicity from Blowout Cards?
Yeah, I think it's sort of all of the above here. And if I like the idea, because they're going to give it to the kid, right?
Yeah, I would assume.
So they're going to take the ball and they're going to give it to the kid after she writes down that she's sorry. And I think that is worth $5,000.
I think she's going to sign it, collect the check, and then be like, now you're supposed to give me the ball back. That's my ball. It was always my ball.
That's a good call.
Yeah.
Does that kid need the baseball after he got an RV, got to meet Phillies players, and a trip to the World Series?
No, he came out on top. I mean, that's what we've noticed when these kids get jobbed on any type of sports memorabilia.
As they should.
Yeah, they end up getting hooked up. So if I end up getting a ball and my kid gets it, I'm gonna be ticked if somebody doesn't try and steal it from her.
Because you're like, you got the baseball, but we could have gotten an RV.
It's just like you have no idea.
The Chiafalo family could have used that
big time. Brilliant engagement farming though for $5,000. You get all this.
Oh my God, yes.
This is much better than a Super Bowl ad, I think, for impressions per dollar spent.
And they might not even spend the dollars. Like all they had to do was this story just has to exist.
That's right.
There, and they've got it.
Oh man,
there's no way.
So we could have done that.
Yeah.
We could have been like,
come up with an idea.
KNC Masterpieces offering this, and just like take your chances that she doesn't show up.
Yeah,
and
cross your fingers.
Are you a bad person at a ball game even if you don't give a kid a ball? I mean, do you always have to give the kid the ball?
No.
I think if it comes to you like just fair and square, like if he was just standing, like if it came to him and there's a kid right next to him, not necessarily.
What if all the kids around you were being turds that night? You know, like you're like, they don't deserve a ball.
I know. I think last night they ripped a foul ball into our suite, at 105.3 The Fan.
Really?
I mean, I literally went into that area.
Nobody was
So
in there.
I was wondering. No, there were people
There
in
were?
there.
Okay.
I was wondering if we were nice enough to give the kid a ball, or maybe somebody got hurt.
Would you, if you were in that suite, would you toss to a kid?
Oh, you always toss to a kid. That's what I'm saying, though. I mean,
it's a random foul ball. Like, of course.
After I knock down somebody to get it, yeah. Hand it to, I've done that
Elbow
before.
somebody in the face.
I've done that before.
He
Do
put
you
an
have
old man in the
flashbacks?
hospital.
Yeah, do you have flashbacks to the LSU days and you're like, the
No,
hell
I
you
actually, at Busch Stadium, at Old Busch Stadium, I was 13 years old. I knocked a man down into the wall to get a ball. I did. I drove him into the wall, and he ripped his slacks.
Did he look back at you with respect?
No, I think, it did. It wasn't like he was like mad at me.
Yeah.
He was like, geez, kid, all right.
Tough 13-year-old right
It's
there.
a bummer because if this was nowadays, like, we would have that video forever.
Yes, we
Oh,
would.
yeah.
Yes, we would.
Yeah,
See, what
that
would,
is a
see what would
bummer.
happen to me, though, if I knocked down a 13-year-old to get that ball. Then I'm in trouble, right?
That's a bad
At
look.
61
Yeah,
years
that's a bad
old,
look.
I'd blow that kid into the wall. You know, that would be a problem, wouldn't
And
it?
then Dawson would have to announce at the beginning of the show that you were going on a sabbatical for a while. Because of
On
that.
vacation. He'll be gone till November.
Yeah, two big announcements to start the show. New Gbag flag, and Broadus is going to be back once Flagtober's over. Like, we would have to kind of say those in cooperation. Now, as somebody who has believed in the Rangers and supported them nonetheless.
You never gave up.
Never gave up.
Never gave up. They're 12-5 in their last 17 games.
Yeah.
12-5 feels like a logical path that they have to finish up with to
Sure.
make the playoffs. How are you feeling about those chances?
Yeah, I don't know any of these players, but great job, you know? I mean, it's every night I see the handshake line after a victory. It's all the stars are handshaking the guys that I don't know who they are.
Thanks for carrying the weight,
yeah,
guys.
exactly. I'm
Appreciate
watching. I think that Corey Seager's actually like an assistant, maybe the bench coach. You know,
Right.
maybe I think Marcus Semien might be the base running coach. I don't know. They're all standing over there wearing the same clothes as Boch. But a bunch of guys I don't know are winning baseball games right now. How exciting is that?
I'm half expecting Isaiah Kiner-Falefa and Nick Solak to run out there one of these days.
It's crazy.
That would be amazing.
Like Jared's interviewing a guy. He's interviewing a guy after the post game, and I'm like, who is that? I don't recognize him.
Because they
immediately.
just picked him off of waivers.
Yeah,
so they were
no,
like,
it was
hey.
it was a guy had 5 RBIs last night.
Yeah, and he just got picked up off of waivers, the hero from Friday. We DFA'd him like a month ago and then brought him back. So you're right. It has been truly amazing.
It's been terrible. It's been great. And I see why the question, like, hey, you're learning about young guys and for next year, so you don't have to. I know the season's not over, but you're really kind of learning about who you might be able to rely on. I mean, with getting a major league experience in a key time.
Yeah, that is one of the things you don't ever think of an injury as a positive, but it can, long run, help you see better about the depth.
Yeah,
and
they might
talent
not
and
make
skill.
it. They might not make it. Sound like the Mariners. Choppy told me this morning the Mariners have the easiest schedule, or one of the easiest.
Bull crap. We've debunked that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, look.
Choppy's a baseball guy. What are we doing?
They got a couple of easy series, but man, they got the Astros, Dodgers, and
Choppy said
the
it was-
Royals. I think Choppy got carried away by looking at the cold, hard, soulless data of it all and not looking at what three of
So
their...
he looked at the next 3 games?
Yeah. And
Is that all he did?
3 of their final 4 series against teams that are going to be fighting for their playoff and seeding
Gosh, I was
lives.
hopeful he was telling the truth.
The cold hard numbers will say they have the second easiest schedule.
That's
I think
true.
if you dive into it a little bit more, not so.
Okay.
Do you realize 4 different Rangers are hitting 245 right now?
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy?
How are we here?
Any of them job?
I don't know.
How have they made it?
That's
to
what I'm
this
telling you.
point?
It must be the bench coach and Corey Seager
That's a
and
good coaching staff.
Yeah.
and
He's got a
Marcus
good point.
Semien helping.
Consistent.
They're
helping-
coaching up the hell out of this team.
coaching the young guys up.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking. As you mentioned, Jacob Latz at 3:20, Mark Schlereth at 4:40, talking football.
Love it. Roll home with the Gbag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. live from Globe Life Field right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Good night, Kevin.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making one.
I'm big on, because I guess it's my pro scouting background.
Yeah.
And I spent my spent my NFL career scouting and trying to find weaknesses of opponents. And I tried to always pick out, like, listen, if we just go after this guy, we could do some things. If we just go after, and I thought early in that game they did.
Yeah.
You know, they should have set that thing up on 4th down. They don't go at Mitchell. You know, I mean, he's the one guy. I mean, if you don't get him on the pick, he did exactly what he's supposed to do. He's a quality NFL corner, really good. Fights through Pickens and then is able to somewhat hold and grab Lamb enough to where he's not able to get down the field and get to the ball. Why aren't you going at the other guy? Set it up against the other guy. Find the other guy. Find Adoree Jackson. See, this is what bothers me. That, like, you should be able to, if you are kicking somebody's ass in the running game, just keep running it at that guy until they take him off the field. Or you find somebody in the secondary that can't cover. Hell, teams do it to you all the time. They'll find your jobber corner out there. They'll find somebody out there that, you know, that you're down 2 guys, and all of a sudden you're having to play with, you know, nothing against CJ Goodwin, but he's not a corner, but he's having to play because you're banged up in the secondary. But who are they throwing the ball at? You know, they're not throwing it at Diggs or Bland. They're throwing it at the guy that can't cover. And so to me, that's the problem I have with, I felt like that the game plan coming out of the weather break should have been, listen, we're kicking their ass with Adoree Jackson over there. As long as they're going to keep putting him over there, let's find ways to motion to him. Let's find ways to bunch formation to him. If they're going to let's make them play zone coverage against us. Let's make them, or if they want to play man, let's punish them for playing man coverage against us. That's the thing that bothered me. That game was for the taking right there. You showed in the first half of that game what you can do, what you're capable of doing.
Yeah, and I thought, you know, coaches, I mean, speaking of your pro scouting background, I have always believed coaches are charting every play, every formation, and then starring next to it what worked earlier in the game, coming back to it at big moments.
If you know, you should have seen that counter run more. The 49-yard counter run, that should have, if those edges are proven to you that they can't handle the double team block and the down block, and then, you know, getting steel running on the backside, that's a star, man. You got that big old play sheet. Just circle that one. I need to come back to that one. Keep running plays until they find that they try, and if they don't stop them, you're going to have success. But the minute they say, okay, they kind of figure this one out, let's get to the next one. I just don't get it. I mean,
I think 3 Packers touchdowns on Sunday were on essentially the same play. You know,
bingo.
Couldn't stop it. Play action, rolling out Rodgers to the right. Look at that guy wide open in the end zone again.
See, that's, to me, I just feel like that you miss opportunities. You go through the whole week prepping for a game, but you're going to throw the ball in a key situation against their best corner. Why? Why are you doing that? He made a play. That kid saved the game by fighting through the pick and grabbing Lamb so he couldn't fully get run underneath the ball. He slowed him up enough to where the ball was overthrown. But, you know, you're going to let Adoree Jackson or whoever on the other side just go scot-free in that situation?
Big week 2. Broadus will preview the Giants tomorrow and on Thursday.
Giants offense tomorrow.
Krusty's Corner at 3:40. Another furious fourth quarter rally last night, Monday Night Football. It was Vikings getting the dub over the Bears 27-24. Apparently, Coach O'Connell was telling players on the sideline, JJ's got us.
Yeah.
You know, I hadn't seen JJ McCarthy play much. Obviously, he hadn't played at all last year.
Yeah.
The kid went out there and did it, and it was impressive. There was poised composure from him. Becomes the first quarterback in NFL history to count for 3 touchdowns in the fourth quarter of his NFL debut.
Yeah.
Joined Steve Young as the only QBs in the past 45 years to overcome double-digit deficit in the fourth quarter of their debut and win. And then on the other side, Caleb Williams' stats were probably good enough, but watching him play, I was like, holy crap, if you're Chicago right now, I'm having quiet conversations about what our trade options are for Jameis Winston, Kirk Cousins. Like, who's out there? I want to get a veteran in here who can play. Caleb just does not look any different than the shakiness of his rookie year.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I mean, the whole time Aikman's
calling the game saying like, yeah, when they go back and watch the tape here, they're going to see that they had a guy open here and there. Like Ben Johnson is doing his thing and Caleb Williams just doesn't see it. He just simply doesn't see it. And then he's missing some throws that, like the throw to DJ Moore.
How bad was that throw?
That was really bad. And then plenty of other throws where he's just hitting a check down or something when apparently there's somebody that's open. Yeah. And he's just not going through the progressions the way that he's supposed to. Ben Johnson, you could see him at times when they would flash to him on the sideline, and he's just so annoyed. He's like, that play should have worked. That play should have worked. And that first drive, and their scripted plays were rocking and rolling, and then after that, it just kind of went sideways on them.
Man, it's crazy how cursed the Bears are at quarterback. They still haven't had a good one, have they?
I think I saw a stat where Tom Brady, since 2020, Tom Brady has more passing yards and more passing touchdowns than all Bears quarterbacks combined.
Insane.
And he retired in 2022.
So next up is a Thursday night football banger. Week 2, Packers hosting the Commanders. Packers a 3.5-point favorite in this game coming up in a couple of nights. I think that number might be low. I don't know. I'm not quite consoled on the Commanders yet. Highlights from Dirk's conversation with Sean and RJ yesterday. The big headline was, what does the team have to do to get the fans back? Dirk said, put a winning team out there. That's all it comes down to. I'm not so sure, guys. I mean, I know Dirk's kind of an ambassador for the Mavericks program, but I don't think he can say what is the total truth here. I think for a lot of fans, there's nothing you can do until Nico's out of there, and we're just waiting right now for Patrick DeMont to realize that. Maybe if they have a great run, see, like the thing that teams do is they insulate themselves with the lie that they tell themselves that fans don't really know what's going on, and the media only has half the story. So we really don't have to pay that much attention to what people on the outside are saying because this is us on the inside, and that's all that matters. And I would say 95% of the time that's the right thing to do, but about 5% of the time the public is desperately trying to be heard and let you know that you have made an irreparable mistake, and there's a clear answer there for DeMont to move on. But part of it might be face saving himself because he ultimately signed off on it. Rangers, I'm calling this an alternate reality Rangers. I don't know when the dimension shifted, but I love it. And Jacob Latz is going to join us coming up at 3:20 to talk about his start last night. 5 2/3. Michael Helman with the granny. The bullpen was nails, including Chris Martin. Came into the ninth. I guess the key is to be up more than 3 runs.
Yeah,
Chris Martin will be all right.
Yeah, make sure of that.
But the talk after the game is maybe Latz has done enough to become a permanent part of the rotation. He faced the minimum through 4 innings. His ERA under 3. And something to look at is Gray, Corbin, Kelly are all free agents. I guess Malley's a free agent as well. So you have 4 starting pitchers that are set to be free agents. And if Latz can continue this for the next couple of weeks, what's he got? 3 more starts? Then I think he'd have to be a big part of the consideration. I mean, guy had a decent year last year in the bullpen and started the year in the minors. So I'm not exactly sure how the organization looks at him, but that's awesome.
Oh,
that's
they look at him in a different light because he was a guy that when the S hit the fan and things were out of hand, he was the go out there and pitch 4 innings and give up 3 hits or 4 hits, maybe give up a run. But it was like he saved everybody in that bullpen because he went out there and did his job. And then they would spot start him, and then he'd seem to show up for that. But man, it's kind of like he's just gone out there and he never ever wavered. When you watch him, the game could be way out of hand and the dude's pitching great.
Yeah.
And you're like going, why don't they give this guy more of a chance? And then they throw him in middle relief or something else, and okay, that's a nice role for him. But now it's like this dude looks like a legitimate damn starter out there.
Yeah.
I mean every time he's gone out there, he has given you like quality. And it's like, oh, he's going to be the start of the bullpen game.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden it's like, well, maybe we should let him pitch more than 3 innings.
Yeah, dude.
And
it's been awesome.
But he's been outstanding. And he got sent down for a little bit, came back. Just nothing bothers this guy.
Unflappable. I mean, looking at his numbers, I guess his walk rate is pretty high. But man, he makes up with it with an incredible whiff rate.
Yeah.
You know, his barrel percentage is low, so he's not getting hit that hard. And it's been this way, like just doing some research on him because he's coming up at 320. Like his entire journey through the minor leagues, his ERA has been in the 3s or the 4s, and every level, it's like he's got a way of getting out of trouble. And you know, I just think it's a great sign for this organization that's had a difficult time developing pitchers. And you know, getting their minor leagues going, producing players. It seems like this is real life now. A number of guys, whether it's you know, your scouting department finding them and bringing them in, or developing them internally, you're getting a lot of great signs here for the pitching. Talk about alternate realities. I mean, this is just a 180 from what we've been used to for the Rangers' entire time here in the great state of Texas. Now, the Royals flip-flop with the Guardians. Cleveland beat them, so the Rangers 1.5 back of Seattle. Cleveland 2.5 back, and Kansas City is 3 back. Mariners got the win last night against St. Louis, so we'll hope for more of the same tonight. They're definitely in this thing. Okay, we got the top 10 at 2:20 coming up here in just a second. Gbag of the Day champion, and we're back here on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
But it's time to get ready, Fort Worth, because the all-new Alliance Hyundai is here right off I-35 and Golden Triangle, just right around the corner from my place. So if you're swinging in to get a car deal done, I'll pop over. I'll hang.
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. You can jump onto @Gbag Nation and see the all-new 2025 Gbag Nation flag. Just debuted about an hour ago. Texas flag theme. Could be the best. Could be the best flag of all time. Speaking of the best, into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius, the champ.
Bam, 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 bam. Yeah, buddy, G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. Don't miss it. Right here, we replay the champ. You caught it. Lucky you. This is day number 3 for this champion audio. Detroit Police. Detroit, what up, though? Big fan of that Peasy, Detroit. What up, Detroit? I like that Peasy. I like that Detroit techno. I do. Anyway, Detroit Police were in the middle of an investigation. They were going door to door asking people, was your ring camera on? We may have caught something. And then this ensued.
Who is it? Detroit Police. Who is it? Detroit Police. What are you coming to my house for? Oh, my God. Hey, we're just trying to see if your cameras work, man. We just had a situation happen. You what? Hey, I said we trying to see if your cameras work. We just had a situation happen. You what? Stop that. Hey, can you open the door? 13-5-6-6. What police you from? Detroit Police. What you coming in for? We're not coming in. We're trying to see if your cameras work. You trying to see if what? Hey, are you hard of hearing, sir? Or ma'am? Are you hard of hearing? I'm fine. I didn't call you. Okay, we know that. We're trying to see if your cameras work. If my family what?
We're trying to see if your cameras work. If my family what?
Man, not only the champ, but also a textbook tutorial on how to get the police off your front porch, I think. Huh? Say what now?
Yeah. What you say?
You bringing food?
Stop sign.
It's time now for Wolchuk's Top 10. Here's the Chief.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. We will get to the list here momentarily. I have the top 10 NFL team names ranked by how much they actually fit that city. And I actually learned a little something about the Cowboys. But before we do that, thought it'd be a nice opportunity to slip in a little NFL true or fart for the first time in the 2025 NFL season. Broadus, is your body ready?
Yes, always ready for a little true and fart.
Let's go.
Let's move to the red zone as far as the running back conversation goes here on this SportsCenter Fantasy Draft Special. True or false? Marshawn Lynch matches last year's production.
All right, thank you, Robert Flores. Broadus, true or fart, the Steelers finally now have an offense that can help them advance past the wild card round in the playoffs.
I think that I don't know. The Jets defensively, I think, are pretty good. And so they put up a lot of numbers on them. And Aaron Rodgers looked like to me that kind of turned back the clock game. They kind of took his best player out of the game. I don't know if you're going to play against Sauce Gardner every week like that. I'm going to say it was encouraging, but I'm going to say Aaron Rodgers is going to falter in the end. I'm going to say no.
I think you're going to say fart.
Farting
on it. Still, that's coming up on a decade, not out of the wild card round, huh? I would say enough to get out of the wild card round, sure. I think DK Metcalf is nice, and then they have the tight ends, Freiermuth and Jonnu Smith. They don't have a running game, though. They don't have a running game. They don't have a wide receiver, too. Yeah. I know they've been trying to trade for every wide receiver in the rumor Rooskies. McLaurin, Jacoby Myers. So
this is right in your wheelhouse, them Steelers, aren't they?
Well, yeah, I do a podcast with my buddy Newbear. He's in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Right, and he has talked me into anchoring a Steelers podcast. So I knew nothing about their Too Deep like 3 months ago.
That was amazing how you just explained why the Steelers are not going to be in the playoffs, being from Dallas, Texas.
Yeah. I probably know the Steelers second best now.
So you're going fart as well? Lack of a run game?
I think true, out of the wild card.
Oh,
out of the wild card, yes, but I don't think they're as good as the best teams in the AFC.
How about that? I mean, that's pretty good for Pittsburgh.
Oh, their offensive line sucks, too. Broderick Jones gave up 3 sacks and 4 pressures on the left tackle. They traded up in the first round to get him in the 2024 draft, and he's worse than Guyton.
That's really, really bad news right there. Yeah, I'm probably going to go fart on that as well. I'm not going to knee-jerk that the Steelers have some awesome, high-scoring offense. You mentioned the offensive line, the lack of a rushing attack. Aaron Rodgers still being as old as he is, who knows what types of bumps in the road come their way. And you don't want to knee-jerk too much on this either, but you expect them to have a really good defense, and Justin Fields just went berserko mode on them.
Yes.
So that's another thing that, the Ravens, aside from the offense.
Ravens got him for 300 yards on the ground last year in the wild card game. So they spent the entire offseason worried about that, and then just got smashed. I tell you what, the Jets... This rushing attack they're going to bring to the Cowboys on Week 5, terrifying. You could lose to the Jets this year.
Watch out. Yeah, when you have a dual-threat quarterback like that, and then you add the Breece Hall, Braylon Allen factor, and their offensive line, they lost Vera Tucker before the season.
Right before the season.
And they still didn't miss a beat. So
yeah, they plugged a guy in there. They plugged a guy in there who was pretty good, and they got their offensive coordinators from Detroit.
Bada boom, bada bing.
Yeah.
Okay, true or fart, Dawson, the Green Bay Packers will be NFC champions.
I'm gonna say true on that one. This team has been. We saw it a couple of years ago in the playoffs. That was just the beginning of it. I'm not sure exactly what happened last year, but good offensive line, good defense, good secondary. I think their weapons have now matured and are coming around. Matthew Golden there. So yeah, I don't think there's a more complete team in the NFC right now.
I'm gonna say fart. I think it's going to come out. I think the champ's going to come out of the NFC East. I think Eagles, Commanders, one of those. We'll see what happens out with the Rams out there at West. Maybe even what you got going with the Vikings and stuff like that. That looks like a team that kind of
JJ McCarthy.
Yeah,
that'd be special.
So I'm gonna say that's fart. I think Green Bay is a good team. Injury will happen to them. Their quarterback, they'll lose probably 2 or 3 games. Their quarterback won't play for 2 or 3 games, and they'll have to try and navigate that, and that'll be the difference. So I'm saying fart.
Okay, we have. How about this one, bro?
Dallas beats them in Week 4 here, by the way.
Oh, look at this.
Could be a Hulk up situation where just so much talk about Micah. Everybody on the Cowboys is going to be playing 110%.
Yeah,
I can see that.
Yeah, they're not going to let him beat him.
Okay, true or fart, Broadus, Jackson Dart will be the Giants starting quarterback by the end of the month.
I thought it was Week 2. I really did. I think if Russell Wilson didn't have that C on his chest for captain, I think that they maybe would have made this decision like this week. But that coach and that GM do not have a lot of time. They got to prove that they can win games. I think I'd say by the end of the month, absolutely yes. Change. I
think the problem is when you go to Jackson Dart, you want to stay there, and he might play so bad that you want to go to Winston, and then it's musical chairs. It looks like a clown show, and you get fired. So
you're gonna get fired anyway.
I don't know if there's a right answer right now for him.
Yeah.
Prove you can win with the young guy. Usually, the young guy could buy you time.
Yeah, but I mean, just seeing what I saw from that game, and the Commanders don't have like some incredible defensive line. Until you at least get Andrew Thomas back, I'm not throwing my first round rookie quarterback in front of that offensive line right now.
Sure.
So Andrew Thomas, I don't know. I think he's still up in the air to start this week. He's dealing with the foot issue. Yep. He practiced on Friday before the game versus the Commanders, but he wasn't good enough to go. Maybe he's good enough to go this week. But
Giants.
I mean, until you at least get him back, that offensive line is so disgusting, and we'll see it firsthand on Sunday. I just wouldn't want to throw Dart out there until I feel like we have some semblance of respectable protection, and that starts with having your stud left tackle. So that's where I would kind of go on that. All right, true or false, the Dolphins will be picking first in the draft. And they'll be looking for a quarterback, even though they're still going to be having guaranteed like $50+ million to Tua next season. What a dumb contract.
I think their offense has become inept entirely, and they might have the worst defense in the NFL. I don't think there's a single player in the secondary that's a bona fide NFL caliber player, at least starter.
That'd be fart. That's going to be the New Orleans Saints.
You think the Saints will be picking number 1 overall?
I do.
Yeah. I mean, preseason predictions were certainly favoring the Saints in a lot of ways. So it'll be a nice battle of the sewage coming down to the final couple of weeks. Who's gonna be jockeying for that number 1 spot? Maybe one team gets a random victory that they shouldn't have gotten, play themselves out of the number 1 quarterback, whoever that guy ends up being. But the Dolphins, I mean, 1 game sample, as bad of a football team as you've ever witnessed. All right, finally here, true or fart, Dawson, the Kansas City Chiefs will not win the AFC West this season.
I'm buying that. I think I'll go with the Chargers right now, but I think they just let this team get too old. I don't think the defense can carry them like they used to, and Kelsey's mostly ineffective.
Broadus?
I'm going to say that's fart as well, but I think the Denver Broncos are the team you got to watch there.
Oh, over the Chargers?
Yeah.
Man, Bo Nix was so bad.
Yeah.
He was so bad on Sunday.
You know me, my love for Sean Payton, so I'm always going to do that. I'm always going to pick Denver to win.
So you're going fart with a bias to Sean Payton.
I think
maybe.
Actually, to be honest with you, I think Kansas City is going to win that division again.
Okay.
But I'm cheering for Sean Payton is what I'm doing.
Respect. And true or fart, you guys are fired up for TD Tuesday coming up here in about 10 minutes.
By the way, they don't feel good about Thomas playing this week. It's the first time he took all team reps last week, and he was limited, not to so many, and then not sure he'll be able to build up enough to get through a whole game.
Wow. So see, until he comes back, I don't know that I'm throwing my guy out in front of that offensive line right now, but we'll see. At some point, you get desperate. Okay, the top 10 list. I have the top 10 NFL team names that most fit their city. The Cowboys actually come in at number 10. And what? I didn't realize, so it was the Texans.
The Dallas Texans went to Kansas City.
And then they became the Rangers for a period of time?
Didn't know that.
Didn't know that one.
I did not know that.
I thought all along they were the Dallas Texans. The Texans with Lamar Hunt then moved to Kansas City, and then with the Cowboys and the Cowboys and the Texans were in the same. One was in the AFC and one in the NFL. Yeah, I don't know. That's crazy. I've never heard of the Rangers.
Yeah, so to counter the inception of the AFL, the rival league, the NFL decided to expand. As part of this expansion, Dallas became home to the Dallas Rangers. Wow. But that did not last long due to the existence of a minor league baseball team called the Rangers. So then they scrambled for another option. They whittled it down, and then boom, Cowboys.
Never heard that.
Huge win.
And that's only number 10, huh?
Yeah, that's only number 10. You got the Buccaneers. The name is a nod to the pirates who once sailed around the coast of Florida. It was actually a fan who submitted that name whenever they were just like taking fan requests on what the name should be. They went with the Buccaneers.
Like 400 years before there were actual cowboys riding through the Southwest.
The winking pirate is what we got the Buccaneer.
Didn't know about
winking pirate.
Detailed pirate history.
Yeah, winking pirate.
Well, that was for the Bucs.
Okay.
Then you get the Dolphins. Pretty self-explanatory.
Yeah.
Are there actually dolphins off the coast of Florida?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. The Green Bay Packers at 7.
Yeah, the Acme Packing Company.
That's right, the Acme Packers.
Good.
I worked up there for 5 years, damn Eric. Come on.
No, I mean, but
you're acting like it was a surprise.
I mean, I know you're not surprised, but I didn't know that they actually had Acme Packers on their jerseys at one point.
They did. They absolutely did, yeah.
And then at 6, you get the Ravens. And that's simply because
of the author, Edgar Allan Poe,
being a Baltimore resident.
Right.
So they just went with the Ravens. Like, that's literally why they went with it.
It's a better time than the Cowboys, huh?
I guess.
Actually, a really cool logo. They do something actually really cool with when they introduce their players. And not the Ray Lewis stomp around bit, but on the scoreboard, they have like a raven head. And then they spin it around real fast, and it turns into the player's face.
It is cool. It's an underrated mascot.
Very underrated.
At 5, you get the Vikings. They were named by the first general manager of the team, Bert Rose.
Bert Rose, yeah.
And it was because it represented both an aggressive person with the will to win in the Nordic tradition. I think
Bert
in the
Rose
northern Midwest.
Bert Rose was it's Bert Bell. Go ahead. Sorry.
Don't they have a lot of Scandinavian immigrants that settled there too?
I think so.
Yeah, I always thought that's
as
what
my
it was.
dad would say. Who in the hell decided to stop the wagon train here? That's what he did. First time he ever came.
So dang cold.
Every time he came to Green Bay, he go, "Who decided to stop the wagon train here?" I'm like, I don't know,
Hey,
Dad. Just keep moseying along the way, Dad. We're doing all right. Have a Butterburger, Dad. You'll love it.
You have the Saints. Saints go marching in. Jazz music.
That's
of
from
course.
Al Hurt.
It's good. Yes. Yeah. Good pull.
1967.
Shoot, I don't even know what the
My top
year-
two are still in play.
66. But the name in 67. Yep, nailed it.
Historian.
Yes, you are. You were around for those.
Why
days.
do I know all these things that are useless?
They're not useless. You never know. We're going to do a top 10 list that brings it out of you.
All
You
right.
get to flex.
Here we go.
The Patriots at 3. We all get that.
Yep. That's
The San Francisco,
By the way,
the 49ers at 2.
Yeah, the gold rush deals. By the way, the Patriots, those guys that stand up there, the militia guys that stand on the sidelines.
You got beef.
One of the greatest pictures I've ever seen of a sideline shot, snowing like a son of a gun. And these dudes are in the full the full militia outfits, and like they score and they fire their guns.
That is pretty sick.
It was like with the snow coming down. It looked really, really cool. Like one of the best mascot shots I've ever seen.
Number 1 is the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Steelers, you knew that with the Three Rivers.
There it is. Yeah, that's the number 1 NFL team name ranked by how much they fit that city.
Thank you, Chief. We got TD Tuesday coming up next, an audio celebration of all the TDs that were here in your football weekend. It's next year on The Fan.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, Brett Boone joins us to talk about the Red Hot Rangers at 9:20. We'll have our first NFL Power Rankings of the season, Wednesday wheel spin, and a PBR ticket giveaway in the Expressway. It's a Hump Day edition on The Fan.
You and I make decisions every day, but on Prize Picks, being right can get you paid. Don't miss any of the excitement this season on Prize Picks, where it's good to be right. Hey, Cowboy fans, you know every game counts, so don't miss a moment of the action this season on Prize Picks. Make your picks on your favorite Dallas Stars and...
your tickets today through Ticketmaster.com.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. It's time for the most top-heavy radio segment since Tom Likas used to do Flash Friday. Eric Chiafalo is your host. Here he is, the Chief. Let's go for the first time in the 2025 NFL season. Let's go ahead and get the motorboats out, ladies and gentlemen. TD Tuesday is back.
Flea flicker. Hurts. Wide open. CD in space. CD Lamb still running. Hits a corner. CD for the team.
You feel it, and it feels like a bag of sand.
Bag of sand.
Don't you want to leave a taste of the glory? See what it tastes like.
I darn near made me a touchdown. It's shaking big time.
I gotta catch a glimpse of these warlocks. Let's make a move.
Boom shakalak. Boom shakalak. Boom shakalak. TD Tuesday shakalak. And we start Thursday night Lincoln Financial Field, where no one, including Matthew Berry, was giving the Cowboys even a chance. Not a chance to cover the 8.5, but Javonte Williams had other plans.
Side the one. Lefty motion right to left. Handoff. Javonte Williams. Bang at left guard. And the Cowboys score the first touchdown of the season.
That's right. That'll be a fun trivia question in a decade. Javonte Williams. We'll see how many times he can punch it in this year. That first game looked pretty good. The vision was there.
He's already a third of the way to the rushing touchdown total from last year, which was 6.
There you go.
I love it. I love it. All right. There it is. First touchdown of the season in the National Football League. Let's head to Atlanta, where the Dirty Birds have a new quarterback. The Phoenix finds pay dirt.
Pitts in motion. Snap to him. Michael looks. Pumps. Now up in the pocket. Penix dives. Did he get in? Did he get in? Yes! Touchdown Atlanta. Michael Penix on the dive.
How about that?
Wes Durham on the call.
Falcons radio with the call. And, yeah, the Falcons found a way to lose that football game, as the Falcons do. But
he threw for 300 yards?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he was spinning it for sure. Drake London. They just couldn't run the ball. So weird. You got Bijan Robinson, and fantasy-wise, he still lit it up.
Yeah.
But
they threw it to him, right? Didn't he have, he was just
they were
blowing through the secondary?
Yeah. They were throwing it to him left and right, but they could not get anything going on the ground. Sunday night football in Buffalo. Oh, my gosh. Josh Allen's going to do it. He's going to do it. It's Keon Coleman.
Here's the snap. Allen has time. Now pressure coming from Van Noy. Throws. It's high, and it's caught in the end zone by Keon Coleman. It may have been intended for Dawson Knox, but Coleman's the one that ends up with it. Agent Zero with a touchdown.
Bills radio with the call. Sometimes you get a little tip drill going before the TD makes an appearance, and that is exactly what happened in Buffalo as Bills Mafia was leaving the game early in that fourth quarter, being called out by Josh Allen. How about that? Didn't think Bills Mafia would have it in them, right? You have certain fan bases, you're like, of course.
It's late. It's East Coast. You're going to 11:20 if you stay there for the whole thing.
It's the Mafia, and you got Josh Allen. And all the Ravens do is fumble fart away games that they got double-digit fourth-quarter leads in. Stay in your seat. Hold your water, Bills Mafia.
You're not going to get many good weather nights. It's a good point.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. I get if it's frigid, right? Not at all. All right, let's get to Chicago. Last night, this is a familiar name, familiar face. I was blown away. He's still being paid to play football. Not only paid to play football, paid to get pick sixes.
Wants the snap, gets it. Full house blitz, throwing out to the left. It's picked up. Down the sideline right. To the 40-yard line. He is history, baby. Leaving the Vikings and taillights into the end zone for the touchdown. Touchdown Bears. And a pick six for Deshaun Wright.
Bears radio with the call. That was shocking. I was like, oh no, this J.J. McCarthy stuff might go sideways real quick.
There were a lot of people going after my old boss, Joe Banner, like, oh, they need to trade for.
Oh, dude.
Joe Banner was just like, what are you doing, Joe?
The freezing cold J.J. McCarthy takes last night in the first quarter. And then it's 3 touchdowns in the fourth, and he's getting game balls. That's the way football go.
Nahshon Wright traded from Cowboys to Vikings in August of 24, spent the entire season on the practice squad.
Yeah.
Now
Got traded for
plays.
Booth.
Yeah, it was the player swap.
Player swap.
My garbage for your garbage.
Yeah.
And it looks like Nahshon Wright is winning the battle of the garbage. All right, we get a college TD cooked up here. FSU, Tommy Castellanos found the deuce.
1st and 10 from the 42 of East Texas A&M. Fake the handoff, Castellanos. Home run ball again. Looking for deuce. In the end zone. Oh, he caught it with one hand. Are you not entertained? Oh, my goodness. His favorite movie is Star Wars. After that play, we dumped the deuce Skywalker. Touchdown, Florida State. Touchdown, FSU.
FSU radio with the call. I think they're through the first 2 weeks, because we did the college TDs last week.
Yeah.
I think they're my favorite booth going right now.
They got something going there.
They
got rid of Gene. Gene's just doing full-time Tampa Bay stuff. They moved on from him.
Yeah, he's just a Sunday man now. Old Decker off. All right, let's take it to Lambeau Field where Jordan Love, well, he's spinning it.
Here's the snap to Love. Throws right side of the end zone. Touchdown.
Larry McCarron.
Jaden Reed, right corner of the end zone. They beat Terry and Arnold again. And a Lambeau leap to the north end zone stands for Jaden Reed.
There it is, Packers radio with the call. He was fired up.
Larry McCarron just cheerleading in that box.
Larry McFanboying is what he's doing.
Gosh.
I got respect for it. I do
too. I do.
All right, Friday night football under the lights in Brazil. Can Pat Mahomes get it done with his legs?
1st and goal at the 10. Now they fake a quick slant. Now Mahomes is going to scramble to the right. 10, 5, to the near front pylon. Give it to him. Touchdown. Kansas City. The running Patrick Mahomes making White House High School proud on this Friday night for a 10-yard run. And the Chiefs can tie the game.
Chiefs radio with the call, giving the Friday night football homage to the White House.
Yeah.
Where Pat Mahomes used to just drop dimes. I would imagine watching him play in high school would have been a hell of a lot of fun. Okay, once again, last night, here we go. Vikings radio with the call. J.J. McCarthy is able to get it done.
1st and 10 from the 27 of the Bears. McCarthy out of the shotgun. Blitz is on, is picked up. McCarthy loops it to Jones. Touchdown! He's showtime!
Wow.
Yeah, that's his
Paul
favorite call.
Allen?
Yeah. Paul Allen likes to pull that out right there with the Vikings radio
Get to
network.
talk to Paul this year.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right.
We do.
I'm looking forward to that.
We might get Larry McCarron for the Packers.
I'm calling it now. I think J.J. McCarthy is going to be best quarterback in that division sometime next year, maybe sooner.
Putting his name on it, Gavin Dawson.
Guy's got
Saw
ice
enough
water.
of
Those McCarthy TDs were enough to say, those are mine forever.
He's a winner. He's got the aura. He's the real deal.
Wow. Are you talking about J.J. McCarthy, or are you talking about the Boomer Sooner quarterback, Mr. John Mateer?
Mateer's got it. Play action. He'll keep it himself. Runs left. Back to the right. Touchdown! Touchdown Sooners! John Mateer! Bam!
John Mateer, man. Sooners radio with the call. He's a fun watch. That dude is crazy. Just running around, scrambling, making big-time throws. We'll see if it ends up biting him at some point, because he's just gunslinger.
Kind of hope so. They play LSU the last game of the year.
He's like blood and mud kind of quarterback, but I like him, dude. And that Deion Burks is a player, a wide receiver for them.
Sure is.
He was running it up. All right, here we go. We're not going to get many purdy. Let's all get wasted TDs here for the next couple of weeks, but we got one on Sunday.
1:44 to go. 4th quarter. Shotgun. Purdy looking, bump from behind. Now he rolls out. Still has time. Still looking. Now he rolls to his right. He's pursued, and he throws it. Current! Todd just got it! And the 49ers take the lead!
Having some engineering problems.
High school radio?
On the Niners radio network, but that was a big one right there. It absolutely was. Almost as big as what ended up being basically the walk-off touchdown, Baker Mayfield to the Rook.
25-yard line, empty backfield. Baker Mayfield takes a belt high snap, looks, throws the ball toward the end zone. It's a caught ball. Touchdown, Tampa Bay. Emeka Egbuka with a defender all over him. He makes the grab in the end zone. The Bucs take the lead.
An incredible catch, yeah.
Egbuka apparently put the call in the huddle. He's like, this is the play we got to run. I'm going to go be the guy. Boom, he did it. He's absolute nails.
I know Wolchuk was a big fan of the draft process. I think the Cowboys would have taken him at 12, maybe if he'd been there.
Yes.
But yes, all rookie team. He's destined for greatness. They're going to have 3 good ones as soon as Godwin gets healthy, for as long as he stays healthy.
All right, let's get the arch train cranking, ladies and gentlemen, to his favorite target, Mr. Livingstone.
Shotgun snap, Manning, a pump, looks, going deep up the left boundary. He's got Livingston open with a catch of the 40, to midfield, down the sidelines, the 40, the 30, say goodnight to this one. Parker Livingston, the catch and run, and it goes for an 83-yard touchdown.
Craig Way and the Longhorns Radio Network with the call, but the more iconic touchdown of the football weekend, it's got to be Mississippi State.
Oh.
Slot right. Oh, Chapin throws touchdown. Right side. Thompson catches it inside the numbers 20. Angling left 10. 5. Touchdown. Brennan Thompson. Wow. Davis-Wade Stadium explodes.
That's a college TD we're storming the field for, if you ask me. They got it done.
Are all these announcers sounding the same now?
Yeah, we're doing a lot of double touchdown.
Yeah.
Like, touchdown. Yeah, I don't know. There's something in the water right now.
They're all the voices all sound the same.
Yeah.
Especially these college guys.
Some of these teams are doing AI play-by-play.
Get out of here.
That's a ball sack. I'm sorry.
That is a
Thank you, Chief. A TD Tuesday's in the books. We're not quite there yet, but
the rare ball sack on a TD Tuesday.
Top stories at 3 coming up. Is this finally the end of the Cowboys' way of doing contracts late? We'll discuss that and more coming up next year. It's the Gbag Nation, the fan.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You can...
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean that this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, great.
Racing Studios. You're rolling with the Gbag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It's hour number 2 of the Gbag Nation here on a Flagtober Reveal Tuesday. Just posted a picture of the new Gbag flag on @Gbag Nation. Follow us all when you get there and stay tuned for details on Flagtober 2025 and your chance to pick up a free Gbag Nation flag at any remote appearance or our Tour Day DFW, which kicks off Flagtober every year. Jalen Carter hit with a $57,000 fine. That seems heavy for spitting. That's sending a message, isn't it? Does that surprise you, that number? I thought maybe 10, 15.
I mean, I don't know. I think it, like you said, I think they want to set a precedent. Like, we're not used to seeing this. I think they want to nip it in the bud as quickly as possible.
It's crazy that the NFL has made it a point of emphasis in the offseason, like, we're going to clean up the unsportsmanlike acts toward one another.
Yeah.
And that's how the season started. But, I guess then the other thing is the NFL clarified there's no rule violation for Dak for his part. I mean, spitting on somebody worth $57K, I would think spitting in the direction of somebody might at least be worth something, but there was no, like, credible film evidence that he, spit anywhere close to him. We just saw it fly off the screen, I guess.
Yeah, that was just a run-of-the-mill, casual, professional football player spit.
Yeah.
Can't be fining dudes for that.
No, I don't think so, but there will be no further suspension as essentially...
Game served.
Yeah, an entire game, one of the most memorable openings to an NFL season we'll ever experience, and that story has now run full circle. Jerry also clarifying this morning, no rules violation negotiating directly with the players. And that's something that we talked about throughout the story a few times, but a number of fans continue to, think that it should be against the rules, and maybe it should, but I guess that would have to be negotiated in the NFLPA. I think maybe it's unethical if you're, trying to work around an agent. It might have been a deal where Jerry said, listen, if you let Mulugeta go for the gusto here, we can't do that. And Micah said, okay, let's see if we can get some sorted out between the two of us.
Yeah, where Jerry said, listen, he was wanting to start where I was willing to end.
Yeah.
That's kind of where I felt like that was when it was all bets were off.
He explained in that press conference after Micah and Jerry had whatever they had as far as an agreement.
I'd have gone as far as I can.
Yeah, Mulugeta treated that as the Cowboys' beginning point in the negotiation, and now we're going to try to work to a new midway point from what we're asking for now. That was probably the last straw.
I think that was one of the reasons why.
Jerry also saying on The Fan this morning, by the way, with Sean and RJ's Tuesday at 8:30, he said, I think it's fair. We'd like to get Tyler Smith signed. I hope this means they're realizing they got to get things done sooner, and this Micah Parsons one should be the end of that chapter in Cowboys negotiations, especially after Micah said this week how toxic his life had become in the last 6 months. He ends up getting $15 more million a year than he would have if you would have signed him in early 2024. There's just no win for the team doing it the way they have.
No, and it's unfortunate. It's all these things kind of the laundry now starts to get aired out a little bit, and both sides, in my opinion, were at fault at this. And you just don't want to ever go through this one again. But man, if the Cowboys continue to draft players that play at this type of level. And you would hope so, but they need to figure out ways to get things done a little bit quicker.
Yeah, I just don't. I think for my perspective, I wonder if they've gotten in such a habit of waiting and just letting the status quo hit, how much of a gear change this would be. But there's a significant win, and I think it's a good sign. Jerry also saying that Trayvon Diggs is ready for full snaps, so that's a good.
That's if you're asking me to make any changes. We kind of went through some changes that you would make. Would you make changes at defensive end? Would you make changes at various positions? I would say that the cornerback one would be one I would focus on. Diggs, Bland need to be the starter. Elam, when they go to nickel, he could come in and play, kick Bland to the slot. This makes your secondary, I think, a lot better. And really, honestly, it's a lot sooner than I even thought it was going to be.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I think.
Credit to Diggs.
Everything we evaluated in training camp in the preseason was under the assumption they were going to have a giant hole at one technique defensive tackle and a major problem at corner with undrafted guys coming in, and they were much more solid, I think, as a result of Clark and Diggs being out there.
If you ask the majority of Cowboy fans where they were worried the most, they would say probably the defensive tackle number 1, and then you're right, the cornerback position was number 2.
We didn't get to this yesterday. Maybe it was bulletin board material for the Packers, but Dan Campbell said they were more relieved Clark was leaving the division than worried about Micah Parsons coming in. That's how much respect the division rival Lions had for Kenny Clark. And on that point, Jerry said this morning the 2 highest grades in-house coming out of Cowboys and Eagles was Dak Prescott and one Kenneth Clark.
Yeah, Kenny Clark, we went into this thing thinking that it was going to have to be maybe Jay Tuia, playing a lot of snaps, being the starter. Now he's a guy that can come off the bench and help. I wouldn't touch the rotation at all at defensive tackle right now.
Mm-hmm.
Mozzie Smith doesn't need to play. They've got enough guys. They were 2 guys too many. Even like I say, with Winfrey not dressing and going on the IR, there's no reason to dress Mozzie Smith right now. They've got the rotation the right way.
Are there NFL phrases or words out there that when you got to say them, it's kind of like, oh boy, this is just an awkward one? There's a lot of war analogies, but there's also bedroom analogies quite often. And if you're not careful, you can really end up sitting in it. So I say all that to say Kenny Clark had the 5th fastest get off.
Yeah.
Amongst the Cowboys. The only players that got off faster were edge players. And Kenny Clark,
they were edging.
Yeah. There you go. They're around every turn.
Yeah, and that's how you want it to be, right? You want your edge rushers to be the guys that are getting off the ball extremely quick.
Yeah.
But especially at this age and off the injury, we were kind of wondering, where is Kenny Clark from the explosiveness standpoint, all that kind of stuff. But man, through one game, it was awesome to see.
Dude's out here getting off faster than Osa, 5 years younger than him. You think that's a get off? Check this out. For a man that size?
I tell you, the Cowboys did a really nice job in that after the weather delay of playing on the Eagles side of the line of scrimmage. They were being really disruptive when it came to attacking gaps and kind of wrecking some blocking schemes.
They were penetrating.
Joseph Hoyt, Morning News, has a story on Marshawn Kneeland and talking about how
he needs to start.
How Kneeland watched Tank, and they were both second-round picks, and the idea is Kneeland can step in and be that kind of defensive end that sets the edge and is a bowling ball with knives.
He was drafted to be that guy. And the thing that held him back was pass rush. I think in these last couple of years, he has really done a great job of developing himself as a pass rusher. I would start him over Fowler in this particular game if it was me.
Yeah, to the non-scout eye, I would say Kneeland has pretty good pass rush, but like Tank was still kind of built for it a little bit more.
Tank was a little bit more bendy.
Yeah.
And Kneeland was a little bit more of a boxy, thicker kind of guy, so it was kind of a hard time for him to really turn the corner, but he's getting better at understanding where he needs to be in the rush, and that helps him, his awareness of where the quarterback is in the pocket. And a lot of these guys make the mistakes of trying to just rush right down the middle of guys. You got to play on the edges of these big tackles, and when you get playing on the edges and you get that weight on that outside foot, then you work back underneath. And, I think he's learning how to do that.
203 asking, do we have a timeline on Revel?
I have not heard an update on that one, no.
Jerry Jones suspecting the Cowboys will have both Mozzie Smith and possibly Jaden Blue as inactive again against the Giants.
Yeah.
Schottenheimer said he wants to see more consistency yesterday. I think the red flag for Blue now is multiple chances to get right. And, after the report from Glenn Stretch Smith just a couple of weeks before training camp, I would think that would send out off alarm bells like, holy cow, I got to start paying more attention and be locked in. I might be letting an NFL opportunity slip through my fingers. But then to have this continue to happen, and when we asked Steven and Shotty talked about this in camp, they didn't totally shoot down the report. They're going to support their guys and believe in them and everything. But I think this is significant. I think that's a humiliation that a player suffers publicly when a reporter says sources are telling me he's borderline lazy. If that doesn't motivate you, I think you put this on an extended clock while you're waiting for it, and don't expect this is a situation where maybe after a full season of football going into year 2, Tyler Guyton type of deal where, man, it's time to get locked in now. This is year 2. I'm not a rookie anymore.
Yeah, and that'll be super disappointing. I mean, if he can't get this thing figured out to get on the field here at some point this season, because the skill set is not something the Cowboys can duplicate out of that backfield. So yeah. I do think there is going to be a need for him, and I guess it'll be up to him to earn that spot. But man, it'll be nice to have a guy that can really give you some explosiveness.
Man, I really hope this is just all about Shotty trying to get his mental squared away and, on a professional standard level, and not he's struggling to learn, or he doesn't, have the instincts to do everything that we need him to do. I hope this is more psychology and mentality than football ability right now or trustability. But I mean, there was a reason Sarkisian didn't play him much either.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of what I'm wondering right now. Is it just like a learning thing? It's hard for him to pick it up. He's working his tail off and he's just not getting it. Yeah. Or is it he just needs to up the professionalism a little bit?
Okay, and speaking of that, I think maybe one of the biggest topics going into week 2 that's being slept on right now is George Pickens' routes. I mean, this is kind of a test for Shotty, having a rookie running back and then a fourth-year wide receiver. I don't know if they want him long-term. I think the fact that happened week 1, you saw the devil on his shoulder there with the personal foul, then grabbing the cornerback's calf or leg there in the end zone after the incomplete pass. And then you have, not giving your all on routes where you're not the primary or secondary guy. I would say everybody has to be better in this situation. The quarterback has to find him better. The coach has to insist that he's part of the game plan more. But everybody else in that equation was a total professional. I don't know if you're trying to establish a culture, how patient you could be with that kind of stuff. Like, how hollow does your message ring if you're like, guys, we got to be disciplined and we got to send 110% every play, if you brought in a guy who might be on short term and is just, kind of going through the motions in a lot of plays. I think that is a big story, and we're kind of sweeping it under the rug now because the George Pickens honeymoon.
Yeah, I don't know. And just from my point of view watching, I said earlier that the routes weren't great. I think the execution of the routes weren't good. I think, to me, there were times where he needed to be at a certain depth or he needed to break at a certain distance, and that's where it got a little sloppy. I don't think the effort on him were bad. I think where it was, he was asked to do certain routes, and that part of it was, I know that John Owning in pro football, I talked about this before John Owning even.
You did? Yeah, you talked about this Friday with us.
And to me, it's like the routes weren't great, and I don't know if he is a great route runner. That's the thing about him. Okay. I don't know if it's more of his technique or lack of, as opposed to effort. I think that there's been a lot of his life that's been where he's playing.
Because that was the label on him in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
So sorry if I inferred that from what you said.
No. To me, I see a guy, me personally, I think this guy, I don't think they get him the ball enough. I mean,
no, you're right. Yeah.
If you're a guy that's creating pass interference opportunities, they can't, they're grabbing you, they can't cover you. You're trying to make one-handed catches even when the ball's not anywhere really near you. I mean, this guy's got skill. His route running, I don't think, is particularly great. But like I said, I wish they executed the 4th and 2 play better. I wish they would have done that better. That they're trying to set a pick, and they didn't get that executed very well. And so that's the kind of thing that bothers you about the routes is like, okay, your responsibility is to do this, and I don't think it was lazy. I just think he didn't do what he needed to do, because they needed him to hold up Mitchell so they could get the wheel up the field, and they just didn't get that. And I don't know if he's just that is his makeup, as he is this great route runner. I don't know. I think he's got quickness. I think he's got a lot of ability to go get the football. I think he tracks it great. I just don't know, just watching him play a little bit, if his route running is really, on the top level for where it needs to be.
Okay, how real are these Rangers? ESPN did contender, pretender. They do conclude they are not real contenders, but they acknowledge here this is starting to look like a Bruce Bochy special. Rangers sneak in. Boch figures out his bullpen just at the right time. DeGrom and Merrill Kelly win their starts, and Seager returns to earn yet another World Series MVP award. Never overlook a Bochy-managed team in the postseason. The Rangers just have to get in. Yeah, and if you would get Eovaldi healthy, Seager, Garcia healthy, and then obviously Tyler Mahle probably coming back this week as well, things could get really interesting in a hurry. There's a trade in the division. Philly is getting set to take on the Chiefs. A little bit of a Super Bowl rematch early in the season. They get running back Tank Bigsby from the Jags in exchange for 2026 5th and 6th round picks. I guess he's a heck of a return guy. He averaged 32.5 yards per kick return. Eagles see Bigsby as that and remains high on their running back depth chart as well, which is, I think, hurt by a Will Shipley injury. So they have A.J. Dillon, Saquon Barkley, and now Tank Bigsby coming over from the Jags. But that's emptying the tank quite a bit, a 5th and a 6th for a backup running back. That must speak to a significant need there in Philadelphia for helping the return game.
Yeah, he's a little bit of a slasher when you watch his running style. Is that of he's got the vision, the lateral quickness, all that stuff. He can kind of get himself out of trouble with the blink of the eye. And that's what I think makes him such a good returner, is he's kind of got that feel for how to make people miss.
All righty, we have
Jared
Sandler's coming up at 4 o'clock, but it's time now for the Rangers Player Show, and winning pitcher from last night, he was outstanding in 5 2/3 innings of work. Jacob Latz joins you next year on The Fan.
But Tolos, if you're ready to transform your bathroom into a dream space, Zentex Remodeling Group. Save $1,000 on a new bathtub or shower system, or you could choose 0%.
variety of premium meats and seafood. Our on-site experts make shopping easy, ensuring incredible flavor and great prices. Score at Wild Fork Foods.
All right, welcome back, Nation. It is time now for the Rangers Player Show. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And the Rangers Player Show presented by Globe Life. For over 125 years, Globe Life has helped protect families when they need it most. Globe Life, make tomorrow better. Starting pitcher of last night's Rangers win, 5 2/3 scoreless. Been an absolute godsend for the pitching staff. They suffered so many injuries. Jacob Latz joining us now here on The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How you doing?
I'm doing well. Good afternoon, you guys, too.
Yes, sir. Thank you. How you feeling out there? Are you feeling as good as everything looks?
Yeah, it's been a good, run here the last couple of weeks. Just trying to stay in my delivery, keep it consistent, and do it over and over and over again. It gets a little monotonous, but that's why we play the game. So I got a good rhythm right now and looking to keep it going.
Hey, Jacob, you've had so many different roles on this team. And I was just curious, and you seem like your demeanor never changes throughout. Like if you're pitching in a blowout game, you're starting a game, you're doing. Where do you draw that from, and how is it? Is it the one thing that it kind of keeps you going, that you just keep that kind of that calmness about you?
Yeah, I think that's always been kind of a part of my game. I think that's why I loved pitching and baseball the most as a kid, as opposed to the other sports I played. I felt like I was able to just have that calm composure out there, and it's something that I pride myself on, and I think it keeps me level-headed, but it also keeps me focused. And, sure, there's emotions running on the inside, but I think, I always grew up being a starting pitcher, and that was one thing that I felt like helped me, carry myself throughout the game is managing my energy, but then keeping my emotions in check so that I can, still go out there and perform and execute pitches later in the game, 5th, 6th, 7th inning, type like that.
Are you one of these guys that never says no to people? Because it seems like you get put in some situations like they're asking you to do things and you should just say no. But you're just like, yeah, just hand me the damn ball. I'm going to go out there. I'll give you the 4 innings. I know we're getting crushed right now. Or, I just admire you the way that you're able to just take whatever job they ask you to do and you get it done.
Yeah, I mean, we're in crunch time. This is this is why you play the game, is to go out there and try to win games or help your team win games, whether that's not that given day. Like you said, if I'm in a score that's already out of hand, or an opportunity like yesterday to start the game. We've had injuries and everyone's going through it. Everyone's grinding. So it's just answering the call. Every opportunity you get to step on a big league mound is something you should appreciate, where there's only a few of us that get that opportunity to do it. And so I think that type of attitude and mentality is something that I don't want to ever lose sight of. And, why should you?
How does your game day routine change when you're going from, when it's a day you're going to be starting or where you're playing in the bullpen?
Yeah, I've gotten used to the bullpen role. I got moved there permanently in 2023. Got called up there at the end and had a few outings, and then 2024 spent the majority of the year here. So I got pretty used to everyday life as a bullpen pitcher. And my spot starts up here this year have been kind of spread out earlier in the year, and then as the last couple outings here, I've gotten a couple in a row, but still with the approach that I don't know for sure that I'm going to be starting. So for me, it's been kind of just keeping it the same. I do like the idea of at least mentally preparing and try to physically prepare as well to be available out of the bullpen, 3 days out from a start. And then ultimately getting the call to start on that normal starter's rest, 5-6 days with the off day these last couple. Has made me feel a little bit more rested. Something I definitely always enjoyed as a starter was the routine aspect But it's something I've said throughout this year. As starters and baseball players in general, we get very superstitious about the way that we orchestrate our routine. And one of my favorite things about being moved to the bullpen was dissolving a lot of those things. So I definitely have less of just a perfectionist approach when it comes to my routine. But then ultimately, once the game is on, it's like you flip that switch and you're prepared, and it's just time to compete. So I've really enjoyed that side of things this year.
It's Jacob Latz here with you on The Fan. What about when, like in the media, we say it's Latz against Quintana? Does it change when you're up against an established veteran or an ace or a young guy or a journeyman, or is that all the same too?
I think it adds stuff, if anything. Quintana, he's been around for a while. I think he's in the top 10 in terms of active pitchers and strikeouts going in the MLB. So that's, he's had a long career. I grew up a Cubs fan, and so when he was with us, it's someone I've always, paid attention to. It's a similar, just smooth, looks easy delivery, and a similar pitch repertoire. But you recall the game too against Schoolball on Sunday Night Baseball. And when you go against someone like that, there's a little bit just added adrenaline to the already start opportunity that you get at the big leagues. So I do love the mano a mano type aspect to it. I think it helps drive my overall compete mode that I'm able to get into when I do have the opportunity to start the game and kind of set the tone. It's always a fun aspect of the game when you're out there and you're in control.
How cool was that last night, man? You pitch your tail off, then you get the standing ovation as you exit the game. What is that like?
Yeah, no, that was very recognizable. It was something that I was just in the moment, like I was really trying to take it all in, and very appreciative of the fans there. That was a really cool moment. I think, we're all watching that game, waiting for something to happen. Helman comes through with the grand slam, put up a 0 the next inning, and then go back out there in the 6th, and ultimately Boch comes to give me the ball, and the fans rise to their feet. That's something you're always like, those are the moments that you'll look back on at the end of your career and kind of enjoy the most, as opposed to all the other ones. So,
man, that must have been awesome. Looked like a lot of fun, and I imagine not even a Bears fourth quarter collapse could bring you down on a night like that.
Well, I don't know about that one, because the game was still on after we wrapped up, and I watched pretty much the only negative side of that game. So, my friends group chat from back home was all in depression mode, and it's, back to where we are normally as Bear fans there, where hope is lost. But I don't know. It's part of the gig now.
I mean, they must have been happy that you helped the Cubbies a little bit, right?
That was part of it. Yeah. They're adding a little bit to me. They're like, the Brewers' demise starts today. And I was like, all right, I'll carry that with me tonight. And yeah, so I mean, it was just a good way to start the series. And for us, like, we're right there, and we're inching closer. And if we just keep playing the baseball we have lately, I think we have a good shot at this one.
Can you stay a fan of your hometown team when you get drafted? I mean, how's that go for you and a lot of guys? Is it? I mean, I'm sure it's still cool to see the Cubs win. All your friends are happy.
I guess it helps they're in the National League. But no, I mean, it's different growing up as a fan, and then when you're actually a part of an organization and you're around, of all these guys in spring training, and then you're working your way up through the minor leagues. It's a different type of appreciation you have for that certain organization. So the Cubs are the Cubs. I think playing at Wrigley is like the one thing that I still would be on my bucket list at this point, but no, they're just another team now, unfortunately. And I have more emotion, more attachment, and more just passion for the team I was drafted by than a fan growing up.
Yeah, we'll never see it from you though, right? You keep stoic, right? Just got to keep stoic. Yeah, we're gonna see that emotion, right?
No, I doubt it.
Broadus, I thought you were going to call him out for the Wrigley Field being the most overrated ballpark to watch a game at.
I know.
Shots fired, Jacob.
Wait a minute,
I've been to a few.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No,
I've been to a few where I've been blocked out under the first level there, and you can't really see the game. So I'm with you on that one.
Tell him, Jacob. Tell him. I tell you what, Jacob. I remember the first time I saw you pitch. I'm an LSU alum. And I remember pitching you when you pitched against Rice. Matter of fact, in a championship game and stuff. So I was kind of hopeful. I hope I didn't bring up something about LSU that were bad memories for you and all that. But what about LSU baseball? Do you kind of? I mean, you went there and all that initially and stuff. But was it a good experience for you?
I mean, it was a good experience in terms of. The maturity as a baseball player.
Sure.
It was just unfortunate for me from an injury side. I just could not get over the elbow injury I sustained early on as a freshman, and unfortunately, just started a mental cycle for me that was tough to break out of. Sure. And I wish things were different, but to your point, I was still able to start in a SEC tournament game, a regional game. I was appeared in a super regional game, and so those were the moments that you would live for to be an LSU baseball player.
Yeah.
We went to Omaha as a freshman, so there's a lot of highlights and a lot of good people I met along the way, and it still taught me a lot of good things. But I wish the overall on-field stuff was a lot better. But no, it was still great.
Well, thank you for what you did for us, though. Appreciate you,
Absolutely.
man. I really do.
Especially turning down $1 million signing bonus from the Blue Jays to go to LSU, man. My God.
He knew where he needed to be.
I feel like there was life lessons that you can't get from passing up on a college opportunity.
There you go.
I don't regret it at all.
So how does the culinary experience here in North Texas compare to the Chicago food scene?
Chicago is definitely a little more diverse. You kind of get a little bit of everything there. You can find certain spots that have the genuine culture in terms of just the broadness to it there. But there's a lot of good sneaky spots in Dallas, and it's growing. It's definitely one of the more diverse cities in terms of in Texas. So we've sticking to the local Mexican food and barbecue, but there's a few spots. I'm someone who enjoys eating healthy, so I found a few that are definitely up with the times in terms of local food and whatnot. But no, it's not. I like it a lot. It's comparable for sure.
Get a little brisket sando action on a cheat day.
I would never turn down a brisket sandwich now. So
that's my guy. By the way, what's the nickname? Are they calling you Latzy?
Boch likes to call me Latzy. A lot of people do call me Latzy, yeah. No one really calls me by my first name. Cole Wynn, one of my closer friends growing up, he calls me by my middle name, Eugene, or just Gene. So that's always a good one.
Is in baseball, does everybody have a nickname? Is it one of those things? Does anybody use their real name in a baseball in a
There's
clubhouse?
Not many.
Yeah.
And usually if you do, it's probably not a good thing, I would say.
Gene, right?
I like Gene. Yeah, that's my grandpa's name.
Oh,
so,
okay.
Mine too.
Nice.
Midwest guy as well. Thank you so much, Jacob. Congrats on your success. Hell of a conversation with us here on The Fan, and give him hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Absolutely. Thank you guys for having me.
Salute. There he goes. Jacob Latz, brought to you by Globe Life. For over 125 years, Globe Life has helped protect families when they need it most. Globe Life, make tomorrow better. Won't be surprised if he's part of the opening day rotation next year, coming out of surprise.
I'll tell you what, man, I love his demeanor. I really do. I think it looks like nothing bothers him out there. That's a great way to operate.
Tough kid, great perspective.
Yeah.
Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Where are you taking us?
Yeah, I got some questions for my guys. We'll do those next.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, Brett Boone joins.
Doesn't seem
Was it Saffron Squad?
Netflix. Also brought to you by EastDallasDiesel.com. There's a reason they call us DFW Sports Station, because nobody does it like the Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Welcome back, Gbag Nation. It's time for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king of the Krusties, Brian.
Thank you very much, General.
Thank you.
We're talking about, man, have a baby or go to Vegas for the, what do you think?
For the fight? Oh, Wolchuk, yeah.
Wolchuk.
Bun in the oven. Could have gone to Vegas with Hagee and Lucius, decided to not go. I think he made the right call. I mean, you had that spring training incident a couple of years back with baby number 1 where you had to immediately fly back.
We handled that with perfection.
I think him leaving town might start the birthing process. That's what I'd be worried about. Yeah. Some sort of a trigger.
So he's in that window then, huh? Is that what you're saying?
Miracle of life.
Yeah, he's in that window of when he had his last baby, which was plenty early.
Yeah.
But baby Eliza is an absolute super beast, fighting through the adversity. So hopefully that doesn't happen again. And then going to Vegas too. I mean, wifey's body will just start working in crazy ways, knowing that you're in Vegas. And then riding like a flu bug into Vegas like he's dealing with right now. That would have been a disaster. I mean, Lucius would be having to spray down the plane and everything else sitting anywhere close to him.
14 years ago, when Abby was about 2 weeks out, we had the Olds versus Youngs softball event out there. Was that Mansfield or Midlothian? They're down there at Field of Dreams. And it was like 45 minutes away, but I mean, wife was like, "You're not going, are you?" I'm like, "Well, yeah, I mean, it's 45 minutes away. What's the worst that could happen?" I had Armin Williams holding my phone as, I was going up to bat and playing the field. I was taking my phone with me. I was highly paranoid. I think Wolchuk's doing the right thing. That's just tempting fate too much to potentially miss 2.
Yeah. Parcells asked me about Ben at that time. Like, he was born 3 days after the 2004 draft. Parcells like, "You're going to be here for the draft, are you? You're going to be here, right?" And I said, "I'm not going to do what you did, miss your daughter's birth."
Yeah, it's too old school.
Called him out on that one. But
it's too old school. You don't want to miss that miracle.
I don't want to miss that. It's the only one I'm going to have. All right. Oh, by the way, Malik Hooker was on the injured list just with a toe.
Yeah.
Be fine.
Good.
Be fine. Yeah, don't worry about that.
That was just a little mini practice yesterday, right?
Yeah. So tomorrow we'll do some good.
I mean, I know he's not the surest tackler, but he's one of the best runs defenders they have.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, there were a couple of times where Donovan Wilson playing down. Matter of fact, Botch Lombardi and I broke down a play today for our site where we were looking at how they fit, the run fits and stuff like that, and how Kenny Clark, and then some of the plays that they were able to make, and then Donovan Wilson was a big part of coming down in there, and that's what you got to have. You got to have some fits. All right, I got some questions for my guys here. Dawson, I'll start with you on this one.
Bring it.
Better coaching job, Brian Schottenheimer's first half or Matt Eberflus's second half?
I'm going to give it to Eberflus because as the game went on, he got better. As the game went on, as you pointed out for us, Schotty got worse. I know the question was about what he did in the first quarter, but I think figuring out a way to bottle up that Eagle offense, and I was more shocked by that. I was expecting Cowboy failure at some point with the offense. The beginning was a nice surprise. I'm gonna give it to the defense though.
How about you there, Chieftain?
Man, it's a great question, and I'm just gonna go with the offense because it was something that we had been hoping for in a big way.
Hadn't seen that in a while, huh?
Hadn't seen that. They were pulling out a lot of new tricks and fun things that we were hoping for with the new coaching staff, and Dak looked like the best version of himself. With no preseason, off an injury, Schottenheimer had that offense absolutely cooking in the first half. They were being aggressive, and the run game was better than we expected as well. So you could go either way on this, but I'll go with the offense.
I kind of had not very high expectations of the defense.
Mm-hmm.
Really, I think you're totally right about the offense and what they were able to do with the motions and the way Dak was playing, and the way they were getting guys open, and attacking. I thought that was impressive. I was worried about that defense. I really, really was. And I was worried about all of a sudden them not being able to control the running game, but the fact that how well they played in the secondary, they got pressure on that quarterback.
Yeah.
You know, they made the zone. I mean, is it as simple as playing zone coverage against that guy? I can't believe that's just the only thing, but it seems like zone coverage is that guy's kryptonite. That he falls apart. You play zone coverage and make him have to read. I think Schottenheimer's second half, they said, damn, we'll just keep believing if we could just play our gaps, play a little bit better contain, we'll make this guy have to make some throws. And I think that was pretty impressive to me. But I do love what Schottenheimer did in the first half of that game. I really, really do. Okay, Chief, who needs a bounce back game? CeeDee Lamb or Cowboys linebackers?
Oh my goodness. Well, they certainly to some extent.
CeeDee started off well too.
Yeah. I mean, I have more faith in CeeDee Lamb that he is still going to be one of the best receivers in the league. And what we saw the other night will be the last time we ever see something like that from him again. The linebackers, I think, are going to be a consistent problem for you until, I mean, hopefully you can get Overshown back at some point this season, but you can't really bank on that. Maybe you start to see more Maris Leofau, but for as fun as the defense was, especially in that second half, you have some serious linebacker issues.
Yeah, I would totally agree with what Chief is saying in there. I don't think that these linebackers can bounce back to being good because they're not good. It's tough to watch, and I do like Overshown a lot, but it seems like he's boom or bust type of linebacker more than he's down in and down out consistent guy. But yeah, CeeDee Lamb will bounce back. He's going to be great. I think we're just trying to survive this linebacker experience until they use that maybe that Micah Parsons money to bring somebody in or draft somebody high. But this is a major problem, I think, for the defense. And if they could get this fixed at some point between now and the trade deadline, there's reason to believe in this Cowboys team. I don't think they're that far off. But with that big of a hole at linebacker, it's probably going to define defensive disappointment week in and week out.
I wonder if they're in a situation, too, where all of a sudden you play the Giants and maybe the Giants aren't really good offensively. It looks like to me that Russell Wilson running the ball was kind of their best, him. He's always
running for his life.
He's just going to scramble through the middle of the pocket. He's going to run through the middle. He's not going to run on the edges. And I just wonder, but I also feel like, is this Giants defense going to give us some fool's gold? Fool's gold with the linebacker play and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, this should definitely be a
all
bit
of a sudden
of a
it's like, it's a bounce back game, and then in reality, you play the Bears next week or something like that, or you get the Packers, and you're like, no, wait, I got fooled on that one.
Yeah, I mean, if the linebackers look a lot better versus the Giants, you're not going to just say, problem solved.
Yeah.
But they should hopefully look a fair amount better versus that offensive line and just that offense in general, which was so bad on Sunday.
Yeah, and Washington brought in Kinlaw. They had the other guys at Payne that's still there.
Right.
Yeah, so they had good defensive tackle play. Russell Wilson didn't have anywhere to escape up the middle. Yeah. I'm hoping the Cowboys can provide the same look.
Yeah, I'd like to believe that. I'm not saying, Eric, you're going to have this is a get right game or something like that.
No, I'm not doing that.
No, I know you're not. Doing
I'm thinking a handle business game.
Oh, business game. I like it. Hey, we got a pregame on at 9 a.m. this Sunday. Check us out. We'll be out in the plaza, Miller Lite Plaza. Dawson.
Yeah.
Were you surprised the type of game that Tyler Guyton had with no training camp, basically?
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, you did have the pressures, but he did a lot of things well. I'm optimistic in that he's going to continue on this path. But yeah, I mean, I think this goes to his mindset, his focus, his determination to make the Cowboys right for making him a first-round pick, and he came out there locked in and determined to do the best he could.
Sure did.
I think the most impressive thing is how much he's changed his body from being lean to now having
a little bulk to him. Yeah. How about you, Chief? Were you surprised that how well that Tyler Guyton played with just really no training camp practices?
Yeah, pleasantly surprised. I mean, in that environment, in filthy versus that defensive line, I mean, for sure. He had some issues, but I mean, there's still plenty of reasons for hope. So I was pleased.
I was pleased too as well. All right, thank you guys.
Thank
Appreciate
you, Brian. Brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning.
Yeah, thank
Krusty's
you.
Corner is. Salute to Jacob Latz, who joined us back there for the Rangers Player Show at 3:25. If you haven't heard much from him, I'd highly recommend you go back. It's about 12 minutes of gold there with Jacob Latz, who was the winning pitcher last night. We'll get more thoughts on these Rangers with Jared Sandler coming up next here on The Fan.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bosch Power Tools. The more you Bosch, the more you feel like a Bosch.
This is Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Chumba Casino, your online casino for play, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. That wasn't just a magical win for the Vikings last night. That was a coming out party for J.J. McCarthy, being the first player in NFL history to account for 3 touchdowns in his debut in the fourth quarter means McCarthy could actually lead the Vikings where they were last year or beyond. I'm Bill Ryder.
Sports fans, listen up. 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer, and bladder leaks can be a side effect. That's why Depend is teaming up with the Prostate Cancer Foundation to encourage screening. Because health is a long game, and it's yours to win. Now here's the cool part.
Now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your hair, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. Turn it on and leave it on. Your home of the Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth, and Odyssey Sports Station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the Gbag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the Gbag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We are about 40 minutes now from talking with our NFL insider, Mark Schlereth, about what happened and what we're looking forward to in week 2 of the NFL season. Jared Sandler joins us now, brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Hey, what's up, guys? Doing well.
Man, we just had a conversation with Jacob Latz. Interesting dude, huh?
Yeah, for sure. Definitely not your typical professional athlete. I don't know, bravado disposition.
Yeah.
I don't know what the right word would be, but he's a great kid, and it's been a lot of fun. I think in any sport you watch guys grow, maybe overcome struggles earlier in their career, whatever it might be. It's really fun, especially when you're a fan of that team. So I would imagine Rangers fans have enjoyed watching that with Jacob Latz. But it was oddly enough, it was last year against Milwaukee. He gave up a grand slam to Rhys Hoskins, and that was kind of the moment where it's like, man, maybe the strings run out on Jacob Latz last year. And, here we are a year later, and not only is he effective, but, it's not just as a situational reliever. It's, in a starter's role. And, I got asked this yesterday, and, to me, it's kind of a no-brainer. I was asked, do we need to start talking about Jacob Latz as a candidate to start next year? And
okay,
I don't think there's any question that he's going to go to camp as a starting pitcher. Now, whether he, breaks the rotation or they have him in the bullpen and kind of a swing role, that's to be determined. But I don't think there's any question that Jacob Latz this offseason, and as the Rangers are building their depth chart, he's under the SP column, not the RP column.
Did he not make the opening day roster? It was a pretty dang good year last year. What is it that he does? Is it the walks?
Yeah, last year walks and maybe not enough strikeouts to support the walks. Not that there's ever a good time to walk hitters or anything, but the pitchers who get a ton of strikeouts usually can better combat the walks, because where walks get you into trouble is, now all of a sudden you walk a guy and in theory you don't need to give up a hit to give up a run, right? But, if you prevent the ball from being put in play, then you limit the ability for, base runners to advance and score without giving up that hit. So you're going to give up hits as a pitcher, you're going to give up home runs, but, if you're going to walk guys, you got to be able to strike a ton of guys out. And he just didn't have that right combo last year. I think, from a pitching standpoint, I'm sure there's a confidence factor after having spent, a pretty long runway in the big leagues last year, understanding, what that experience was like. I think anyone would benefit from something like that, but it just seems like the fastball has been located and plays a lot better. I think maybe there's a better understanding of how to use his arsenal. And then yesterday, I thought his slider was a really, really effective pitch. And we've seen him throw the changeup. He actually had a left-on-left changeup or strikeout with the changeup. I forget who it was. It might have been Sal Frelick. But, it seems like those 3 pitches have all been really effective for him.
How cool was it to see him get that standing ovation from the Rangers crowd last night?
That was great. It wasn't a huge crowd. Monday night, school's back in session. Totally understandable. I get it. They made their presence felt. And that's something that, I don't know. I feel like I've been paying more attention to this year because there have been so many great starting pitching performances. And then you have times where, a guy's, pitched his ass off and he's walking off the mound. And when it's at the end of an inning, I guess, maybe people don't realize, well, they're probably not coming back out, right? It's easy for a lot of us to see, well, he's pitched 7 innings. He's at 98 pitches. He's not coming back out for the 8th. But maybe, take for granted the fact that most of the people in the ballpark might not, take those factors into account. So when it's a mid-inning pitching change, I guess it's a little bit easier. But it was awesome. He deserved it. And those are the sorts of things. I'll tell you this, guys, players notice that stuff. We might think, well, hey, they're getting paid a lot of money. They don't care. That charges them up. Energy from fans charges them up. And hopefully, playing meaningful baseball here down the stretch. And then, carrying that over into next year, we can get more and more of that more consistently, from game to game. I know it's tough. There's 81 of these games, and they're not all on weekends, like you have in the NFL, or, it's a little bit of a different energy than an NBA or an NHL game, but, hopefully, competing consistently will help grow the understanding of, how and when to make noise and to create that cool environment.
All right, Sandler, you're on the call when the ball shot to the gap. When did you pick up Heim on your call?
I was on the call for that, wasn't I? Yeah. I think I picked him up. So that's where, just to nerd out here. So I'm doing it with Hixie yesterday. My responsibility is the ball.
Right.
Hixie's responsibility is the base runner. Now, at some point, I got to pick up the base runner too, but I might miss if the base runner stumbles, initially, or something like that. But once I have an idea what's going to happen with the baseball, so once I know that ball's not caught, and then I see that Blake Perkins picks it up right away, I'm locked in on Jonah for a split second. Then I got to figure out, all right, the relay throw's going to fill in the blank player, and I got to, is that a clean relay? But the corner of my eye, I'm able to kind of see where the runner is. But yeah, I saw Jonah hustling around second. I'm like, oh my gosh, I haven't seen this guy run this fast ever, I don't think.
Yeah.
He looks slow when he's jogging to first on a walk sometimes. But he was busting it. And credit to Jonah, because a lot of times guys who are not, big time base runners don't execute base running fundamentals. But Jonah did. If you go back and watch Jonah's path, from first to home,
right,
he cut the bases really well, and then his slide at the plate was huge. If he just is sliding in without really thinking much of it, he's going to be out. But he slid just wide enough for Contreras' tag to be a little too far up the body, and he had touched the plate. So that was great. But yeah, I think it was a little bit after he rounded second that I kind of got wind that, holy crap, Jonah Heim might actually be scoring on a double from first.
Yeah, I was surprised, again, those questions that, runners go and, do they run through signs and stuff like that. I thought maybe he ran through a sign. I thought there was no way in hell they were going to send him on that one.
No, for sure. Yeah, and that's a great send by Tony Beasley.
Yeah, it was a good send.
It was a really good throw from Bryce Terang to the plate. The throw from Perkins to Bryce Terang was not a great throw. And so really, where Jonah scored, a lot of times we focus on, that end moment. Jonah scored on Blake Perkins. He didn't really score on Bryce Terang, so to speak. And so, I'm sure that had something to do with, Tony Beasley making the call to send him. And, in that moment of the game too, you'd love to push across. It's a little, I hate to say it's low pressure because I don't know that that'd be fair, but you're already up 4-0. And, you got a chance to, put the game in a situation where one swing, no matter the situation, can't tie it. And, so I always think that fifth run's a big run. And, I'm glad Bees was aggressive in sending him home.
How about the 5 ribbies from Helman, though, hitting 245? I mean, how many of these guys are proving that they shouldn't be minor leaguers anymore?
Yeah, no, I mean, what a night for him. I think with Michael Helman, he's a guy who brings, let's say he doesn't get a hit. Well, he's going to be an asset on the bases. He's going to be an asset defensively. He's pretty darn good out in the outfield. And can, obviously play center, which means he can move to a corner if needed. But, he's really kind of finding his niche hitting left-handed pitching too. I know a lot of people like to, ask the question after a game like this, well, can he be, like, I got a few people asking, can this guy be an all-star? Can this guy be a star? And let's finish out the year. I do think that, it's understandable. That's a part of being a sports fan. You're always thinking about the now and the future. I think what I would say is, hey, let's just enjoy the now and let's see how the year plays out. But if you were to ask me right now, hey, what could Michael Helman's role be on the 2026 Rangers? I think he could be a great platoon outfielder. I would need to see him hit righties a little bit more to think of him as a potential everyday guy. And maybe he gets to that point, right? There's no reason why he couldn't. But right now, if you got Evan Carter and you got Michael Helman, that'd be one heck of a platoon. If you don't feel comfortable, and I still would love to give Evan Carter a little more runway to be an everyday outfielder and not just be a guy who only starts versus righties. But let's just hypothetically say, you don't want to commit to that. That'd be a heck of a platoon, because in both those guys, you got two superior athletes who are going to be assets when they don't start, not just as pinch hitters, but as guys who can help you defensively and guys who can help you on the bases. So it'll be interesting to see how he plays the year out. And gosh, if the Rangers make the playoffs, I'd love to see, what Michael Helman does against playoff type pitching against left-handed throwers too. So, that'd be a really interesting test.
Jack Leiter getting the start tonight. What's been working for him lately, Jared, and how does he match up versus this Brewers lineup?
Yeah, I think, Eric, in talking to the people who, know a whole lot more than I'll ever know, they've pointed more to just the mental side of it and not thinking too much, just going out there and being a pitcher and letting, the thinking kind of manifest itself in the days in between starts to then be ready to just go out and throw when he takes the mound. The stuff's there. I could try and tell you that this pitch has been better here of late or that pitch, but the pitches have all been really good. I'd say, we have seen at times the slider flash a little bit more, but, that the fastball changeup combo has been so lethal for him. I think sometimes, and it's not something I can diagnose, but in talking to people, he's just thinking too much, and it sometimes gets him into trouble. But what we've seen and what I loved, we saw it in Arizona, we saw it his last start too, bouncing back after not necessarily having a great inning or a great start. Against the Diamondbacks, he had two shaky-ish, innings, and ended up going 6 innings, allowing 2 runs, right? He bounced back really nicely. And I think sometimes that's tough for anybody, but especially young pitchers, to make in-start adjustments. And I think as long as you're not caught up in the spin cycle mentally and you're not too far down some wormhole, it allows you to just kind of take a step back and take a breath and throw the heck out of the baseball. And he does that. And when he throws strikes, he is really tough to hit. I know it's common to say, well, but you can throw 102 down the middle and they'll still hit it. And yeah, I mean, the reality is 102 down the middle is easier to hit than 102 on a corner. And he doesn't throw 102, but the numbers also show that 10, let's just say 99, which, we see him hit regularly. 99 down the middle is a lot tougher to hit than 95 down the middle. And so I think he's gaining confidence that if he just throws strikes, he is going to be tough to hit. His stuff is so good. And then, that next frontier is continuing to minimize the amount of low quality strikes and maximize, the ability to hit the edges. But, he is doing a really good job of that. And the changeup, I think, has been really huge, keeping hitters not necessarily off his fastball, but making the fastball play up. And that changeup's really developed quickly into a nasty pitch.
With Phillies Karen in the news so much, Jared, I think it'd be a good time to just ask you, is there protocol? I mean, what are the guidelines for handing the ball to a kid? Obviously, you don't want to do what Karen did, but what is expectations from the announcer's perch?
Hey, well, can I ask you guys, because I feel like I've seen a lot of stuff on her, and I think some of it's fake. But so did she get fired from her job?
I think that was a ball sacking. I've been trying to
maybe
track that down.
Yeah.
So I don't know. The allegations are definitely out there, though.
Okay, I've seen like all sorts of things like on her. It's kind of, poor woman. But I guess she dug her own grave there. I think. I mean, so here's the deal. What happens if you're an adult and you're there with another adult, but your son or daughter is at home and they ask you, Dad, can you get me a ball? Like, can you catch a home run ball? Like, how cool would that be to give it to your kid? So optically, when you're not handing the ball to a kid, it probably looks bad. I like to give a little bit of grace to an adult who keeps a baseball that maybe they're keeping it for a kid. I just think in general, most of the time adults probably don't care as much about the baseball as the kid does. So if I ever get a ball, I'm giving it to kids. As a matter of fact, I try once per game at batting practice or wherever. If I see a baseball, I try to grab one and make sure to find a kid and toss it to them. Because, I mean, I remember when I was that age, like that would make not just my day, but like I would be thinking about it for days, plural. Like, oh my gosh, I got this ball, and I would, toss it up and down or maybe play catch with it. But so yeah, I think that in general, all things being equal, you got to give it to a kid. But I don't think that, it's fair to just totally crucify an adult for wanting a baseball. But in that situation, I think the guy got it fair and square. It's not like you have to stay in your seat, as long as you're not throwing punches. It's like basketball. You throw an elbow that people don't see. If you like John Stockton someone, hey, I mean, that's a part of it, right? But if you're like in a cold cock someone for the ball, that's not cool. But I don't think you have to like stay within like your zip code. I think if you want to be mobile to go and get the ball, and you get the ball, and I've got it and you've got it, and I win a tug of war, so to speak, for the ball, then I mean I think that's fair game, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You got to work that box out a little bit from time to time.
Yeah.
Be mobile.
Yeah, sometimes you got like a high ass, like that helps, right? You can turn your body, use your backside to create some space. I mean, I think that's all a part of the strategy.
Great stuff, Jared. Have a good one tonight, and we'll catch up with you, I guess, tomorrow after the game.
All right, fellas. Take care.
There he goes. He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter. Must follow for all Rangers fans. He's brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. Mark Schlereth coming up at 4:40. Chief, what is next?
The Bears took an L last night, but no one had it worse than this guy next to the Nation.
I want to chat about Window Nation, though. If your windows have seen better days, it's time to get a hold of Window Nation. Have them out to the house because it's an amazing time to put new windows in your home. It is still hot, a lot of humidity out there. Don't let leaky old windows lose all the cool air in your home or
It's Friday from 10 to 2.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by the Texas Health and Human Services Commission.
Whatever you're facing, whatever you're struggling with, the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline can help 24/7. Call or text 988. Or to chat, visit texas988.org.
Yeah, buddy. Welcome back. Gbag Nation 105 through the Fan. Mark Schlereth coming up in about 15 minutes. Segment here brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. And here's Chief with that afternoon hodgepodge.
Okay, so the Bears took the L last night, but the guy I felt the worst for was the security guard who had to go bare hand the bright green pleasure device that got lobbed from the stands once again. I think that was the third one of the football weekend.
I'm going to need hazard pay for that.
Heavier set gentleman who reaches down, and he's got the biggest plumber's crack you've ever seen. In the midst of having to pick that up. And now that thing's just going viral. He's just trying to do his job, just trying to stand there, watch Caleb Williams lose a football game, and then you start lobbing this stuff out there. It's just tough, and I feel for him. I'm surprised you guys haven't seen that pop up on your timeline yet. No?
It's cooking videos and stuff like that.
My timeline has been infected. I have a contaminant. I'm terrified of heights, and I've stopped down and watched enough of the videos of like people on death-defying perches and over cliffs, and now it's just feeding me. So I need to like thumbs down it or tell it I don't want more, but it's terrifying.
People scaling those the tallest building in the world, and they're sitting up there with the selfie stick.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's real or not, but it looks real. It's just I
think some of them are. Some of these freaks don't care. They're up there like I'm hanging on with one arm. It's 2,000 feet to my death, but I'm fine.
Yeah, I'm okay.
It's like they're sitting at a kid's park playing on the jungle gym.
Yeah, dude, the nut jobs on the internet, it's rampant. But yeah, the security guard is the guy that I'm feeling worse for right now. Bears fans are pretty ticked off though, because Caleb Williams had his fingernails painted last night, and Angel Reese, who also plays in Chicago.
Oh yeah,
she says, "I love this. My nail tech really wanted to do his nails, and she killed it. I'm so proud." So there is some, there's a little bit of chemistry going on between the sports, between the professional athletes, but not the way Bears fans want it. You can't paint your nails and then go out there and play football like that. It's just not something you can do.
I mean, you're going to get ripped apart for it. I'll continue to support the kids' ability to be expressive and artistic or whatever it is, and battle against social fashion norms as being any indication of your character. I think he's a perfectly fine gentleman, but you're begging for it at that point.
Yeah, dude. I think it would be a nice little TD celebration or something if he's got nail polish hanging out somewhere in the back of the end zone or whatever, and then like have somebody like painting his nails as a TD celebration or whatever. Like you've earned the right to now paint your fingernails.
Yeah. Go hang 4,500 yards with 40 touchdowns, and you can do whatever the hell you want.
That's pretty much the name of the game. Okay, here is my favorite halftime speech of the college football weekend. We head to Nebraska. Wolchuk's Cornhuskers.
The Huskers.
They put it on Akron in a pretty significant way. 68-0.
68 to Zips.
Yeah. They get the shutout.
Akron's nickname is the Zips.
Oh, nice. So they get to
underrated
halftime.
shoe in the 80s, by the way, the Zips.
The Zips?
Yeah, first
Oh,
Velcro
yeah,
shoes.
you guys, I think, put me onto those a while back.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I ever had a pair of Zips, though, Dawson.
I did. I had third, fourth grade, wore them out. They were great. Didn't have to tie them.
Just the cool kids.
There were zippers on the actual shoe?
No, it was Velcro.
Okay.
I don't know why they call them Zips.
At some point, you're going to graduate to the Velcros, right, Broadus?
I already wear like Crocs and those.
You already avoid having to tie your own shoes.
Hey, dudes. How about the shoes I'm wearing today?
You got the LSU Hey Dudes?
No, I got
those Cole Haans. Those are nice.
No,
there you go.
They don't tie.
You don't have any shoes that you have to tie anymore.
No, I just slip them on.
That is a skill that you lose over time.
Yeah.
It's just
your fingers hurt. My fingers hurt at times.
You probably go Velcro before 8 and after 85, would you say?
I would say that's probably a good window.
I tell you what, let me just make a promise to you guys. If I'm wearing Velcro shoes, just push me in the damn lake.
Okay.
Seriously. If you see me with the Velcro shoes, just push me in the lake.
Was that in a wheelchair or while you're standing there?
Well, I'm
Either one?
standing there.
Okay.
If you see me, I can't go with the Velcro shoes. You kidding me?
You hate on the Velcros like that?
Yes.
With the compression socks, be a good look for you, Brian.
So
with the shorts
up to your knees, yeah.
I'll tell you what. Yeah, I wish I could find the picture. I had lunch one time. I was in the Bermuda. I was in actually the country of Bermuda, and I got invited to go to lunch with the Minister of Tourism. So I had to dress up.
Okay.
I wore like long dress socks.
Okay.
With shorts.
Oh, you're not supposed to wear shorts in Bermuda, are you?
No, you wear shorts.
Oh, you do wear shorts.
Yeah, like
okay.
my guy, he had on like a pink jacket, white shirt, pink tie, white shorts, white shoes, white socks.
Slick.
That's a Minister of Tourism.
Yeah.
I showed up. I had black wingtip shoes, black socks.
Oh no.
And what I had on like khaki shorts.
Ooh.
So I had to go get the shorts because I didn't have them to match. So I took my suit, just didn't wear the suit pants.
So it's like a short suit?
Yeah, so like I wore shorts with a suit. That's what they do.
That's a great visual, man.
That's what they do. They wear shorts with their suits.
Not
so
bad.
if they show up at an event, you have like the coat and tie, but you wear shorts with your socks pulled up to your knees and your shoes.
Like a bagpipe guy.
And everybody's like, that's how everybody's dressed. But they're a lot cooler than you are. I'm not invited to this thing. And I said, well, you want to wear a suit? They said, yeah, but you can wear shorts. I'm saying, well, wait, how do I wear shorts with a suit? And they showed me pictures. I had to go get shorts.
There's got to be some photo evidence of this, man. We got to fan cam that thing.
I'll find it.
I want to see it.
I'll find it.
All right, Matt Rule. So his team's up 33-0 at the half, but he's not happy with him. He's not proud of him.
Come on, man.
Because going into half, Akron was trying to still like get points up on the board. And I guess the team felt like Nebraska felt like they were just going to knee it out and just kind of give up on the half. But Akron was really trying to get going. They didn't end up scoring, but Matt Rule was not happy about it.
I don't like them freaking moving the ball. They're dropping back at the end of the half. Like, we're on the side, as me and John are saying, they'll take a knee here. They'll run the ball. They don't fear you. They don't respect you enough yet. And if that sounds like coach speak, then you have the wrong brain. They're dropping back against our starting defense. They're cutting our O-line at the end of the half. All you young guys, just go back there and chill. So, I want my opportunity. Some of you guys will get an opportunity right now. I told you I don't care what the score is. I told you I care what the tape looks like. Did I trip when the ball was fumbled? No, I don't care what happens in the game. I want to see what the next play is. You have one half. Defense, you have one half. If they try to drop back and throw it, and that quarterback's not on the ground, I want new guys in there rushing. I want them hit. I want them never to say our name again. We almost gave them a shutout. I don't want them ever to say our name again. That's the killer instinct I asked about. Not what does my hair look like, what do I look like in the freaking mirror. I walk in here, guys in the mirror checking themselves out. Got a chance at a shutout. You guys had a chance at freaking hanging a score around here we haven't hung in a long time. We don't work hard enough to go take what we want? Go take what you want. You want to get in the game? DJ, you run your ass off on all those routes all week? Now you got a chance to get in the game, maybe. If your brother and your brothers will put them away. It's about time people say, I don't want to schedule those guys anymore. I don't want to play those guys anymore. When you're shaking their hand at the end of the game, they better have that look in their eye. You did it to them. It's supposed to be 33-0. It's supposed to be that score. Now what's the second half supposed to look like? I'll see you guys on the field.
Second half looked like 68-0 is the way that game finished. So it got through to him.
Yeah. Shades of De Niro in The Untouchables, I believe. I was expecting I want their families dead. I want their houses burnt to the ground.
I never know when these things leak. Like, was that supposed to leak?
I don't think
like,
that was supposed to. I don't
no.
think that was supposed to leak unless they were doing like a kind of a documentary of Nebraska football and they were filming in there.
Right.
That shouldn't have got out.
I mean, you got 12 games to get this thing right, and the thing that happens in these games where you get up is everybody starts playing sloppy and hunting for glory and acting like we don't have to work. Use the opportunity to see how great you can execute, guys. You know, that's how you're going to get set up to get your teeth kicked in the next week by building these sloppy habits. And it'll happen quickly to you. You'll show up sleepwalking next week and be like, "Oh wow, I thought this game was easy."
We will we'll save the.
I was kind of thinking. I was looking up Nebraska's football schedule, so I hope that they're getting beat like this at half by somebody, and somebody gives a speech.
Oh, that would be.
Let me see their schedule.
Justice.
See if there's anybody on their schedule. I know we got a lot of Nebraska alum in this town.
It's Houston Christian next week. You got to be kidding me. I've never heard of them.
The the guy, Jelix Hunt, who played for Philadelphia last week. That's his school.
He's a good ball player right there.
Yeah. Okay, wait. Michigan ain't going to do it to him. They don't have anybody on here that can do that to him, I don't think.
No, they got an easy schedule this year.
Yeah.
Michigan next week.
I don't know if Michigan could do that to them. I don't know if Michigan's football is any good anymore.
They should be able to test them at least a little bit.
Didn't look like it last week.
Oklahoma looked like a pretty good football team.
Thank you, Chief. There it is. Okay, we're going to jump out and get to Mark Schlereth, our NFL insider, coming up next here on The Fan. I want to chat Men's T Clinic with you. Before we get there, though, you want to live your best life. You want to have your edge back. You want to be sharp.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Breaking throughout the broadcast day here in the world of sports. And then we'll get to LA Live and Gbag of the day coming up at about 5:30 or so. Mark Schlereth is our Odyssey NFL insider, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side, and we're going to get Mark Schlereth here coming up in just a second. Rangers baseball at 6:30. I mean, taking 2 of 3 from the Astros and then beating the Brewers in the way that they did. Salute to Jacob Ladd's dominant performance, and salute to Michael Helman as well with all 5 ribbies. This is different, and you beating the quality teams now gives me significantly more confidence. Win one of these next 2, and then 2 of 3 against the Mets. Mariners won last night, so you're still a game and a half back, but it's heading the right direction.
I think, man, I should know who this. I should have looked this up. But the Brewers, the starter tonight for the Brewers, they've lost 8 straight games with him pitching.
Let's go.
Yeah, I think his record's 3-8. Gosh dang it, Brian, you should look these things up before you say it. But yeah, I believe they lost 8 straight games.
Wow.
This guy. So hopefully that'll be 9 straight games after tonight.
Never bet against a streak. Pregame's coming up at 6:30 with the first pitch at 7 o'clock. It's amazing how many different Rangers pitchers are free agents, and we'll have to talk about that because the man last night on the hill has a pretty good chance to be in the starting rotation come 2026 as Mark Schlereth joins us now here on The Fan. Good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I am doing great. How are you guys?
Well, we're doing pretty good. You know, Cowboys probably not contenders, right? We've accepted that, but they ran it better. They stopped the Eagles 4 times there in the second half. Did you get the feeling the Cowboys might be heading in the right direction?
Yeah, well, you get your quarterback back, and that makes a big difference. And I thought, I thought Dak was good, especially in that first half. Come on, I mean, it was just trading score for score, right? 2 touchdowns, 2 field goals in 4 drives. You scored on every single drive. That's it. Like, those are great things. And did they run it great? No. I mean, Williams was okay, but you only ran it 15 times with him, a couple times with Sanders, 4 times I think. But ultimately, it just looked better, right? It looked better offensively. And then you guys go into the big time rain delay. I had the same thing. I was in Jacksonville, and it was amazing. We had this real good game going on into about second quarter, about 8 minutes, and then we had the hour and a half rain delay or whatever it was. And both teams came out after that, and it was just completely stagnant. Like, it was exactly like what happened on Thursday night. So I've never had that in my career. In 12 years, I've never had a delay like that. They probably didn't stop games for Lightning in my day, so they didn't really care about us. So I might have had a few Lightning games, but we never had a stoppage. But I can't even imagine going back in the locker room for an hour and a half. I mean, I'd be like the Tin Man from The Wizard of Oz, oil. I just don't know that I could get rolling again. And the same kind of thing happened in Jacksonville. So I think you gotta walk away from that feeling pretty good about what you did on both sides of the ball because you gave Philly everything they could handle as well. And I thought, especially late in that game, what you did with Saquon Barkley only averaging 3.3 yards per carry, I thought they did a really good job of handling the run and not giving up too much in the passing game as well.
Mark, I was trying to remember if you were part of the Broncos team when Romanowski spit on J.J. Stokes.
Yes, I was.
So what was your perspective on that? Obviously, Dak with incredible composure. You were a fired-up player. You're a fired-up announcer. Could you have contained yourself like Dak?
You never know until you're in that situation. I think sometimes you're so shocked that somebody would do it, right? Like, you're almost like, I can't believe that. But good on Dak for being able to compose himself, no question about it. Just so stupid. Like, you just think about how that went down with Carter. So stupid. I can't even believe you're that dumb. Like, I would have to, you got fined, I think today, $60,000, whatever it was. I would have to fine them as an organization for just being stupid. Like, you just get an extra stupid fine because you just can't operate that way. And then ultimately you lessen the strength of your football team because those two behemoths inside, those guys are huge difference makers, as you guys both know, with Davis and him in there. So So anyhow, just kind of crazy in general of how that went down.
Your Denver Broncos, I'm curious how you felt Bo Nix looked.
I think he looked very average at best. Now, the first interception that he threw was completely not his fault. Mims is running a corner route, and once he breaks coverage, he just stops running. And so the defender just drops him and then drives the over route. And, you look at that, if you're running your route properly, we call them for the love of the game routes. If you're running your route properly, you have to honor that. But as soon as he just pulled up, the DB on that side of the field just said, "Oh, really? That's what you're doing? Okay, let me just drive this route." And so things like that, when you go back and you watch the coach's tape and you see that stuff, you're like, "Oh, shoot." And oftentimes you don't even see that in the game. You just don't have sometimes the perspective that you do when you're watching coach's tape and when you go back through things. But that said, man, I thought he made some really bad throws. It felt hurried and rushed. Where I really thought they were bad was in the running game, and especially in the zone read stuff, where you're making a decision whether to hand the ball off based on the defensive end play, based on the end man line of scrimmage play, or pull the ball and keep it. And they had a couple great kind of designs where you're faking the handoff and you got a fullback or a tight end leading you to the outside edge, and that defensive end is pinching down to take away the run, and instead of pulling it and running and getting yardage, you hand it off. And I thought there was about 3 times where he just really made bad decisions in the zone read game that would have helped set up some play action and stuff. So it certainly, but listen, that was endemic of the weekend in general in the National Football League. There was a lot of nuanced things that teams, frankly, because they don't play anymore in the preseason, just aren't very good on the offensive side of the ball.
Hey, Stink, what do you make of these games where teams have massive leads and then all of a sudden just completely fall apart, say in the fourth quarter?
Yeah, like the Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah, the Ravens, and the Minnesota getting 21 points last night on the Bears. What is that? Is that something? Is that just going to be all year long? The teams are going to just blow leads?
I don't know. I don't think so. I think it's it's twofold. Is you as an opponent keep teams in games. Mm-hmm. You don't close teams out. You look at the first drive for Caleb Williams, he was really spot on, and it looked really good. And then from that point forward, it looked like Caleb Williams in college and last year. And inaccurate throws, doesn't have his feet underneath him. He just looked poor. And when you play that way, you keep the other team. The team is sitting in the locker room at halftime. They're sitting on the sideline in the third quarter going, "Hey, guys, this game isn't over."
Yeah.
Like you keep teams in it. as opposed to just squashing them, right? As opposed to stepping on their necks and killing them and being done with it. You can't produce on offense. You have some 3 and outs. You just like those things kill you as a football team because it keeps the other team believing that, hey, man, we're one big play away from all of a sudden making it work. And then you look at what happened with the Minnesota Vikings. All of a sudden they get what's the running back's name? Jordan Mason comes in, rips off a couple of big runs. The next thing you know, there's a touchdown pass to Justin Jefferson. And then you get the touchdown pass to Aaron Jones where they lock him up on a middle linebacker who's a backup linebacker. And the next thing you know, man, they've got you on the ropes, and then J.J. McCarthy scrambles for 9-10 yards for a touchdown. So, if you let teams hang around, eventually they're going to beat you. And we saw that in Buffalo, and we saw that last night in the Monday night game.
Mark Schlereth with you. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs. Nationwide is on your side. How do you power rank or handicap the AFC West right now?
Well, I just take great pleasure in seeing the Kansas City Chiefs in last place. That's exactly where they belong. And I will tell you this, guys. In my day, if Patrick Mahomes pulls the crap he pulls on the sideline where he starts to pull up and then he lowers his shoulder and blasts the DB, we'd be trading paint and he'd be out for a while because somebody would injure him. That stuff, you continue to pull that garbage and you deserve exactly what comes your way. And if I'm the Philadelphia Eagles and I'm getting ready to play him, I throw that tape on 6-7 times on the sideline, and I say, if I'm Vic Fangio, Patrick Mahomes is fair game. If he's on the sideline, blast his ass. And we'll figure out the fine. But blast his ass. Go ahead and hit him right in the freaking teeth with the crown of your helmet. Because that garbage, using the rules, and I am all for protection of players, but when you act like, okay, you can't hit me, I'm going to step out of bounds now, and he's done this for years. He's the number one. There's a lot of quarterbacks who do it, but he might be the number one violator of this. And all of a sudden he tippy-toed down the sideline for an extra 3 or 4 yards. Be careful. And I would totally be for anybody blowing his ass up. Because that's garbage.
Anything but spitting on him, right?
That's right.
Final question here. I'm just curious. I know we had a little bit of a banning of the smelling salts this year. Were you a big smelling salts guy?
Oh, yeah, I use some smelling salts. Yeah, I think you can BYO smelling salts, BYOSS. Yeah. It's just stupid. Why? What do they do? I mean, what's the problem with smelling salts? Is it a bad influence? I have no idea what I don't know what the premise of banning smelling salts are. It's a bad look. Is that what it is?
Maybe
it's bad
the kids.
Some of these owners are good at pinching pennies. Maybe the $40 a game is too much.
The kids. It's the kids. Hey, yeah. Most of the kids that are worried about smelling salts aren't going to play in the league anyhow.
Exactly. Yeah.
Cowboys going to beat the Giants, right? That offense looked terrible.
Yeah, I mean, I said it 8, 9, 10 weeks ago. You should cut Russell Wilson and just start Jackson Dart. What do you got to lose?
Yeah, exactly.
There's Russell Wilson trying to pad his completion percentage, throwing a bunch of bubble screens and dumping off the check downs. They looked awful. They were awful, and I said a long time ago, and I used the Broncos as kind of the just the litmus test, if you will, or the blueprint. Start your rookie quarterback and live with the growing pains. Baptism by fire. But we already know what Russ is. I mean, we've known that for a while. And so, that was pathetic. I mean, it was awful. And now, I heard the report today that Brian Dable wants to move on from Russ, and the ownership won't let him.
Yeah.
Wow.
Who's coaching the team? What are we doing? You want to talk about emasculating your coach? I mean, the Giants, they should just start wearing Jets. They should just start wearing green uniforms. The Giants have become the Jets.
Ooh, on fire.
What are we doing?
Thank you, sir. We'll chat with you next week. Enjoy the games.
All right.
There he goes. Mark Schlereth, absolutely on fire with heat on Patrick Mahomes, heat on the Giants there as well.
Blast his ass.
I love that dysfunction coming out of New York. Okay, an edition of football's finest coming up next. Chief, where are you taking us?
We got a college football media watchdog alert, plus we take a look at the Cowboys defense. That's next right here on The Fan. But Tolos, it's time to take control of your financial future, and good news for all of us, we can look no further than Trajan Wealth. That's right, that's our trusted partner for all of our financial needs. They have offices conveniently located in Frisco, Arlington, Fort Worth, McKinney, and I'm a
and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the Gbag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, it's hour number 4 of the Nation. We are about 90 minutes from Rangers pregame, where they'll try to get the second of 2 against the Brew Crew. Would be outstanding. Thanks to Mark Schlereth for joining us. Odyssey NFL insider Mark Schlereth, host of the Stinkin' Truth broadcast, brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. And here's Eric Chiafalo with an addition to the finest.
Yes, sir. Congratulations to Deuce Vaughn, who has landed in Denver, signing with the practice squad.
Yeah.
See if Sean Payton can get anything out of him. And the Broncos, it looks like they have selected Burnham Yard in downtown Denver as the site for a new world-class retractable roof stadium. And the Waltons are going to be footing the bill, not putting it on the taxpayers. How about that?
No way.
Their pockets are so deep that they're just like, forget it. We'll just go ahead and do this our damn selves.
So they'll own the stadium outright then.
They sure will. They sure will. Yeah, retractable roof. I think that's a good idea.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I mean, I don't think there's any excuse for not having that. I get the outdoor stadium. Go ahead and put grass on it, but at least be able to protect your fans in worst-case scenario.
Yeah, just so you avoid any type of weird delays or anything like we had to deal with the other night. I get the retractable roof thing.
Get your Super Bowl, you know.
A Denver Super Bowl would be pretty cool.
Yeah, you get your Super Bowl doing that. You know, it's funny. I kind of always felt like Denver is an outdoor team. I've always, go back to the days of when I watched, I watched in the 70s and the 80s, and I just always felt like the old Mile High Stadium and stuff, just how that was just such a home field advantage.
I mean, it's the coldest place in the West, isn't it, where you play football? Yeah, there's no spot that gets close at 5,000 feet up.
Yeah.
It might as well be Minnesota up there once you get to about mid-November.
Yeah, and you just can't breathe. God. Tough place to play for sure, but that'll be a pretty nice stadium. They were showing the renderings of the new Bills stadium that's going to be coming here soon.
So where's this? Is this a downtown location then?
Burnham Yard? I don't know. So it's
like
some
an old
historical
train yard?
Train yard. Absolutely. Good call. Yeah. Okay, so the Cowboys actually did the best job through week 1 offensively when it comes to rushing yards before contact. Thought that was pretty interesting.
Yeah, we all watched the All 22, and you could tell there were some plays where usually back probably 2-3 years ago where Dallas would run the ball, and that would be they wouldn't have anything up front, and it would be a play of no yards or negative yards. We were always kind of, how are they going to run on first down? No yards, negative yards. They did a much better job of contact beyond the line of scrimmage. There was some. Voch Lombardi and I broke down 4 plays today on our channel, and we talked about, and you could see, we showed you the movement, the double team movements, span forward, and guys like that with the double teams and how they were able, him and Guyton, how they were able to get movement, and then Booker, the movement he got one-on-one, and Beebe, the movement he got. It was pretty impressive how they were able to get in blocks and get push and then get somebody to a linebacker. So I fully understand why they were probably one of the tops in the league when it came to ball beyond the line of scrimmage where the contact was.
Do you think that's scheme, or is that the impact of a young Tyler Booker?
That's just
second-year BB?
That's just some big dudes now.
Yeah.
That's like,
I think it's a good combination.
That's Span Ford, who's a bigger tight end. That's him, working with Guyton, who Dawson, you say looks a little bit stronger.
Yeah.
And then watching Smith, they're pulling Smith. They're pulling Smith, and now you got push on the front side, and now you got Smith pulling around all that to kind of clean things up or to trap or to kick out. Man, they've got some guys that's why I was even kind of talking about it. And I know it'll never happen. But man, if you put Nate Thomas over there at right tackle, now you got a really big offensive line.
Yeah, that would be the tug of war winners across the league.
You got a big offensive line. But the thing that still gives you that block then on that long 49-yard run, that he's coming all the way from right tackle all the way and knocking support players down. So you got to have that too.
Now, Dak led the the week in average depth of target. That was one of the things that I really appreciated about the Cowboys offense, just trying to push the ball down the field. Jalen Hurts was dead balls last in average depth of target, but he did have the most time to throw. So that's like where the interesting stuff comes into play, where it's like the pressure rate, when you just look at it, 42% or whatever it was, even Jerry referenced it this morning with Sean and RJ, it was one of the better pressure rates in the league, but it took a long time to get those pressures. That's just Jalen Hurts holding onto the ball for forever, scanning the field. And so I'm still a little bit trying to wait and see on the Cowboys pass rush.
Yeah, let me ask you this, though. Did anybody watch, and I didn't watch, I admit it, the Kansas City Chargers game?
Yeah, I got to watch the second half.
Was Kansas City's pressure better? Because I have a feeling that teams are just now going to play Jalen Hurts zone coverage. I don't think they're going to play man coverage against this guy. And so I wonder how pressure rates are going to be just playing zone coverage against this guy.
I would love to look at how much the Cowboys played him zone last year, because if they could have got anything going offensively, especially in the first game, that was...
I could look that up for you, Dawes.
Okay, that happened last year quite a bit as well. I feel like Jalen Hurts has not crushed the Cowboys with much other than his legs. I think they got some answers for him, Brian, and I won't be surprised at all if they actually set the trend to get copycatted on it.
Now, he played, but he didn't play the last game. So
so it's just week 9?
It's just the week 9 game. So, I mean, I'll look it up, but I don't think he played in the last game. Didn't they start like the backup quarterback in that last game? Okay.
That's when Kenny Pickett threw himself.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
And just an all-time play right there. So, yeah, I guess that's like props to the Cowboys coverage. But we're giving them love for the pressure rate. But I think yeah. I mean, for sure, the game plan itself, Eberflus just going 100% zone, but also being able to, actually execute it appropriately. And Jalen Hurts having to scan, hold the ball for forever. So I guess plus to the Cowboys coverage, and I think we're still kind of wait and see approach on the actual pass rush. Will they consistently be able to get there quick enough to rush these quarterbacks, right? To speed them up a little bit.
Yeah, I think you're going to have to get help from Osa and Clark on the inside, maybe Solomon Thomas, but this is going to have to be by committee. Yeah, I don't know if they have a double-digit sack guy or anything like that. Maybe 7-8 leads the team.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so last night you saw a little bit of a botch play at the end. You had the Bears were trying to. I mean, they had a couple of timeouts, and you have a kickoff right before the 2-minute warning, and so you really want to kick that ball out of the end zone so that you're not running clock to then get to the 2-minute warning. You want them to have to run a play, and then the clock stops. But the Bears kicker kicked it not deep enough into the end zone. And it's funny, you can actually see the Vikings return man looking over at Kevin O'Connell to see what should I do here? And McConnell's like, run out, because that's going to force the immediate 2-minute warning before the Vikings have to run another play. And that ends up kind of being the thing that broke the back of the Bears last night. So
and he was supposed to kick it out, right? I think I saw Ben Johnson said, no, I told him. Yeah.
Absolutely. He was supposed to kick it out. I guess the kicker, I don't know, just didn't have enough leg for it or whatever, Cairo Santos.
Sometimes you don't hit it right.
Sometimes you don't hit it right, for sure. And that was just another thing. I mean, Ben Johnson was funny on the sidelines last night, just constantly just super frustrated by what was taking place.
Anxious energy. You got to get a handle on that. Be a head coach in the NFL.
Jahmyr Gibbs now has his own signature meal at Ford Field this season, named the Spin Dash Combo. It's a pepperoni smash burger.
Okay.
And then you're going to get ring tots. These interesting twist on the onion ring.
Onion ring.
Ooh. It's like a tater tot in an onion. Yeah, it's like
is the onion still in there?
Yeah, onion ring form, but it's a tater tot. I don't think there's actually an onion in it.
So circle hash browns with an opening in them.
Yes. Yeah, it's like a hash brown ring donut looking thing.
Yeah, there you go.
I'll take it.
That sounds good too.
Is pepperoni underutilized on the burger, you think? I mean, we love bacon.
Yeah. I mean, I'm a big pepperoni guy. And I guess clearly Jahmyr Gibbs as well. I don't know that I've ever had it on. Well, I guess Cowboys games, they unveiled the pizza burger last year.
Yeah.
So you had a little bit of an element of that. But this is just straight up pepperoni as a topping on the cheeseburger, and then also a side of blue Sour Patch Kids.
I think I'm in. I like the pepperoni on an Italian sando.
Yeah.
Salute to Jersey Mike's.
Absolutely.
They do it right. I love the pepperoni on Triscuits with cheese. I hadn't thought about it enough on a burger, I guess.
I like what the Chiefs are doing, too, where you have an opportunity to get your cocktail in like a mini Gatorade bucket. So it's like a take-home item.
Okay.
But you have like a mini Gatorade jug.
Oh wow!
As your cocktail
Where's
vessel. This is in Kansas City.
Jeez,
that's going big.
Yeah, I mean, imagine you just lift it up and hit the button out, right, and drink it from that way. Wow. I don't know, but just the evolution of sporting concessions.
If the idea is you won't have to go to the concession stand as much, you can get like 5 or 6 and load them into this bucket, take it back to your section. It's a big win.
It is pretty cool. I think the ounces, it was maybe like, I think it was like a 26 ouncer.
Okay, it's a big cocktail.
So yeah.
Like 5 cocktails in one.
That's gonna get it done for sure. Now I think, man, the team that we have to circle as just a really fun team, and they're going to be on the doubleheader Monday night. Geno Smith with the Raiders. Man,
he looked good,
and he looked really good.
How bad's their tight end hurt though?
And they were trying to get explosive. I don't think it's too bad. Like he's listed as questionable. It's not like a Kittle situation where he's immediately going to the IR with the Niners.
But a little meniscus tweak or hyperextension.
Yeah, it took a while to get him going, but then Bowers erupted.
Yeah.
And the passing attack, like Geno Smith wants to push the ball down the field. Like they're going for explosives.
He's old school Raider guy.
And if they can get Ashton Genty moving a little bit, I mean, the offensive line, like the offensive line in general is going to be a problem for them.
Yeah.
But just in terms of just like a fun week-to-week watch, and shout out to Raiders fans, I'm happy for them. When was the last time they had a quarterback that you were like, I mean, I guess Derek Carr had a year or two, but they've been going through the just
I think it was Amari Cooper, like 2018, 2017, when Derek Carr was top 3 MVP probably. Last time they were decent.
Yeah,
Who'd they beat? They didn't really play anybody.
They had the
Patriots. Still an impressive win.
Yeah, not too bad. But
the Patriots didn't look horrible during this game. I watched quite a bit of it.
Yeah. Drake May had one of his worst games as a pro, so we'll see how he can.
But they got guys now.
Bounce
Stephon
back.
Diggs.
Yeah.
Rookie Henderson looked good.
They got some dudes, and now they get the Dolphins this week.
There you go.
That's
really right. It's a bye week.
Exactly what the doctor ordered. Okay, now we have a bit of a media watchdog alert. There is the college football AP poll, and there is a lady who decided that she was going to bump up the Florida Gators after losing to South Florida, bump them up 2 spots.
Oh, Danny Cannell went after her.
I saw him. Actually, that was the one.
Yeah.
That was what kind of steered me in the direction. I'm like, wait, what's going on here?
Yeah.
And she gave some weird response about like,
she's not
it's
a Florida
a non-answer.
alum. She's not a Florida alum.
No, but it's like, I don't understand what that would be putting after the Gators. They're trying to fire their coach right now.
Maybe she thinks the coach is cute or something.
She's got a thing for Billy Napier. But I don't know what the deal is with that, but something to consider. The AP poll. Well, I mean, I guess they just got a bunch of randos just doing whatever they want, throwing crap against the wall. It's inexcusable to have the Florida Gators 2 spots higher than you had them the week prior after losing to South Florida.
Yeah,
I don't get it.
Yeah, sometimes bits get done in voting. This is an unsolved mystery, though. Maybe she overlooked it.
Who do you think is the worst passing graded quarterback in the NFL week 1?
Oh,
I would have thought Tua. I mean, the Dolphins were so disgusting.
Yeah, I was going to.
Wilson?
They had Bo Nix as the worst quarterback of the weekend.
Wow.
Jared Goff as the second worst quarterback of the weekend.
that was a hard watch.
And then you get
watching
to Tua.
Micah, you could tell that Jared Goff was having a bad day.
A lot of bad offense, a lot of bad kicking. A lot to improve upon as we start to head towards week 2 in this NFL season, Brian.
73% zone coverage Zimmer played against him in that week 10 game. He was 11 of 16 for $145, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. I think the interception was to Diggs in the red zone.
And then they maxed it out. Was it 100% zone on dropbacks this game?
On this game, yeah.
Right on. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Chief. Cowboys things to know ahead of their game against the Giants, and a possible red flag on week 5 I need to tell you about here. That's coming up next in the Gbag Nation. I want to chat about my friends over here, Scott and Mark Frankel, though. The Frankels are the best. They used to work for the insurance companies. Now... years now in DFW protecting victims of negligence. Look, 18.
have to forget something else. Okay, now that's a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, bring me out of your head.
HVAC systems with combined discounts. And 0% financing for 12 months with approved credit. Call 877-BERKEYS or visit Berkeys.com.
All right, welcome back. It's the Gbag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Time to hit the expressway. It's brought to you by the On-Time Experts. Gbag of the day coming up in 6 minutes. Okay, then LA Live at 5:40 here on The Fan. Rangers pregame's coming up in an hour and 6 minutes. Okay, the big story today, and all the talking heads are talking about spitting once again on TV. Jalen Carter's ejection serves as the suspension, says the NFL, but they'll fine at $57,222 for Carter for spitting. That's quite a statement and sort of unprecedented level of fine for a non-football action on the field.
You know what, Dawson? I was surprised it happened 2 days later in another game. I'm watching Georgia and South Florida play, and a guy, Florida defensive tackle does the same thing, and
That's wild.
And I'm thinking, you might go a whole couple of years without ever seeing that, and then you see it in really 2 games in 3 days.
Yeah.
Like, what
you put that out in the ether. I think
Thinking.
it's crazy once human beings are stressed and emotional to a level, how different you can be from your logical, rational self to your emotional, reactionary self. I think that's sort of biblical. That's that devil popping up on your shoulder, and he sure will take control of anything and everything he can.
I tell you, and the Florida player that put South Florida into field goal range.
Brutal.
Gave him 15 yards, and just crazy way to operate.
George Kittle going on IR. So
that's 4 games.
He's got a bad hammy and deflates the balloon for the 49ers a little bit coming off that divisional Week 1 victory they got against the Seahawks. Okay, Bill Barnwell did Week 1 fact and fiction. And, so I went through it all, and I was mostly looking for fact and fiction on teams that are going to be on the Cowboys schedule. So the third or fourth one down is the Jets can run the ball, and he said absolute fact on it. I think it's a big factor for Week 5. That's going to be after the Green Bay game. I could see, getting up to beat the Packers in Week 4, and then I could absolutely see losing to the Jets. And, that draws up memories from one of Amari Cooper's last games here where somehow that Cowboys team lost to the Jets in Week 2 or Week 3. I forget when it was.
He didn't play. Remember, that was a game. That was a game he had the thigh injury and didn't practice all week, and then went out there and tried to give it a go and went only five plays, I think.
But here, you look at the schedule, and I think when you see Jets, you're kind of assuming victory in almost every season since 2010. But their defense is good.
Yeah.
Their run game now with Fields, Hall, and Braylon Allen, you can get absolutely run all over by a physical team. I think they ran the ball 40 times against the Steelers, and it's the new offensive coordinator, Tanner Engstrand, came over from the Lions after working with Ben Johnson. But the Jets, they lost Elijah Vera Tucker the week before the season started. Josh Meyer stepped in, had a good game. And, this Steelers run defense, this Steelers defense, they're talking about it being steel curtain quality. But it was Fields and a trio of halfbacks combining 39 carries for 189 yards and 3 touchdowns. I feel like for the last decade, when you see running quarterback against the Cowboys with as weak as their run defense has been, Brian, what do you think? Does Kenny Clark and what they were able to do in the second half give you confidence, or are you looking at this Jets game as a red flag like I am?
Well, I just looking at the Jets numbers and how they did it. That with Breece Hall, it was 19 carries, 107 yards. That's 5.6 a carry. The success rate was he had 4+ yards a carry. 10 of the 19 runs were that, and then they only got stuffed twice there. He had 4 runs. Actually, they had 4 runs. 5 runs of over 10+ yards in this football game.
And then what do you have on Justin Fields? Because what he ends up getting is a ton of single high. He went 182 yards in the deep touchdown to Garrett Wilson. He looked as good as he's ever been.
He had 12 rushing attempts, 48 yards. He had 2 touchdowns in the game. So, but a success rate of 8 of his 12 runs were 4 yards or better.
And he made T.J. Watt look silly multiple occasions. You want to talk about Jalen Hurts running away from Dante Fowler? I think this would be that times 2.
Yeah, the Cowboys have faced Justin Fields before, Pittsburgh
last year.
Yeah, last year in Pittsburgh. So, yeah.
And the Chicago game a couple years ago.
Exactly. So,
but that was Pittsburgh with Arthur Smith, dumbed down offense.
No, you're absolutely right about that. Yeah, absolutely.
So, I mean, that was something I think that should put the AFC East on notice, and it's just a completely different style of game that you get used to the majority of the time, especially coming off a Green Bay game. Bill Barnwell also saying the Commanders' run game is really good, even taking off Daniel's scrambles. Washington generated plus EPA per design run, the second best rate for any offense during the afternoon slate. And against the Giants front, very impressive there. Daniels made an impact, and Deebo Samuel took a pin pull sweep 19 yards to the house for a touchdown. Might have been the most clever play call. I don't know if you guys saw that highlight, but it was pretty awesome. The most exciting runner of the day was rookie Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. 10 carries for 82 yards in a TUD.
Yeah, Krosky-Merritt was when we were working on the draft. Again, I give Voch Lombardi a lot of credit. We were all working together on the draft show, and this was his guy. He was when Dallas was getting down there, and it was Jadon Blue and who to pick and all that, and we were all arguing, blue, and then it got down to, okay, blue was selected, and then it went a little bit later, and now you're in the 7th round, and so, but all along, he really liked Krosky-Merritt, and if you watch Krosky-Merritt, it was funny because he was a transfer. He went from New Mexico to Arizona, and then had a great game against his old club, and played just one game. So you really had to go back and watch his New Mexico tape. But, man, he was a physical downhill runner. Like break tackles, make people miss. This was one of those picks that was made really, really late in the draft where you're going, oh, okay, I see what you're doing here. And he's fit in very well to what they're trying to do scheme-wise with the Commanders.
Now, he did say concerns are real about the Detroit offense. They lose Ben Johnson. They lose their center, Ragnow. It was horrible. Montgomery and Gibbs combined for 44 yards on 20 carries. They had nearly as many stuffs for no gain as they did successful rush attempts. So maybe the lines will be a little bit easier than we've seen the last couple of years. Probably count on that at this point. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius, Gbag of the day.
Yeah, here we are face to face. With a memory that can't be erased. Hey man, this is Gbag of the day. I hope you're enjoying your afternoon. We get it down every weekday, 5:30. It's presented by Berkey's Plumbing, AC, and Electrical. My name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. If you see anything we should be playing out there, hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media. I don't care where it's from. It can be from anywhere. I'm going to play it until I'm told not to. You hear me? I'm going to play it until I'm told not to, which I had one on deck today. I had Voch Lombardi on deck today.
Oh, did you?
I sure did.
Oh, he was this one from DallasCowboys.com?
I think so, yeah. But then when I went to record it today, it dis-a-freaking-peared.
No way.
It dis-a-freaking-peared.
Oh, Lucius, I should have sent that to you.
No, it's all right, man. We still got some days to get it in, bro. Still got some days.
I will get that for you.
Yeah, at Lucky Lucius P on social media. That is Lucious, Lucius Alexander on Facebook. Or you can follow us all if you find Gbag Nation on Twitter. I believe this is day 2 right here for this champion audio. We go to Detroit. What up? Detroit police are in the middle of an investigation. They're going around knocking on doors. Had a convo with this woman via the ring cam.
Who is it? Detroit police. Who is it? Detroit police. What are you coming to my house for?
Hey, we're just trying to see if your cameras work, man. We just had a situation happen.
You what? Hey, we got
what? I said we're trying to see if your cameras work. We just had a situation happen.
You what?
Hey, can you open the door?
I got enough.
What police you from?
Detroit police.
What you coming in for?
We're not coming in. We're trying to see if your cameras work.
You trying to see if what?
Hey, are you hard of hearing, sir? Or ma'am?
Am I what?
Are you hard of hearing?
Yeah. I'm fine. I didn't call you.
Okay, we know that. We're trying to see if your cameras work.
If my family what?
If my family what? Let me get some Detroit music right here. Detroit police. Huh? Huh?
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, a little Axel Foley right there.
Axel Foley.
Hey, this one has been sitting in the chip for a while here. I'm going to let it go. Cardinals broadcasters. Brad Thompson, Chip somebody, talking
Carey?
about chicken. What's his name?
Is it Chip Carey?
Yeah, I think that's it. I think that's the name I hear on here. Yeah, they're talking about chicken. Tastes just like chicken.
Tastes like chicken.
So, are you a fan of like the traditional buffalo sauce?
Yeah, but I don't like them. I like them dry. I like to apply my own sauce.
Yeah. Goring.
Yeah.
Really? No, however you like it is good.
Yeah.
Like drowned it in buffalo sauce.
That's how you.
But I like a crispy wing.
Crispy wing. Yeah. Are you?
There's not a gummy wing. Save that. No, thank you.
They make those?
Well, not on purpose, maybe, or maybe get them at like a buffet somewhere.
Or in Colorado.
Oh well, that was a little different. Swain Dog can tell you about his experience.
Grounded foul. It's still 0-2. Are you a drummy guy or the flat guy?
I like them both, to be totally honest. Well,
right.
I don't love the two-piece, though, like when it's all together.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, it's like the whole...
Yeah.
Whole wing.
That's too much.
My man doesn't like the whole wings. Whole wings are amazing.
They are amazing.
Gosh, they're amazing. And hard to get to sometimes. You got to go to the proper chicken place to get a whole wing there.
Yeah, there's so many ways to go with this, but I totally agree with whoever was saying you need the sauce to the side. I think that is it's a giant group think. You get your hands so much more messy. You spend half your time licking your fingers. You need, how many paper towels would you say? 8?
Tons.
Yeah.
Tons of paper towels.
You think they're hiding something with too much sauce? Kind of like with ribs?
Yeah.
We hiding something?
Yeah.
Chicken being dry?
They're throwing them on a cookie sheet and putting them in the oven for 30 minutes and then putting them on a plate, calling it good.
Oh, I hate a place that got bad wings. Yeah. Like the gummy wings, like you said. Oh, my gosh. You can really destroy a menu with bad wings. I like the naked wings. I get them from any wing place I go to, but Wingstop, give me the naked wings, dip it right in that ranch.
Little lemon pepper, maybe some garlic.
I'm not a lemon pepper guy.
Lucius,
surprise.
Lucius, can you eat wings?
I like the Cajun one.
Can you eat wings without that ranch?
I don't think I can, man.
I mean,
I can if I had to.
If somebody handed it to you, just couldn't.
I can if I had to. If I was in the Navy again out there for 3 months in a cruise, and that's the only thing I got. I'm getting it done. All right, let's see what else we got for you boys. This isn't one. This is not one. But let's go to the what's the name of this podcast? Get Got. There we go. The Get Got podcast. They're going to the 2K26 top 10 player ranking. Marshawn Lynch right here had a problem with Shai Gilgeous Alexander's name.
At number 2, you got SGA, 98 overall. SGA? Yeah. Who was that? Shane Gilgeous Alexander.
Pure entertainment. Doesn't even know what he's talking about.
He does not care.
Shane Gilgeous Alexander.
Gilgeous Alexander, man.
Got the wheeze laugh cooking. Did he say Shane?
Yeah,
he did.
Yeah, he did. Hold on, let's make sure.
Shane Gilgeous Alexander.
All he got was Alexander right. That's all he got. All right, let's see what else we got on deck for you boys. Oh.
817's, I'm sorry, Lucius, says just go boneless. We'll never do that.
No, I'm not doing that.
No.
I'm not doing
It's
that.
a chicken nugget.
Please don't.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. Unless, it's like a special that day.
Yeah.
And that's all I have,
I'm sure they're decent, but the bone in just adds so much flavor in the experience.
Tell me about it.
Yeah. Was it Tuesdays and Thursdays, Buffalo Wild Wings, you get the half off? Yeah. I'll pull up that day. I'm still going to Wingstop to get my ranch. I'm doing it. All right, I've got this sent from 2 people. General sent me this one, as well as my man Pedro. Let's go to comedian Stavros Halkias. He's crashing out over Baltimore Ravens loss.
Yes.
What the f***? How the f*** did we lose that game? 16 points, unanswered,
Yo.
Yeah. What the f*** is up with our defense getting cooked? Michael McDonald's, where the f*** is you at, yo? Come back from Seattle, lost to the Niners anyway.
You?
Derrick Henry fumbling the ball. What the f***, Derrick Henry? I hate to say it, we might need to move on. Get a running back with an intangible quality, somebody different. I don't know, somebody like Christian McCaffrey or Cam Scatterby or something like that. Just those guys really stick out to me.
Oh, jeez.
New kickers missing extra points. Bring back Justin Tucker, yo.
Come on. What'd he do that was so bad? I've been banned from White Marsh Mall for asking for a happy ending from Supercuts. Big deal. Everybody does it, yo. You got to relieve stress. It's a stressful job, kicking, being a kicker. Lamar couldn't get it done on the last drive. There's only one thing to do. Lamar's good most of the game. He can't do it in the big moments. Trade 4 first-round picks for Joe Flacco. He will be our fourth quarter quarterback, yo. The Browns need that, okay? They don't know what the they're doing.
Stavros.
Wow.
Yeah, he's usually good at crashing out. Hey.
I think I'd get together as a city and say, guys, we're changing the accent. It's gone on too long.
Which
question? Baltimore.
Man, it's just not going anywhere.
No.
I got a clip of a Baltimore dude seeing the ocean for the first time. And he was like, "It's beautiful, yo. It's beautiful. It's beautiful."
I mean, guys, we sound worse than New Jersey for crying out loud.
Bro.
Let's do something about this. But yeah, you're probably right. The champ is our Detroit Police Department looking for a ring cam. We got the Cardinals announcers on the chicken wings. The Get Got podcast, Marshawn Lynch struggling with SGA's name, or comedian Stavros there, the Ravens fan. I'm going to vote for the chicken wing discussion there, Chief. How about you?
Give me Stavros.
Lucius?
Detroit, what up, though?
We're tied at 1, Brian.
I'm going to go with the chicken wings today.
By a score of 2-1. Your new Gbag of the Day champions. It's Chip Carey and his partner up there in St. Louis with some pretty good wing talk. I'll tell you what, you want that buffalo sauce on there, marinate them in there.
Yeah, there you go.
Maybe spray a little on late, just to spice it up a little bit.
I think
you don't
you're hiding
overdo
something.
It, though.
You're hiding something.
It's time now to stay in the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius with LA Live.
Hey, it's a Toxic Tuesday. Let's get into it after Mr. Toxic himself, Rick James.
All right, you squares.
It's time to smoke.
Fire up this funk and let's have a toke.
That's weed. Oh, yeah. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
Yeah.
I love baseball because it has an attitude towards failure that is way mellower than any other professional sport. Like batting average in baseball, if you hit .330 in the major leagues, that means you're a really good hitter. Okay, so what that means is if you fail 2/3 of the time at the one job you have to do, you're awesome at it. Here's the best anyone's ever been at that job. In 1941, Ted Williams hit .406 for the Boston Red Sox, which means that he failed about 60% of the time, and that is the best anyone's ever been. Try that at your job, see what happens. Your boss is like, "Hey, did you do those 10 things I asked you to?" Be like, "Nah, but I did 4 of them." And then have your boss go, "Holy shit, you're the greatest employee that I've ever had." We're going to build a statue of you in the parking lot.
In my own parking space, too, with my name on it. Hey. This is LA Live for September 9th, 2025. It is a Toxic Tuesday here in LA Live. Shout out to the first time, last time, and long time listeners of this year's station. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. You guys are big Breaking Bad fans, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
My favorite.
Still haven't seen past episode 6 of the first season.
Okay.
But Breaking Bad actor Ramon Cruz arrested for spraying a woman with a water hose. You guys see that?
Yeah, old Tuco.
Tuco got her, huh?
Got her with the water hose. My man caught a misdemeanor battery charge. He was out there washing his car Monday morning about 10:30, and there was a lady parking her van, which he says a few inches away from his car, and he asked, "Hey, can you move your car? Because I'm going to get it wet because I'm trying to wash my car. I can't get to certain spots on my car because your car's in the way." She told him no, apparently, and the argument ensued. And he says he turned around with the water hose. It was already going.
Already
and
going,
it just
Yeah. I think I'd have stood on it. Yeah, I sprayed her. Yeah. Take me to jail for spraying her.
Now, the media is so bad. Some say it was a group of women. Some say it was a little girl. Some say it was just like. Some say it was the daughter of the woman who drove the car. I don't know which one it is. So many different stories. But tell you what, if it was a little child that got themselves sprayed, some kids in the neighborhood, if that happened to me, I would want that adult to handle it right there and not tell my parents. Yeah. Because if you had to tell my parents, you had to spray him down. He was being a nuisance. I'm going to get my ass whooped when I get home. Yeah. Just letting you know. Yeah, just letting you know, man.
Nothing worse than getting your kids embarrassing you in front of the neighbors.
Nah, it's awful, man. This guy at the end of my block when I was coming up had a peach tree. And we used to hide in the ditch and pop up and throw peaches at people's car. Oh. Yeah, I feel like I was set up because nobody could actually hit the car, but one day I got that boy.
Yeah.
Bam!
There you go.
Ooh, we started running. Ooh. Dude caught us, man.
Caught you.
He caught me by the collar. Got out of his car and caught me by the collar, fam.
Oh, dang.
He said, where you going? Drive you home. So, yeah, drove me home. Knocked on the door and had to tell my parents what happened. Boy, I was so much trouble.
Yeah, it's bad.
So much trouble.
You feel
over
like Miles
peaches.
Sanders getting caught?
I couldn't believe he caught me.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I couldn't believe he caught
Miles
me.
Sanders.
I thought I was white lightning, bro. He grabbed that collar. Come on. Them little kid legs wasn't moving fast enough, I guess. He got me. I was young, though.
Man, do kids still do that? Go to a fruit tree and
get into mischief.
Yes.
I don't see it like that.
That's the 80s and 90s right there for you. My buddy lived by a plum tree, and it was plum fights immediately as soon as those things started blooming.
Yes. Oh, my gosh. Pecan trees. I used to come home from school and hang on the neighbor's tree trying to shake her pecans down. She said, you can get all you want, but just don't hang on my tree, babies. Don't hang on my tree. As soon as she wasn't there, I'm hanging on the tree. Trying to get them junks off, man. All right, LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a Toxic Tuesday. You guys familiar with Miko Grimes?
Is that Brent Grimes' wife?
Brent Grimes' wife.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
You know who Brent Grimes is, right?
Yeah.
Very familiar.
I don't think I know who Brent Grimes is.
He played, a DB?
He was a corner,
DB, Tampa Bay or something like that?
Man, he could jump through the roof.
Yeah, he was a son of a gun, bro. He had a whole lot of teeth in his mouth, too. Miko Grimes was assaulted at the Cowboys versus Eagles game in Philly.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Well, let's see. Basically, some dude said she didn't want to get up and stand for the national anthem.
Okay.
So he assaulted her and called her names.
Okay.
That's what she's saying alleged happened. She even recorded him and said something. Look.
This is him. This is the dude right here that just hit me. Get your hand out my face, stupid. It's this one right here. And this is his dude, probably his dad, his shrimp father right here. And this is the one that put his hands on me right here. That's him.
That's how you do it right there. It's exercising my constitutional rights of speech.
Yeah, Miko, a.k.a. I Heart Miko. I do watch her pod when it pops up. She used to have a show out there, too, in Florida. Remember, in 2015, Miko was arrested at Sun Life Stadium after a football game. Police said she walked through a police bicycle barricade into a restricted area. Then she ended up allegedly headbutting the cop. Ooh. She says that she was just talking a whole lot of trash on the radio that week about the police.
Yes.
And they came and got her for it. That's what she said.
It is a Toxic Tuesday.
Yeah. All charges ended up being dropped on Miko's situation with that 2015 arrest at Sun Life Stadium. But how can you sit up there and tell somebody where they need to stand and sit during the national anthem? You do what you have to do, fam. Don't worry about somebody else's situation. You don't know if she blew her knee out that week. You don't know what's going on with people. Best thing to do is mind your business. Really is. Show your respect for this country, fam. Don't worry
constitutional rights.
Don't worry about what somebody else is doing. But it's no surprise that Miko was into another situation because she has a hell of a mouth on her.
Yeah.
Hell of a mouth.
If you read, go back and look at 2016, they say she single-handedly had her husband kicked out of the Dolphins team.
That's what they say.
Yeah.
Because her hot takes on the radio.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Especially during like negotiations and things. She's, oh my God. I think they're still together, though. I don't see a lot of photos of them together, but I haven't heard them breaking apart. And she usually, you would have her, Miko or something like that in the background of an Instagram photo, a video. You don't see this couple together. You just don't. I don't know what's going on with that, but you don't. Hey, right, I got a weird situation right here. LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a Toxic Tuesday. Let's go to Florida, home of the crash outs. We have a 28-year-old man that tried to run over a woman.
Oh, no.
He was there to buy some shoes, some used shoes that she was selling.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
She met with the man at a local hotel on a Sunday afternoon in order to sell these shoes to a guy.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll go to local 10 News right here to fill